all your plans because this party won't. We know where it's at. Crank the volume, crank the. We know where it's at. Crank the volume, bring a friend. Can't cancel all your plans because this party won't. 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 Party won't. We know where it's at. Crank the volume, bring a friend. Can't cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at. Crank the volume, bring a friend. Can't cancel all your plans because this party won't. We know where it's at. Crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at. Crank the volume, bring a friend. Can't cancel all your plans because this party won't end.
What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we lay here light in the dead of night. You show me light in the dead of night. I wanna love you like nobody. I wanna show you that I care. I wanna love you like nobody else, nobody else. I wanna love you like nobody. I wanna show you that I care. I wanna love you like nobody else, nobody else. Yeah, my mind's at a different place. Hot trends don't make me chase. Too busy paving this way for you. My words have a different price. Exclusive, you can't subscribe. Save up if you want advice. You do. If you come at me, you better bring your A game. Step it up, step it up. If you think you got this, don't you hesitate. Run it up. You can't compete with someone who doesn't play your game. You can't compete. Can't you see we're not the same? My eyes get a different view. Big dreams you cannot subdue. Watch and learn a thing or two. You do. Climb into a higher plane. Get smaller with every aim. Watch me as I take that reign. You do. If you come at me, you better bring your A game. Step it up.
reset, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know.
teams.
We're making history.
It means so much to us.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are, but as long as I'm good enough, I can go as far as I want.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
นี่ไม่ใช่เรื่องของเกียรติยศแต่มันคือการก้าวต่อไป แม้ทุกสิ่งรอบตัว บอกว่าเป็นไปไม่ได้ ไม่มีเสียงปรบมือ ไม่มีการเฉลิมฉลอง มีเพียงหัวใจที่ยังเชื่อมั่น ความแข็งแกร่งไม่ได้มาจากชัยชนะ แต่มันมาจากการไม่ยอมแพ้ แม้เส้นทางจะเต็มไปด้วยอุปสรรค บาดแผลไม่ใช่ร่องรอยของความพ่ายแพ้ แต่เป็นเครื่องยืนยันว่าเราก้าวข้ามมันมาได้ เราไม่ได้แค่ยืนยัน แต่เราจะประกาศให้โลกเห็น ว่าที่นี่คือที่ของเรา
The 10 teams from all regions across the Pacific have gathered, and some have collected the necessary wins right off the bat, and hopefully some are bound to do it today. Hello guys, welcome to day 4 of VCT ASCENSION Pacific. You are here on Dusk with me, Will Hatfire, and with Big Time as the actions in the group stages are getting more heated.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen this competition already take some crazy turns, some big upsets, and some long overtime. So who knows what we have in store today, but we can be confident that it's 3 more absolute banger matches. Teams are going to bounce back from their losses yesterday. Teams potentially up for elimination today as well. So there's a lot on the table for everybody today.
Yeah, and as you said earlier, we have to see like these teams, like for example, like NKT or like E-King, they have to get their wins today if they don't want to rely on other teams, matches later on in the latest or the later stages of or the later phases of the group stage. And so yeah, yesterday we have witnessed some of the very interesting matches, especially like Boom coming in with Shiro playing on that Yoru. Wow, it was really amazing seeing him pop off in that match. And of course, this is the group stage standings for the moment. Like as we can see, E-King and NKT today they will play and they have to win.
Yeah, they are looking to turn their fortunes around. Both sat at the bottom there of Group Alpha. Absolutely not where you want to be. You mentioned Boom right at the top there. Absolutely dominant, yet to drop them up. And Shiro on that IGL and Yoru is a massive part of it. Over in Group Omega, in still a pretty unexpected group. Nongshim sitting in 3rd. Full Sense down at the bottom, 0-2 after yesterday. They're going to be in a similar situation later on down the line in this tournament where they need to start turning things around. So who knows? It's still all to play for. Nobody's out yet, and there's still chances for everybody here.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, we're gonna see Riddle Order today as well. So yeah, they have to get that win as well. And so these are the banger matches that we will be seeing. For the first game, we have SLT versus E-King, and for the second one, we have Motive Esports versus NKT. And for the last, or for our dessert, we will see Riddle versus VLT. And this is very interesting, especially for the second match, right? Like NKT, they have to get that W today, because if not, I think they most likely they will be out of Ascension, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, today will be very important for them, because as we can see, it's very heartbreaking for Bangkok, because NKT as well as yesterday Full Sense, they haven't been able to get the win, or they haven't been able to get the series, because but aside of that, even though they haven't gotten the series yet, actually they were they almost able to take the series.
I mean-
They're almost able to win.
Yeah, it was so close, so close for NKT against SLT. I mean, we saw how crazy the overtime was at the end of that. I mean, they had every chance, they had everything they need. So I think it's really key about how are they going to move on from that loss when it's so close. Now their back is truly against the wall. They can't let that haunt them. They can't let that affect them. They need to come out today and play clean Valorant against an opponent who's also looking to bounce back in Motive. We saw them get absolutely shut down yesterday by Boom, so they're also out for revenge, looking to make that rebound as well. That for sure is a highlight match of today, and yeah, I'm excited for the wall. It's hard to count out any match, and especially when we have a team like SLT coming in fresh off the back of that win, they're also going to be feeling good, Bella.
Yeah, and as we can see, like SLT, they were like a very like typical Korean team, right?
Yeah.
Like they are playing like, very strategic and very disciplined. So that make them able to, to have that comeback against NKT like the previous day. And so here are the names of your SLT, like Zexy, Suna, LP, Klaus, and also Cinder. These are, like young players coming into Ascension.
Yeah, very, very young overall in the Korean squad. That seems to be the way things are moving in the Korean scene. We saw Nongshim do that last year, of course, having Persia as the kind of the older brother of the 4 young players, and SLT gone with a very similar setup. So I do think that SLT put on a good showing against NKT, despite just how close it was. I do think they came out, played some good Valorant in very, very simple, macro-focused ways, right? We can see the kind of compositions, especially if we look towards Haven and Ascent. It's very standard, very what we would expect, very Korean almost. They don't need to take too many big risks. So I want to see them use that, lean on that style, very much so heading into today.
Yeah, like what you said earlier, like the agent composition from Heaven, Ascent, and Sunset. It's like they are watching like like from Champions or from Masters and from Pacific. It's like a very like people have used these agents before, and I think from SLT they are like like refining that play even more with their style. Like they are very disciplined. They know like when to stop, when to pause, and when to execute at the right moment. And as we can see, like here, Suna is one of the heavy hitters as well for SLT.
Yeah. I mean, he was playing so great in that game against NKT. I mean, I think you have to just watch out for this guy, especially on that Sova. I felt like he was getting so much value out of all of his utility. A real high point for this team, this young player. He's absolutely going to be one to watch moving forward. I mean, I think you can see he clearly models himself on the big Korean initiator players that we've seen in the past. You look at RB, players like that we've seen, Stacks even. I think he has that flair, he has the knowledge, he has the smarts, but he also has that raw firepower and aim that you need to be able to take on, especially all of these like SEA teams. I mean, just from all across the rest of Asia, the firepower is so strong, and he's able to live up to that as well.
Yeah, I agree, because as you know, like becoming the initiator, like becoming the second fragger, you need to have that traits going on, right?
Yeah.
With your duelists coming into site, or maybe like going to retake site. But again, we have E-King as well as their opponents today. They were like, they were good yesterday when going against Motive Esports, if I'm not mistaken. But unfortunately, they couldn't close it out on the third map. Like these names are no stranger to us, like Lu, maybe Minimize as well, with Kadiri, Dragon, and also Ikana. These guys, maybe some of the people or some of the fans out there may see them as, as the underdogs, but we cannot forget that E-King come here with a tremendous amount of experience.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, spearheaded by Minimize. This guy's been around the OCE scene a long time, but he was also at Ascension 2023, as were the whole core of this squad. That's a very, very important thing to remember, and it is a nice advantage for them. They can draw on those experiences that they've had in the past in order to make their run better this time round. As you say, against Motive, honestly, I was impressed with them. I didn't think it was a bad showing at all. I think Bind was definitely the toughest place for them there, where I was the least impressed, I guess, best, but I do think this is a team that's exciting. It's a fan favorite, and more importantly, I think they play a style that is so different from the way SLT play. They're not afraid to take more risks. They're not afraid to try new things. Their IGL is on Yoru, for crying out loud. They love doing a lot of different stuff. So I think when you have one team that's risky, exciting, and aggressive, and you have one team focused on macro, consistency, safe comps, I think that is always a matchup that I'm going to be incredibly excited to watch.
Yeah, as you said earlier, like Minimize becoming the in-game leader of E-King. He was also the in-game leader of Bonkers, if I'm not
Yep.
mistaken. And now he's going to take that role, which is more difficult, I think, rather than playing maybe controllers or playing initiators, playing Yoru, playing a duelist as an in-game leader is not some easy task, right?
Yeah.
And yes, we can see here we have Zaxi versus Lu. Zaxi is like one of those prodigy duelists coming from Korea. Meanwhile, Lu, this guy is always sharp.
Yeah, I think Lu is, for me, he's one of the players with the most potential that I've seen, especially coming out of OCE. I remember back in 2023, the kind of things he was able to do, especially on that race. I haven't quite seen him hit that highs yet in that first series against Motive, or even throughout the OCE challenges. I feel like Lu has a little bit more left to give, so if he's able to unlock his potential, I think this E-King team can really be catapulted forward, and who knows, I think we can see a world where E-King, Australia are in the playoffs.
Yeah, because they managed to go to playoffs as well, if I'm not mistaken, like the Bonkers score during the 2023. But unfortunately, they couldn't collect the W in the playoffs, and they couldn't take a step further in the stage. But what do you think needs to be done by E-King to get that huge leap further into this tournament?
I think I want to see them lean into their strengths of unpredictability. That's the big thing, right? So we know they're not coming from this strong region. So when you come from a stronger region like SLT, for example, there's a lot more examples of really strong macro, good, solid, consistent teams to play against. So it's easy to get into that style. E-King come from an unpredictable region where your aim matters the most, where your individual skill matters the most. And that is a style that they're very good at understanding and using. I do think they play a solid macro game, easily the best in Australia. But if they want to upset teams like SLT, I want to see them try some different things. I want to see them bring out different compositions, some surprises. And I think that's how you can throw off these incredibly well-drilled macro-oriented teams. And speaking of which, we see E-King pick Abyss, which is a map they've never played. Unless I'm mistaken. Yeah, it's a map they've never played. So I love this already from E-King.
Yeah, I think E-King wanna, catch SLT off guard, right? We know, Korea, they are very, very diligent. Most likely the SLT, coach team, the VOTs of E-King. But then this is interesting, from the ban maps, we won't see Lotus because if I'm not mistaken, Lotus is the insta ban of SLT as well as so this is going to be interesting, especially the first map, Abyss, like what you said or what you mentioned earlier, playing for raw aim. I think picking Abyss is not a bad decision, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm really curious what they're going to bring. I think we're going to see a Yoru. Yoru is a natural fit for the map. I would love to see double duelist, see Lu up on that duelist as well. I think this is a map that can be really well suited to E-King, despite them never playing it. So who knows what to expect, but I love that they're taking this veto in a different direction.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting between E-King as well as SLT, because again, as we have mentioned earlier, actually SLT, they have been the runner-ups in Korea for stage 2 and 3, but finally they were able to collect the win they needed in the final tournament there, which is the Road to Ascension, beating one of their rivals, Fear X. So it means SLT have leveled up their gameplay going into Ascension. Meanwhile, for E-King, with this Bonker score, they have been very dominating in Oceania or from Australia ever since the start of VALORANT.
Yeah, I mean, they've been the number one team in OCE for a while. SLT have had, a little bit of a rockier road. There is a lot more competition for them there in that domestic region. So I think it means a lot for SLT to be able to come out on top in that region. Of course, beating BNK Theorex, probably their biggest rivals. I think a lot of us would have expected this E-King team to make it through as well, but I don't think that eases up the pressure for them. It wasn't the smoothest road for them over in OCE. We see them losing to teams like Full House, who have these incredibly sharp aimers but don't play that brilliant macro. So I do think there's much more potential for both of these teams to unlock. But as you say, E-King backs kind of a little bit against the ropes in a way, because if they lose today, their chances of making the playoffs become a lot more unlikely. So now is the time for them to really step up and really show us everything they've been working on this whole year.
And also, of course, before we start all of our games, we all want to thank all of our sponsors for making this happen. We want to thank Predator, Intel, Zoe, Imperial World, TT Racing, as well as Syndome for bringing Ascension to us in 2025. And of course, continuing our discussion. This is going to be interesting once again, because yesterday we have seen like surprises, maybe not from from the outcome of the matches, but more like the the gameplay of some teams that they are bringing into here. Like for example, like some changes in roles, like Shiro. He was able to come up huge at that time, and today I'm hoping that E-King can come up huge as well.
Yeah, I mean, Minimize is going to be trying to channel Shiro's spirit of that IGL in Yoru with the operator. I mean, if he can put up the performance that Shiro has, I'm feeling fantastic for E-King. So this is exactly what I mean. We see the meta constantly evolve, constantly change, and this has already been one of the most unpredictable tournaments that we've had this year. No one knows who's going to make it out of the groups at this point. So I still think we have no idea which direction these teams are going to go today. We don't know which way these series are going to go. It doesn't matter who's the favorites. It doesn't matter if you're the underdog. Now is all about peaking at the right time and claiming your spot in Pacific.
Yeah, again, absolutely. It's an FPS game. Again, who will shoot today? Who will have the better aim, and who will have the form of the day? And I think it's ready for SLT versus E-King. So without any further ado, let's see the match.
Winning always feels good, but we never forget what we are really after. And here, we found what we've been looking for.
過去にとらわれずに、今この瞬間に集中する。戦いで負った痛みも傷も。だから俺たちは強くなれた。
아무도 우리를 막을 수 없습니다. 수많은 시험들이 있었지만 우린 늘 앞으로 나아갔습니다. 이제 우리의 시간이 왔기 때문입니다.
아직 ไม่มีใครพูดถึงเราพวกเราไม่ได้มาเพื่อเป็นแค่ตัวประกอบพวกเราจะทำให้ทุกคนเห็นว่าเราไม่เป็นรองใคร
ปีที่แล้วเราได้เรียนรู้อะไรมากมายทุกแมตช์คือบทเรียนและทุกบทเรียนทำให้เราแข็งแกร่งขึ้นตอนนี้เราจะแสดงให้เห็นว่าประเทศไทยคือบ้านของเรา
Quite far forward. Paranoia going to be sent berserk to try to keep his team in this one. Swinging right into it for berserks.
A team like ours isn't built on luck, only on sweat and belief. We have trained together, driven by the same goal, and will win with what we have built with our own hands.
ผมมาที่นี่เพื่อไล่ตามเป้าหมายที่ผมไม่มีทางทำสำเร็จได้คนเดียวนี่คือบ้านของผมและเราจะร่วมมือกันเพื่อสร้างประวัติศาสตร์
We're not the favorites, but we're not afraid of anyone. Underdogs like us don't wait for chances. We create them ourselves.
Our team is ready to climb back to the top.
this is the path we've chosen and we'll take it all the way.
우린 이 대회를 이미 제패해봤습니다. 그러니까 이번에도 못할 이유가 없죠.
E-King. SLT Somnam.
This is it, SLT versus E-King. As we can see earlier, SLT coming into the player walkouts with absolute confidence, seeing in the 2-0 hand sign from them.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be feeling good. Look, they won 2-0 before. E-King most certainly did not. I think they are the favourites in today's game. I think that is without a doubt. That's a shame for this Australian squad, but they're almost always going to be the underdogs. For me, I want to see them use that position as underdogs. And they can play with a lot less expectation, a little bit less pressure, and not be afraid to take the risks. I love that we've seen them pick Abyss off the bat. That to me shows that they're not afraid of what this SLT team are going to have cooked up, that they can play to their own strengths, that they can be surprising. But like you say, SLT full of confidence here. They want that fast 2-0. They want to get home early tonight.
Yeah, and we want to see that, you know, that energy and passion as well from E-King, like what you said earlier, coming in as the underdogs. We want to see them, you know, making or more likely, you know, catching SLT off guard in this best of 3 series, especially in Abyss with their pick. And this is going to be interesting as well in the, you know, in the agent selection. As we can see, there are a lot of, you know, like comms coming up into Abyss. Like some team will be playing Harbor, some team are playing that double duelist, or, you know, some team are going to play like 2 initiators. This is going to be interesting later on.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you have a lot of options on Abyss. I think it's such a big map that there are many ways you can take it. We have the agent select coming in now. We will be seeing double duelist on the side of E-King. I want to start there first. Minimize on that Yoru. Looking to channel what Shiro was bringing yesterday. Lu on that Waylay. So I love this comp. It's a very natural fit for E-King.
And this is a mirror comp from both of them, from E-King as well as SLT. They have the same mind, I guess, and coming up into Abyss. Like, this is a very DRX styled, you know, comp, right? We have seen this like in the Pacific and even in Champions, like how this Yoru will be, you know, will be the upper, will be the sniper that is able to support both sides later on, and, you know, in A or in B. This is going to be interesting. If we see a mirror comp like this, it means it's all according to the macro and micro in game later on. But yeah, I think it's going to start here from SLT as well as E-King in just a minute.
Thank you very much, Bella, as well as Morgan. Yeah, you kind of heard it from the desk already. This is day 3 now. The teams do kind of need to bounce back, but also it's pretty nice to see E-King kind of trying to catch SLT off guard a little bit. How are you feeling about E-King, Pilly?
I'm feeling fine about them. I'm feeling a little bit nervous because, as you saw from their game against Motive, they can play a fantastic game when they're in their comfort zone. When they're playing well, they can beat some of these teams in APAC. They can beat Motive quite convincingly on their own map pick, but when they're not feeling it as much, they can fall apart a little bit. I think this is a big pick. It's great from them. They are a team that loves to play with the veto. They're very self-aware about what other teams will see their map pool and their strengths and weaknesses are, and I know that they can play this map. I have, been in the coaching booth while I've watched them practice this map. They have a very good understanding of how it functions.
That just sounds like a lot of bias there. I mean, look at what happened! As you mentioned all of that, Klaus takes the 1 pick down middle.
Yeah, already losing that opening pick, but Minimize is looking to try to turn that narrative around. Finds 2 players completely unaware of his position, but can a gate crush out back to safety.
Yeah, definitely still in the race for now, but ooh, almost getting clipped. Minimize manages to dodge the bullets and goes back into safety. They're still all over the map though, but with that kill down onto LP, now the picture is coming in together. Klaus trying to push out, but also clipped. Now numbers overwhelming against SLT.
Yeah, and E-King played this one very safely, just grouping up together. Trip will keep SLT in check for now as they look to take spawn side. I don't feel safe enough to plant. They can hear the thundering footsteps of the rest of E-King trying to chase them down. Zuna is waiting for a mistake, just tucking away in spawn side while Cinder makes his way all around the map back towards B, but without any of his teammates to back him up, he's going to have to put together a monstrous 1-on-4. Good news is, does have the armor with him, 1 smoke to play with and a paranoia. E-King quite happy to respect the fact that they can give him anything he wants. They can give him all the space, nice open plant. They know that they have the numbers.
There's just no way that you can fight if it's the full squad, staring down your barrel. But he's going to try anyway. First one picked. But as soon as the paranoia gets sent out, I mean, that's the go signal from Lou. E-King with the pistol picked up right off the bat.
Yeah, nicely done. Had a set play, a set idea of how they wanted to approach that pistol. That kind of went by the wayside when they lost Dragon 2 seconds into the round. Immediately got his head ripped off by Klaus, but that's where they want to be adaptable. And that, it is really exemplified by the way that they're approaching this veto. They don't know what they're going to get from SLT either. This does end up being a mirror, so it's going to be about who executes this very popular comp a little bit better, but you can see it just from that round. Even though they go down 4v5 and the round might not have gone to the way that they would have wanted it to start, they're able to navigate their way through it with some good aggression, some nicely timed pushes, and just working together as a squad.
Yeah, well, Pilly, both teams definitely are, they both have the chops to pull off this comp, but look at the movement now, Lou. Off to the other end, maybe concealed, especially if minimized inside of this dark cover. Onto the judge, TP's out. A slight bait setup, but Lou will also fall back into safety.
I know Minimize, and he will be cackling to himself. He loves to just do these kind of cheeky plays, loves to strike fear into the hearts of his opponents. So a judge inside of a bunker smoke like that is very on brand for this man. He loves to be a little bit of a gremlin.
You love it. And I hope we do get to witness a lot more of that, but is that a slight gap inside of the smoke? They actually domed him right through it.
Look, I love Minimize, but he does deserve for wreck there. You can't just be buying a judge anti-eco and running it down at your opponents. Suna has put him in his place, but I don't know that there's going to be much more to say about this round past that. Nice little high-low with 2 Guardians there. The double peek from SLT is held back for now. Some sharp shots with the Sheriff in previous rounds from Zuna. That's the perfect example of it. Able to take Lou with him, but I do believe Kadiri only had a Sheriff in that round. I think it was on the other side of the map, so I'm not sure if he's going to be able to recycle that Guardian or not, but not too bad of an anti-eco to start things off here for E-King.
Definitely, if anything, maybe a bit more fear as to how SLT wants to approach A main. Now they'll respect the smokes a little bit more. Or not, but oh yeah, you're right. He was a little bit far away.
Yeah, unfortunate. So they're gonna have to get it done with a couple of Sheriffs. But look, if you're shooting sharp enough, Guardians and Sheriffs can definitely get the job done here for E-King. For SLT, a slower start to this first gun round. Waiting to see if there's going to be any mid-aggression. They've established that cam out the side of B long here. LP just keeping all of this in check for the time being. Does see the push from Minimize. He's keeping an eye on things while the rest of SLT start to make some moves in towards middle.
Carefully. Well, Dragon's right on top of it as well. As soon as he spots it out, that's going to be big information for E-King.
Nice. Breaking open the door. Dragon pushed away. Blindside. We'll just keep SLT in check for now. A minute on the clock as they start to group back towards B. Pressure being applied by Zexy on A.
Blue's right on the spot, though. Has to refract as well, but quickly punished with a headshot. And now you've got to con out towards the back. Minimize the Guardians. They might all be here, but as you mentioned, these shots have to be sharp. Not quite connecting for the time being. SLT, in fact, are able to carry on through. Straight onto the site. The spike gets planted. And also, the flank from Zexy onto the Yoru, where you have to be a little bit more cautious, and he's actually being very controlled with the positions right now, letting his team take full contact, slowly clearing out the back rafters, and now coming in for the kill.
Yeah, very nicely worked. First gun round there from SLT. Just kept things relatively simple. Found the opening picks that they were looking for. Punished that waylay aggression. This is a mirror comp. This is going to be about execution, and so far, you know, you see the aggression of the waylay punish early on, and Klaus has been looking like he's very much on point. You've seen him punishing that push in the mid right off the rip in terms of the pistol, but there, a nice little light speed into the site to be able to catch the Sova falling away in towards stairs side. That round looked quite easy, quite straightforward for an SLT, who will now go into a 1-4. LP's going to make his way into middle on the lurk with the Cypher. The rest of SLT going to prep themselves for this B execute.
Oh, especially straight in with the double duelist. Could be quite hectic, but Dragon will continue to control towards the back of the site, but unfortunately Lou gunned down as well. The opening for SLT as 3 players hit the ground. The final 2 from E-King trying to get that rotation across, but also aware that there was that 1 player lurking down middle.
It's a nice open plant. Cinder going to play on the site. The rest of SLT grouped up in towards B main. It's going to take a lot of time for E-King to dig them out of position. That one way just going to stall things out even longer.
Could even have to be a save at some point. Weapon retrieved at least.
Oh, picked up by Kadiri. Just going to have to let this one go by the wayside. There's no way that we're going to be able to attempt that retake. Some sharpshooting coming in on the entry once again from SLT, who, I have to say, we're not seeing them do anything outrageous, anything too special on this comp. It's just, you know, that mid-default that you had earlier. Cinder now applying pressure, maybe looking to think about taking some of the guns out of the hands of E-King here, but not feeling the need to push the issue. It's still only early days. You still need control of your economy, and SLT are quite happy to just keep 4 guns on through. I mean, that round, it was just a pretty straightforward B execute and some good shots being hit on the entry, you know? It's just simple play from this Yoru Waylay comp. Just executed well and some sharp shots being hit. I think that's where E-King, you're going to have to start to see a little bit more in the tank, a little bit more brilliance. They did pick this map, so they need to be able to defeat, you know, basically these very straightforward, very played out executes that you know are coming.
Time to jump. Yeah, especially because it's been B hits for a while now, so trying to offset that with the operator posted up, but unfortunately it's a clone that was hit, having the gate crash back, and then for SLT to capitalize off that slight gap. Zexy as well, though, right now, right on the edges of this smoke, jumps inside, and unfortunately that's where he will meet his doom. Spike still planted at least.
Dragon's looking sharp today. It's been Mini who's been the main man stepping up for E-King, but the rest of the boys need to perform better than they did in the last series, and so far I've been seeing some really good shots from Dragon.
You're right, especially around that one spot towards back of sight. Now it goes another. Still though, 3 more to hit, and it's Hunter's Fury ripped out. Dragon! He turns back around! And of course, with the Hunter's Fury as well, you're kind of aware as to where the final 2 players are, trying to stick onto the spike, but they are all so low! Shots fire, and there's a slight collapse through! Shock dart from Suna again, and he goes through with the Vandal at the end!
Suna just way too good in the clutch. You can see he's very comfortable in those exact kind of positions. That double shock dart clutch on Ascent just lives rent-free in my mind in SLT's opening game against NKT, but that is what you need to be as your Sova player. You are that player that is going to drone out, you're going to throw your dart out while the duelists get into sight. In this case, he's ripping a Hunter's Fury that gets quite a bit of damage done, and then you are very far back. You're put in these clutch positions. You need to know how to navigate them, and you can see that he's done exactly that. Beautiful dart onto the site, little bouncer of a shock dart. It deals with the player on Rafter to boot.
3 rounds like that definitely hurts the momentum for E-King, and now Dragon's gone as well. The early jump spots quickly caught onto by Zexy on that off. No more smokes, it's just Kadiri to kind of stall while the rest of the team tries to refill in these gaps.
Zexy pushed away, but if they have this A main orb, which you can see it right there, that could be a dimensional drift that will really just help SLT speed up into this A site, while once again LP will be on the lurk. E-King, you're right, they've completely lost control of momentum with this game. It was a good start, but now SLT's really starting to get into the swing of things. Convergent pass and a paranoia to take all of this site control.
Oh. Which could be Spike Plant really soon. They're even tossing a couple of bullets up towards top heaven. LP then pushing on through from middle. The lurk has come successful. 3v5 as this retake might fall off by the wayside. More of them spotted out by the ends of their shoulders, and Cinder holding out towards the back of sight. A quick double collected upon, and then for Zuna to take the final kill.
I mean, it really pains me to say, but E-King, especially as an Australian, but E-King are really getting outclassed here. Like, this is pretty straightforward play from SLT. They're not doing anything unstandard. They're not doing anything gimmicky. They are really just executing this comp the way that you would see a top Korean team execute it. Very, very clean play. Very nice shots being hit. Opgo's looking for a pick in mid. In the 5v4, they just rip an ult and execute that A site and close out the post plant very, very cleanly.
I can feel the or hear the pain in your voice, actually. But I mean, that should be said, right? 4 rounds in a row, you need this timeout. Their own map pick too.
We'll see if there's some adaptations starting to come in. I mean, you know, when I saw that initial game against Motive, you see, Minimize was playing a phenomenal game, right? On the Yoru, it's something that was talked about on the desk. In the past, he's been a weaker fragger on various iterations of Bonkers and whatever else they've called themselves over the years. Now they're an E-King, whatever that might be. But, you know, for me, the bona fide stars of this team are Lu and Dragon. These are some of the best, sharpest, up-and-coming players in the Oceanic scene for such a long time. You're seeing that potential with Dragon Sheriff in the last few rounds. These are very sharp players indeed. Yeah. These are players that have played the duelist roles in the past. Kadiri, also a very cracked up-and-comer, so you have to ask more from the rest of the team. Meccano is also a very strong fragger for a Recon Enid play. You saw that last year in Ascension on JFT on their run to qualify. So you need a really well-rounded performance from everyone on E-King today. And on top of that, you need to start getting on top of some of this macro. Because like I said, I mean, this has just been solid play on Abyss from SLT, but it's been nothing special. And it's been convincing wins from them time and time again. Aggression down B main. E-King trying to change things up here, but you see SLT take that as an excuse to just rip the dimensional drift and get straight into A.
Especially since that recon scanned the entire area early on, saw that it was clear. Now you've got this off deep towards back lines, and it's able to punish another player down. And even though this is an eco coming through from E-King, you would hope for at least a bit more. It's not happening quite yet. Lu able to take some space at least, but you would hope that maybe with a weapon picked up, we can find more angles out from heaven. So far, backside is just not good. And there goes Zexy again, spotted out. And Lu, somewhat discouraged to peek back through, punished at the end. SLT are just unstoppable right now.
Absolutely. They're looking like they really have a fantastic understanding of how to play this map. They've had great depth already, using their ults in the high percentage ways you'd expect. The value that they've got from this operator on the attacking side time and time again has been phenomenal. And this is the issue with a tournament like Ascension Quack, with the break that you have since the last stage of challenges into this tournament. Sometimes you will pick a map that the other team is actually really cracked on and end up regretting it.
How unfortunate. I mean, everything was back down into this, but this is the round where you would hope the timeout comes into effect. Minimize Lu, they go in for a bait switch and setup. Quick punishes on towards the side of SLT, and 3 players left to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, this is exactly how this comp is meant to function on defense. The Yoru and the Waylay both finding aggressive options. Nice little bait setup. 2 players that have played a long time together. Lewin minimized. The IGL and his star duelist know well how to work together. Over the top of the smoke, you can see Lou's little noggin won't be spotted by LP, who's now picked up the op and is waiting for a mistake.
Surely not going to give it over.
They're just continually shutting the door. In A main here, Cinder looking elsewhere. He'll find naught, but Kadiri sitting on his cam.
My camera is... I must wait a moment.
Checking it incrementally. Cam will be dealt with. He didn't see how many players were there, though. But I think that the outcome is still going to be the same. Nice jump spotting, just spotting out the Omen. E-King will, similarly to when they got this massive advantage on the pistol, just play the numbers, play together. Kadiri should just give them the sight here. There's no need to over-aggress.
Onto the lurk, though. Ooh, and that was a shot that had to go through, but unfortunately falls off. 2v5 now. And Cinder finds full contact. Ooh, stunned as well. It's all on Tasuna, who unfortunately will not be able to shoot down that many targets in that short amount of time. So E-King able to answer back.
Yeah, much better round. That A main aggression works out an absolute treat. You've seen them try to go for that same setup before. And that is really where this defense is going to start to get warmed up. Just, you know, kind of trailing on from my point before I want to see some more of these players show how good they are as individual players. I mean, that's how the comp functions as well, to be fair. You want to start to see this Waylay, this Yoru get involved in the round. Maybe the Omen making some plays as well. I want to see some fire, some risks being taken from E-King, because they are a team full of Oceania's best players, Oceania's sharpest players. So sometimes you can fall into this trap of just following the game plan a little bit too much, kind of going through the motions of the things that you've practiced, and find yourself kind of knocked out of a tournament like this in APAC when you're kind of caught off guard by a thing or two. So I want to see, yes, some good game planning, which we've seen, some good fundamentals. I mean, that's evident from when they have these man advantages, how well they're playing together coming in for these retakes. There's really good spacing, but I want to see some balls as well. I want to see some good old-fashioned, Aussie looseness. Get out there, take some peeks, take some fights with these Korean players.
Okay, so I want to see some Aussie balls. Pilski 2025.
Absolutely.
He said that.
You can quote me on it.
Someone
clip it and ship it.
Ship it. Tag him in the clips and post it all over socials. But yeah, we're gonna go back into the game, and you're actually right though. True. I mean, it's this Yoru Waylay comp, and you need to see more of it. The talent is definitely there. They've been throughout, Ascension runs back to back, and now here they are.
Yeah, we don't talk about
this
last
time
year.
in different
that
positions.
Wasn't the best of Ascension runs. The one before that, pretty sick. Unfortunately, they had a pretty bad coach in their last Ascension run, so I think that was probably the biggest issue, really. But it's a story for another time. SLT. Drone comes out in towards B long. They know that it's a Cypher setup off the back of spotting the cam. They know that the Yoru has gate crashed over here as well. So that is effectively a bit of a stacked site, which is why you actually see SLT really lose interest in this. They're just going to throw a progression smoke. They're just waiting for someone to peek out into mid, into LP, to give them yet another man advantage that they can kind of play the rest of the round by the numbers for there. It's what they've been great at so far.
As E-King, though, while you try to kind of transition across the map as well, you should be aware that LP has been lurking down middle, so taking the safer route, we like to see that, but now you've got to go in for a full retake setup. Hunter's Fury has been deployed to gain themselves safe entry. 2 players tagged, Billy.
Yeah, I thought that they were going to lose one of the ults that they need for this retake. There's one of them. Dimensional Drift going to go in. Actually takes full advantage of it. It's a bait setup in the smoke. Hunter's Fury will reply from Akana.
Maybe able to give them a bit more space, but Cinder still sharp and alive towards the back of end. It's Dragon who swings out, finds the trade. Now a 3v2, a slight high-low setup, a good opening shot, but Kadiri quickly pushes forward. That's how you want to see E-King operate. That is the caliber of these players as they continue to dance around the corners. A low HP LP swaps weapons, but unfortunately gunned down at the very end, and E-King up to a 4-5.
Lovely retake. Brilliance from Zexy though. I love how he played that inside of the spawn smoke. When the dimensional drift comes out, you just assume the smoke is going to get cleared, and by the time Minimize can even communicate that there's a Yoru inside of the smoke, you're already full blind by the blind side and catching that opponent off guard. So I love that from Zexy, but I think E-King just executing exactly what their game plan was going to be there every day of the week. Combo the dimensional drift and the Hunter's Fury, and use that to leverage yourself a retake win.
Right, earlier on it was momentum lost. Now I would dare say it's slowly coming back, but at the same time, don't forget SLT are also running a Yoru Waylay, now trying to operate with slightly different ideas. Early contact down B, and they're cautious.
Taking their time. Once again, it's the Yoru and the Waylay. The tip of the spear here. Gate crash is starting to elapse. Minimize wondering if he should continue holding this line. Zexy, the same thing for him in middle. The drone goes looking for him but won't spot him out. That could be a false sense of security for Dragon, who could get picked on the same jump spot that he did earlier. SLT now grouping back up towards that A side of the map while Zexy goes fishing for something. Will Akana be the big fish that he's looking for? He will. Absolutely beautiful with the ult.
Hook, line, and sinker, buddy. Now you've got the heaven area smoked off as well. Quick entries coming through. Dragon, though, right in the spot, looking for the right timing to spring out, but unfortunately with clones and everything, a couple of spams, he has to back off. Minimize towards the back of sight now, hoping for someone from SLT to make a mistake, but none committed so far. Perhaps just the utility to come in for the retake. Lou still has a full kit. Does go in early on, but it's Kadiri to just soldier forward. Straight through from bridge, and he finds a quick double. Lou chiming in as well now. Then you got players out towards the top of heaven. A slight chance perhaps from Zexy towards the back end, but he's quickly spotted out. Cinder down in the ground, and it's E-King to tie up the score.
Once again, a beautiful retake being showcased from E-King. Playing together, coming out backside. They know what's clean and dirty. Thanks to that Cypher trip across bridge, they know that that territory hasn't been compromised by SLT. Blindside really setting up the rest of the boys to be able to complete that retake quite nicely, which from a man disadvantage, without your Sova, without access to the drone to be able to clear a lot of these angles and simplify the retake, it's impressive that they made that look so clean.
Definitely a lot more wind in their sails now off of these rounds. Even tossing a bit of paranoia towards SLT's end, who are now trying to go in for the full A execute.
Yep.
We've seen them run executes before.
100% dimensional drift going all the way into spawn, spotting out the positions of E-King to be playing this retake from. Dragon trying to spam through heaven side, but E-King don't get anything. There's the duel in towards middle, going 1-for-1. What a spam from Zexy! That's just outrageous.
Oh my goodness, this is how they find numbers again, Pilly. Through the 4-1 lurk, and then at the same time the spam towards backside. A little bit unfortunate for E-King, both duelists are now gone. No flashes for any initiating utility, but still trying to set up towards it anyway. Smokes to cover the spike, but you mentioned the spams, and there they are again. Dragon off the top of the boxes, but it's not gonna be enough. SLT will reach a 6th.
Did a much better job disrupting the retake there, did SLT. Something that they've had actually a little bit of trouble dealing with, I will say. This was a nice 1-for-1 for LP inside of middle. This was fortunate for Zexy, but knowing that many players will jump around spawn side onto the ledge over there, and he knows his angles very well. Despite the fact that this is not really a map that SLT has played in the last couple of months, you could tell that they are drilled. You could tell that they are practiced, and they were ready to play this map coming into this tournament. The players have the reps, and the strats are looking good.
Scanning ahead.
It's definitely something you want to keep track of. The last time they played this was back in Split 1 for their, region. That's crazy.
Looking at the results in the Korean scene as well, they were probably a different beast back then. Minimize shoving his way down middle. Dragon pushed off of the site. Lucky to be alive, if I'm frank. And SLT will get this spike down.
Still, though, the deep lurk from Minimize will come into fruition at least. One less player to worry about, but as I say that, Zexy, disgusting with the way he jumps over on that shorty. 4v4 now. And Lou kind of has to step up to bat. tosses a wild saturate towards backside, manages to catch onto Klaus, but he still turns around, cosmetic stuns, or perhaps just fading away. Plays around the corner, but here comes Dragon and Katiri. Advantageous angles, but LP from the back. Now attention drawn and pulled away, split both sides onto the spike, and it's Cinder and LP to do it all for SLT.
Absolutely masterful post plant there from SLT, just pinching E-King from every angle. Klaus buys just enough time on the site. Like you said, despite the fact that he gets saturated, he is feeling very comfortable in the wet weather. And LP's flank later on into the round is what really secures it. This is exactly how you want to play the 1-4 with the lurk coming in at the perfect possible timing. See if SLT can look as clean as they just did on their defense side of Abyss right after the break.
Hot off the press, there was a couple of good rounds coming through from E-King, but down at the end, SLT takes the lead. Now we go into the second half, where again, both teams running the same comp.
Yep, and SLT are doing something quite similar to what E-King were doing on their pistol. Push down middle, reply is immediately from E-King to drone straight out into the A side. Retake set up here from LP. Wants to try to spam one off the trip. He's waiting for someone to make a mistake, but they clear it. Oh, I was going to say they clear it well. They've lost Minimize on the entry there, Quack.
I thought they were looking at it too, but...
Same.
Well, that's how you can play sometimes, especially as the Cypher LP, the IGL for SLT, still in control. The rest of his team trying to launch an assault towards the back of site. But Lou will be able to deal with that for the time being, just a slight bit. Unfortunately, he does fall off. Now the rest of them all dumping onto site. Smoked off. Tough for E-King to find vision, find sight lines. It's LP who just marches through that smoke, Billy.
It's just outrageous that this guy is the IGL. Like, I haven't known much about this team up until this point, but for me, LP has looked like the sharpest player on SLT, and he's the IGL, and he can play a couple of, different roles. He's playing the Cypher, he's playing the controller. Like, is this guy just the GOAT? I'm beginning to think so. Lovely A retake coming out there from SLT. Starts off well. Like we kind of mentioned, with the trip catching Minimize over on that A site, the Yoru goes down. That means that you can't use the blind sides or the extra gate crash to be able to disrupt that retake as easily. And that's where a 5-on-4 just gets easier and easier as SLT try to complete it.
It's going to be a force buy this time from E-King, though. And perhaps full contact into A main. They're going to drone it out first.
Lou's got the Bucky, as he likes to call it, the Booker, because he's from the UK. Go check his flag.
We've got to check with Morgan about that exit as well, but here they go. Straight onto the top of heaven. Cinder left undetected. That's a good chance to spring forward, but only good for one. Suna towards the back of bridge, able to find another couple, and now it's Klaus who continues to push on through. Everyone surrounding Lou, who cannot make it out alive, and SLT once again continue with their onslaught.
That's just brutal, man. I love the idea. I love the set play from E-King. They took that A site quite easily. Unfortunately, from there, Cinder left unchecked in the close corner. You see multiple players diving out backside, and you see Lou there left feeling a little sheepish. Unfortunately, sitting up there in heaven, he got absolutely buckle.
And that's gotta hurt. You know, they forced that round. Now you can't buy.
Yep. That is going to make this game incredibly difficult for E-King. Gonna buy some sheriffs. Buy up a marshal on minimize. Try to cause some kind of an upset here with some sharp shooting. Zexy posted up with the Outlaw. We've seen many Yorus farming with the Outlaw this entire event so far. In fact, as far as I'm concerned at this event, if you lock in Yoru in the Agent Select, you're going to frag. Go and look at the numbers for the Yoru players. Shiro's the top-rated player. Minimize the top-rated player. Everyone who's playing Yoru, Wayne is doming. Everyone who plays Yoru is getting their numbers.
It is true. Wayne made it to the top of Ewok's scouting report thanks to those plays.
I mean, there's a reason for it.
Minimize is at the bottom of it, but he's only there because of the IGL a little bit.
He's only there because Ewok hates Australians, he told me.
That's true.
I don't know why.
We heard from him before, but you hope to see a lot more from E-King nonetheless. They've managed to kind of push and pull the defenses all across now to find some space on the B side, trying to stick the spike plant all the way in, but that's where SLT starts to go in on the gas pedal. The rest of them now just completely eyeing down Minimize's position, and now you've got them on double of E-King's score.
Yeah, nice anti-eco. Nice and clean from SLT. They're setting themselves up to win their opponent's map pick, which is exactly how E-King started this tournament, unfortunately. I mean, to me, it's quite obvious why the Yorus are so successful. It's because, functionally as an agent, it's the kind of agent that in this tournament where some of these teams, they haven't got the tier 1 experience, maybe they're feeling the pressure a little bit. Yoru is an agent that when your opponents make mistakes against you, you get kills. You get a kill, you gate crash, you catch them with a blindside play. Quick aggressive play straight down B long here from SLT. Dragon can hear all of this, but not feeling bold enough to really challenge while E-King work a little bit of mid control and set up Minimize to farm up that dimensional drift inside of A main. One away now.
Those tiny little mistakes that you mentioned from before as well, you know, facing off against the Yoru, those can really snowball, so it's really crucial for E-King to play as clean as possible, and hence, perhaps, a slight default for the time being.
They have to, or they're about to lose. You know, when you force buy, it doesn't go well, you don't get too much damage done on your eco. You lose this gun round, and this game is pretty much over. So it has to be nothing but clean play here from E-King. Still spread out around the map, though, is starting to make me a little bit nervous. I think it's going to be a play where Minimize is going to fake A little bit with the Sova utility. Lou trying to draw a little bit of pressure here over on B and just trying to pull rotations from SLT, and he's going to be able to refract out as well.
They're hunting him down, though, off the refract, and that's Lou instantly ripped. The rest of E-King at least manages to find entry onto this A site, taking down LP. Oh, another player to less worry about as Cinder gets caught towards the back. Minimize, pushed all the way towards spawn just for that one kill. Spike on the site as well, so all of them just playing it patient. Trying to listen up for SLT to make that mistake. Shoulder spotted. And now the pop flash, quickly dodged by Minimize. He's got his buddies right alongside him in the trenches as well. Kadiri chimes in, Akana towards the other end. And SLT knows they don't have the space anymore. They don't have the time. Just trying to take down, drag as many players from E-King down with them as much as possible. But everyone's turned tail and has managed to run away. Zexy goes down to the spike.
Dragon didn't even think there was any chance anyone was charging back through that A site. I mean, that is exactly what SLT was trying to get done there. They just wanted damage. They know that E-King's economy is battered and bruised, whereas they've just gone through their first bonus. Here's the buy through from SLT now. Op is going to come out for Zexy. It's not something that E-King will have access to, but like I said, they've been working on that dimensional drift for a while, and in this very critical swing round, they need to make sure that they utilize it to get themselves a round win and start to claw back this round score deficit.
Wow. What a call for Minimize as well. Wanting to go in with the judge play. Dimensional drift you mentioned. But SLT are trying to deny that, taking control over A main.
Similar to what you saw from Inking on their defense. Zexy has been dropped off. Gate Crash is still active for him.
Who's next? Comes down to this op. Does it go checked or not? Dimension Drift was spotted out, and Zexy Gate crashes back into safety. Minimize, trying to clear out as much as possible. Look for some potential targets. A bit of assistance coming through from Lou on the stun, but Zexy takes down Akana in all that chaos. Off to the top of the smokes. Minimize still hoping for an unsuspecting player to walk into him. It's Cinder who checks him with the spam, though! Oh, how punishing! Now SLT just trying to hang back. Let them go in for the spike plant. We've got the site under control. Everything surrounded. Hands out in the air. E-King trying to offset their balance by pushing all the way towards the back, but still punished at the end. More players gunned down. It's all onto Dragon, who unfortunately cannot come up with the goods. SLT might have just cemented their win on this map with this one round.
Yeah, this is what I talk about. When I talk about comp execution, they're not doing this in the same way that E-King did it. They're not getting the same success in terms of finding opening picks on their defense, but what they're doing a little bit better is picking E-King as they go for these executes. The op from backside, that's the second shot that Zexy was able to take that round. They isolate and punish Minimize inside of the door, and then from a 5-on-3 advantage, they just wait for mistakes until they're ready to pull the trigger on the retake, and they crunch the site from every angles. SLT have been very clean with these retakes on defense.
It definitely does force this time out. They're actually even looking better than they did a couple of days ago, SLT.
For sure. I totally agree. I mean, NKT has been a lesser competitive team in this tournament thus far. They kind of struggled to beat them at times, SLT. In fact, I really feel like their Ascent didn't really wow me, to be honest. Their defense on Ascent was great, but their attacking side on Ascent was nowhere near as clean as what you're seeing here on Abyss. I totally agree with you. I wasn't super wowed by the initial game that we got to cast from SLT, but I honestly think this game against E-King, they are looking like they're playing light years better. They're looking extremely clean.
Well, all eyes onto E-King now. The pressure is on, Pilly. Oh, and op again for Zexy too.
The buy is so scuffed for E-King. Last chance for them to really make something happen here. One off the convergent pass here for Lou. That's something that SLT may try to start to play around this orb control a little bit. Hunter's Fury is ready there for Akana. Same can be said for Zuna. Look at SLT, all within 2 kills of each other. Everyone is pulling their weight.
Similar things could perhaps be said for E-King, but once again, just needing to dig deep and do so much more. The initial recon down middle,
yeah,
nothing that much else.
They were looking for an opening pick, especially post timeout. They're trying to mix in something aggressive, catch E-King off guard. Zexy has been a big problem thus far. He's been given multiple shots with the ult multiple times.
Oh, down onto B this time though. Oh, and it's Zexy trying to catch one off. Right through the smoke, and he goes back in, thinking to repeat, but it's just the recon! Is it another kill trip? Now Kadiri down middle, trying to bring numbers back. E-King has control over the site, the spike planted as well. Minimize pushes on through, but the clone throws it off. Back into the smoke, in towards Dragon on the off angle, but Klaus answers through and through. Now more chances as SLT wants to apply pressure. Hunter's Fury towards the back of lane. It's Minimize who unfortunately gets caught by Klaus. Kadiri to answer back. Down to the 2v2, onto the spike. The shock dart into the Sheriff. And it's just Zuna. Oh! Almost landing the taps. But down to 20 HP. Can he stick it all the way through? No chance as Akana dances around the corners for a round back up for E-King.
Yeah, Kana delivering where it's needed there. He's had a pretty quiet game on the Sova, going 1v1 with his counterpart, who is kind of outperforming him right now. But when he needs to win that 1v1, just needs to land that one bullet with the Sheriff, deny the spike plant inside of the smoke. He's able to do it. E-King needed that round like air in their lungs Frustration from SLT's coaches. They knew that was a weaker buy from Eking, and they knew that was the opportunity to get the game across the line. And unfortunately, instead, they'll be staring down the barrel of an eco.
Welcome sights if you are an Eking fan, but off to the next round. Early intel outside of A confirms a potential B hit.
Just an LP here. Glass cannon on the Guardian. He's a very sharp individual. The first bullet accuracy, already saw that in the NKT game, but he's surely got too much work to do here, and he's been completely timed. Dry contact from Eking. He's lost his hat, but not in the fashion that he would have liked.
Nice. Yeah, no neural theft this time, buddy. Still, though, Katiri may be getting caught. Ooh! Sweet recovery, but Zexy up from the back. Nonetheless, it is information for Eking. Minimize. Perhaps able to block off the back ends. That's another tech deck moment for me, for sure.
I mean, Class has got a Vandal. You got to be careful here, Quack.
Slowly, carefully, trying to catch some players off guard, but Eking wise for that.
Just save here. Yep. Save the Vandal. Zuna trying to get some damage done with the Sheriff. Zexy posted up on the other side. One of these blokes wants to get involved in the action. Zuna trying to catch Dragon. Falling off the site. Will barely not be able to do it. Zexy next up to the chase. How much are we paying attention here, boys? Just enough. They're going to dive back around the corner. All rifles saved over for Eking as they slowly start to close this margin.
There's still a chance. That pain in your voice has turned into hope, Pilly, somewhat. And I can hear
that's the worst possible thing. Trust me, guys.
No!
Like, 15 years of watching Australian teams at international tournaments in TAC FPS. The one thing that I have learned is it's when you start to hope that the greatest pain is inflicted.
Oh, man. No, it's the greatest thing. You gotta hold on to it. I'm a Tad Lasso fan. it's what you gotta keep going on with. SLT this time.
I mean,
now
it just
early
shows you the
info
difference.
outside B.
The difference in upbringings, Quack. We're the same age. I'm pessimistic. I'm on the verge of tears. But you know, it sounds like a Disney storyline.
The difference is I haven't watched Aussie Tech FPS for multiple years, so there's that.
Let's see if they can give us something to smile about here, Klaus. On the off angle, does dink loot, but, you know, silver linings, Quack. You know, we're not dead. He didn't die, okay?
Yes.
There's 5 of us still ready to go. Woo!
There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Now you've got Dimensional Drift, though, Zexy. Just burning it to get more information. Spots him out mostly by middle.
Yeah, just info, really. Cam looking for more of exactly that. It's just been a bit of a weird exchange in the opening part of the round, hasn't it? SLT, they are hands off the wheel. Mostly stacked straight towards this B site. It's a full retake setup yet again here for SLT, who have had multiple successful retakes. They're going to give Eking full control of this site here and just trust their fantastic retakes yet again. This is where I got eyes on lose the convergent paths to try to disrupt this retake as it comes in.
Similarly, though, convergent paths for Klaus as well to kind of kick things off. So you kind of want to trade both right quick, back to back. Blue will dump his right on through, and there goes the answer. Now almost pinned down into the corner, trying to play around the spike. But look at that! Right through the smokes, no chance at replying back. LP onto another kill, and then for SLT to just march through that smoke once again. LP up with 3 kills in this round.
Quack, what did I just tell you, man? What did I just tell you? You don't believe me, but that is exactly the disappointment that I am talking about playing out in live action. Not a single kill converted there for an Eking that got a free A site, invested in convergent paths. Both the Yoru as well as the Waylay were just kind of in the open, caught in no man's land. You need to be contesting backside. You need to be fighting it towards heaven.
You got this, Billy? I'm done. I'm so disappointed. But
come on, bro. Motive 1. What are you yapping about?
Motive dropped the game yesterday too, man. I cried myself to sleep.
I think if anything, it's the Thai fans that have been having a rough go of things at the moment. Zexy creeping out onto the line. How much does he like zip lines? Maybe a little bit too much. It is illegal that he's alive there. Can we just get one thing going right, please? Can we just get a free Yoru? For God's sake, man.
Well, the chances are there, but SLT just a little bit too slippery for now. And Zexy able to hold the line once again. As soon as he hears anything, maybe to re-peek, but careful with the stuns. Lou able to block it off. The rest of the team trying to bend on forward, but LP again! First shot accuracy, and it's sharp! Ikana to answer back, and Zexy falling all the way off.
Yeah, numbers advantage. Someone has to step up here for E-King, and they're playing this post plant aggressively.
Ouch. Oh my god! Kadiri just jumped up to try to spot it through, but Zexy landed the shot midair. Now it's all onto Lou, low HP, and he's forced to turn around. Back at it again. It's Suna jumping in with the shorty. SLT will close out the first map. E-King's choice with a 13-8 scoreline. There was a nice attempt, but all the way down to the end, the cleaner game coming through from the Koreans.
Yeah, they're sending a message to the camera, to the viewers at home, to all of the Australian fans. They want to get the 2-0 here. Korea is looking well drilled. They know how to play Abyss. That map pick, unfortunately, backfiring for E-King. Outplayed with their own choice of comp by SLT Songnam. That's the cleanest I've seen them look at Ascension thus far.
Yeah, I definitely couldn't agree more. You mentioned the retakes. The first point accuracy coming through from LP, who is, again, the IGL, by the way. And all on top of that, you know, all throughout this first half, they just continue to dump plays again and again and again out towards E-King.
I mean, they're just a great team. Honestly, like, they play the game by the numbers. They really do just play a straight-up approach. They play the comp exactly how you would see DRX play it, you know? It's very good execution. Kind of copying some of the Korean big brothers in terms of your Gen Gs, your DRXs, in terms of that overall approach, taking that inspiration and executing it very, very well. I've been impressed with what we're seeing from SLT. Definitely been the better team in this series thus far. The only copium I can think of for E-King here, who now consider the fact that if they lose the next map, they'll be 0-2 down in the Swiss. That's potentially going to be a death sentence here in Bangkok, outside of a couple niche scenarios for them, is that they also lost that first map, their own map pick against Motive, and they were still able to seek recovery in that series. So I'm hoping for the same thing here, Quack.
Certainly hope onto that. As you mentioned that, though, I am reminded that they did lose that next map, Bind against Motive. So SLT maybe having done their homework, looking to close the series with a clean sweep. You mentioned the cleanness, you mentioned the fact that, you know, there are shades of these Korean giants in them, and you can definitely see it, that 4-1 split all throughout that first half, but all the way throughout, it's Zexy and LP who are putting up these huge numbers for the team today.
For sure. I could say the same thing, though, about SLT's map picks, right? Like, they picked Ascent into NKT, and they needed a mammoth comeback to be able to put that map win together. So, look, we'll see what the next map has in store for us. You got to kind of expect the unexpected in a tournament like this, mate.
You definitely do. Well, let's toss it back over onto our desk. You know, what do they expect?
Wow, SLT, they are very sharp today. As we can see, they have 14 first bloods, and yeah, they could get the W against E-King, Morgan.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like in these mirror comps like this, where it's, you know, entirely the same across the board, it's about who understands that competition better, who is able to execute it better on the day, and I think it has to go to SLT in this one. Just focus on these post plants here. SLT able to get the spike planted more and be way more effective. E-King not as strong on that retake as SLT were, and I think that was the key story of that defender side. Very impressed by how SLT approached this map. Not at all surprised by what E-King were able to bring, and I think ultimately I got to feel a little bit for E-King. This was supposed to be their map pick. This was supposed to be the surprise. This was, you know, they came into this having never played this, so there's no way SLT could be ready for this, and then they end up picking the exact comp that SLT are playing, so they already understand how it works. They already understand everything E-King are going to be able to bring, and they just looked much more well drilled on this map for me, Bella.
Yeah, I think SLT, they are very familiar with this composition as we can see on our screens here. LP, like what our caster said, he is very phenomenal today with 18 kills and 3 first bloods. And yeah, I think on the retake side, E-King, there are some rounds where we can see like they have that brute force coming into like re-clearing everything like with that synergized movement, but it's not enough to win it all in Abyss for them. While on the other hand, LP is very, very brilliant today.
Yeah, I think the way he held his sights on defense is what makes him such a special player. We see how he's always able to stay alive, but also get kills, make damage before going into that retake. He doesn't overcommit to dying on sight, but he doesn't give it up for free either. That's the real middle ground, and that's where it really is all about being a very successful Sentinel player, and that's so key to Abyss. LP, really the shining star there for SLT. Over on the side of E-King, I feel like they just didn't manage to be aggressive enough. I feel like I wanted to see them bring more firepower on that defense, create those advantages, but it was SLT who consistently got the better of them.
For sure, but again, this is not the end for E-King as we still have map 2 of this series, but after this little short break.
What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we lay here and make the time stand still? I wanna love you like nobody.
back again in VCT Ascension Pacific in match 1, map number 2, with us here on the desk. And there is no time to be cracking under pressure for E-King, as they really needs to win this second map.
Yeah, I mean, their backs are really against the wall right now. If they lose this next map, they fall to 0-2 in the groups. And that will mean that there are only 2 possible outcomes for them to make it to playoffs, I believe. Where essentially, the road gets incredibly tough if they lose here today. The chances of seeing this team progress become very, very slim. That's something they're going to be avoiding at all costs. But the problem is, they're moving onto their opponent's map pick of Bind. A map E-King have already played and lost in this tournament. So, I don't know about you, Bella, but I'm starting to be a little bit doubtful. They really need to turn things around right now.
Yeah, and then I'm hoping as well that E-King, I don't know, from like the past few days, were they able to, to find the solution to their bind, because there's a reason as well, right? Why they weren't banning bind. Yeah, so this is very concerning for the side of E-King. Like, they have to, to show up in this map number 2, where actually in Abyss, we can see that they are hitting some of their shots, right? Like Dragon or Lu or Minimize, but it's not enough to win against a Korean team with structure.
Yeah, I mean, they're such a sharp team, right? But it's just about finding ways to use that and play off their strengths. We do have the agent select coming in, E-King making no changes to their composition. So the big thing for me is going to be, have they redefined that attacking side? Because they only got 3 rounds against Motive.
Yep. And for SLT, you can see they are very comfortable with Waylay here in the side of Zaxi, and they are going for that double initiator setup. So this is going to be scary, in my opinion, for E-King, because Zaxi is going to be, is going to be very supported by Sky and Teho.
Yeah, we've seen them run this composition over in Challengers Korea with some success. It does look wild on paper, though. We're seeing Teo come back, and Sky? What is this agent?
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting. Let's see if E-King can get their W in the second map with Pulski and also Quack.
Well, there you have it from Bella, Heartfire, and big time. Once again, it's E-King versus SLT. I mean, this agent composition, Pilly, you got the Australian agent selected by the Korean team.
Yo, like,
yeah.
We get it. You guys are good. You don't have to play an underpowered initiator that's Australian and beat the only Australian representative at the tournament with it to knock them potentially out of the tournament, or at least make things very difficult for them. Like, that is just rude, to be honest. At this point, they'll start out on the defense though, and it looks like we'll get early contact on A.
Definitely able to possibly get a lot of information through the initiators, but for now, it's just minimized quickly, decapitated with Klauser with the back lane, and Sexy now, all the way from Truck. The barrier mesh, there was almost a chance where it kind of couldn't escape, but the kills from Kadiri into B site. Snakebite as well, just to block off the backside.
For sure, that is such a key kill to be able to get on the rotations. That actually gives E-King a little bit of a lifeline here. Spike will take a long time to get over to this B site and get planted. Kadiri may look to take another duel over here on elbow side, potentially off Akana's contact. You're going to need some sharp shooting for E-King.
Some and then some. Kadiri, unfortunately quickly spotted and has to reposition. Akana, though, all the way from Uka, able to find the first. Kadiri now trying to dance around the top of tube. Glance in for the another shot. It's just Klaus. He knows his opponents are low, so there's still a possibility here. But crouch down, crosshair placement onto the head, and it's E-King able to strike them first.
Yeah, Kadiri has absolutely saved them there. Completely down and out of that round. Minimize and Dragon went down straight away. Blue was basically just trying to run around the sky smokes and do the best that he could. Kadiri catching the Teo in hookah on the lurk gives E-King the ability to get into that B site after plant, and this is why this guy has a bit of a reputation as an up-and-comer, as a bit of an aim demon.
There.
Go over to his Twitter, you'll see some aimers clips and things like that, and he's just showed us exactly why he's so sharp.
You've mentioned incredibly young player as well, and now it's minimized through the smokes. bit of vengeance claimed against SLT from the previous map. Cloud still catching them with the traps on the grab net.
I mean, if he keeps playing like this, Mika Fabs is going to claim him as a Filipino talent, because I've heard that he's half Filipino. So, there you go. We can't have anything. But look, we'll see. Let's not get carried away. It's only a 3k on the pistol, but the anti-eco is looking good. Did get the opening pick there onto Zexy. Let's start to group up. Unfortunately, it seems like they're swapping things up. Kadiri will be lurking straight up into Hookah as the money man with that Ghost, and the rest of King walking into a 4-man stacked A site here for SLT, but they've only got classics here, Quack.
Yeah, surely not. Akana with the hunt perhaps could give King the information they need, but
they might just TP. Kadiri's just walked straight into B here.
Okay. Yep. Calls out that it's entirely clear. You're right,
Yeah.
it's the full TP play. No utility spent either. It was unsettling for a moment, but thankfully, Kadiri, the young Filipino upstart, managing to do it all for
No, stop it. I do want to see him hunt here, though. He's already got 3 on the pistol and a 4th orb. I want to see him farm up an early pit.
Especially with this Ghost. He's got the urgency to make it happen. Able to pick off the first. Akana towards the back end, finds another as well. LP alongside Zuna. There is a Spectre picked up, but Minimize has the angle. Unfortunately, no shots quickly connected. Akana able to come back through. One domed onto Akana, but that's not a big loss. Just Zuna left. And he's playing it cautious, trying to look for exits as much as possible, but Akana's got him. Ult's starting to build up now for King.
Yeah, pretty clean. Only lost a Spectre and armor. Ghost will have been able to be recycled. Zexy looking for the orb there, punished in kind.
One enemy remaining.
King really feeling settled as they head into their first gun round here. Eager to see how this comp is going to function on the defensive side here for SLT. Everything I'm seeing from them looks punchy, looks fast-paced. I'm expecting, you know, guiding lights flying everywhere with some salvos and things like that, and a waylay just running in and light speeding for the retake.
Real possibility, but for now, it's once again this Sky Smoke down towards B Long, and King doing right to be cautious.
They're really trying to get the convergent paths online here for Zexy. Has been pushed off the line multiple times. Lu applying pressure to Hookah. Cinder wants to consider taking the fight with him. Does have the gun advantage. Bulldog versus Vandal. Minimize. Gate crash finally starting to elapse. Will be forced to TP out, and finally SLT will be rewarded for their patience. Surely should be able to get access to this orb as the guiding light hasn't scanned anyone.
Yeah, there he goes. The barrier at the same time, though, does go down around A site. Grab net quickly spent in, but no one's caught.
It's to be problematic.
A bit of
big stack on this A side here for SLT.
They're rotating back and forth, but Zexy swinging out B Long will catch Minimize. It's gonna be a tough call for King because right now still so much fog of war all across the map. A bit more noise made from SLT's side. Possibly alerts King towards the back, trying to rotate through, but Zexy creeping on forward. Here's the footsteps. Good for the first, the second as well. Quickly tosses in the Saturate, continue to block it off. He knows he has the spike. Kadiri able to trade back. But at this point, a 2v4. The gun's retrieved at least. Oh, through the teleporter, SLT. Just so on top of it all. Lu needing to find so many eliminations, but it's not there. An answer back from SLT.
Yeah, Zexy has just single-handedly dismantled that attacking-sided round from King. Finds Minimize, trying to disrupt one of these info lines. Pushes all the way down B Long, completely unchecked. King knew that that space was compromised, knew that that space was dirty. Lu was inside of Hookah and hadn't seen the waylay, but they just didn't expect that Zexy would be bold enough to push all the way down into spawn. And to be honest, from watching him play, at least in that NKT series thus far, I'm not surprised at all. This guy's a savage.
That's true. Another one of those players who was mentioned in Ewok's scouting report, an incredibly aggressive duelist, but now off the defensive side, this time different approach. He goes through the TP.
Yeah, Minimize forced to wait. Tried to run the trap there. I love how that way it looks on the video map. He's just zapped all the way back to B long. Refracting back out of the TP.
Oh my god.
E-King now settling into yet another 1-4. Kadiri will contest Hookah. Maybe try to take a duel with Cinder. The Brimstone on the side of SLT. Bathroom's control has been taken. A duel between LP and Minimize on the cards.
I'm all out. First step. Oh, and LP turns around, exposes his back. Minimize capitalizes. And down onto the side. That is the opening that E-King needed to get the spike down. Unbeknownst to them, though, perhaps.
Yeah, the flank from Cinder here, Quack.
Cinder, Klaus still on the site. At least Kadiri is eyeing down this corner. Able to take down the initial flank. SLT trying to creep forward, but quickly caught. Zexy, though. Ooh! Blue tucks down. But unfortunately still shot at the end.
Big post plant. Grim Molly comes in. Going to be hard to get on the spike here for SLT. E-King's giving them nothing.
There's a slight bug in the UI, but yeah. Post plant's pretty good for E-King.
Yeah, really, really well worked. Really read the rotations quite effectively there. I'll give SLT credit where it's due. Like, you've seen them A-stack multiple times off the back of the information that Zexy's been able to get over towards B or on their eco round. For example, unfortunately, that last round is a perfect example of them not reading the rotations well at all. LP thinks he has a lot of space over in bathrooms. Minimize punishes him for trying to fall away, but even if Minimize didn't get him, by the time he was falling back out of bars, you already saw the site cut in half by a full A execute and Lou flying in with a double satchel. He was dead to rights either which way. And Klaus was the only one there to defend the site. I feel like E-King just completely outread SLT's positioning in that round.
Trying to do the same thing this time as well. The reads coming through with Minimize as the IGL. Yeah, that's the one thing that they might not expect, but it's the drone that was quickly shot. He still finds the couple through the smokes, though. At least the Boombot makes it a trade. Nightfall towards the back of sight now, but Cinder trying to go quick. Unfortunately, shot down by Kadiri. It's down to the 3v3. Spike planted soon enough. And Zexy's refract spent. Makes things a little bit better as Dragon continues to hold down toward the back of sight and breathes fire on top of Suna. Zexy, I don't think this 1v3 clutch is possible, brother. Especially with the pit in play as well. We'll take down Dragon, but then the seized come through. Tries to look for an alternate angle off to the top of heaven, but perhaps the little hops hurt as well. Oh no, Okada has been caught! Light speed off the way through the back of truck. Taps on for the spike. Running out of time though. And it's just the patience from Kadiri going through. Springs out at the end. Eliminated by Zexy, but the spike will go off.
Sucks to lose all of those rifles at the end of the round, but E-King do have the economy to be able to recover from that. Zexy making that very expensive and demanding respect inside of the server, even when SLT isn't picking up these rounds. Honestly, it didn't start well for E-King. For exactly that reason, the judge actually taking 2 players down. But Kadiri riding the ship, Dragon choosing to play with confidence. He didn't have to be this aggressive down in towards spawn side, but this is exactly what I was asking from E-King in that last map. I want to see these players play unorthodox angles, be aggressive, get in the face of SLT.
Oh. Now it's the switch up from SLT, though, all the way outside of Bats. A slight bait setup, but thankfully Minimize is there with the Outlaw. The Euro Outlaws are back.
Punishing the aggression. Kadiri looking really locked in here. He's had a couple of impact multi-frags. He did save them on the pistol. It seems like this rookie is coming alive here in 2025 Ascension Pacific, right when E-King need him, right when they're on the verge of going 0-2 down in groups, Quack.
That's right. His run is not done yet. Wants to stay in Thailand a little bit longer to play it all the way through, but right now, at least, the rest of the team trying to go in with this cautious approach all the way up B long, scaling forward, spotted out by the little pixel. Zexy. It's extra information for E-King.
He's got light armor. Outlaw will rip into pieces if he does peek out onto that line. He's going to bide his time. Wait for this B execute to come in for E-King, but they're just dry contacting in. I love this approach anti-eco.
30 seconds left.
Not a lot of traps or anything else on the side as well, so as soon as he Tiddly goes through... Oh my goodness, though! It's the peaks from SLT, and they find success with it! Lou, unfortunately, traded off. And down to the 1v2, it's Dragon's turn. Annihilation could very well be deadly. Listens onto the tap, but there it goes. Caught by the graph net! And put into the coffin by Klaus!
Ah, that's rough. The anti-eco was looking like it was going pretty well. Unfortunately, that's where, you know, they ripped the execute. As punchy as it was double sky smokes with a blindside backside. So that's about as fast as they possibly could have executed. It was a quick burst, but SLT, they had such a great little setup inside of the site there. Kadiri isolated on the lurk here from Klaus, so there's no more pressure on Hookah. You have Zexy take first contact, which creates enough space for Sidra to post out of that elbow smoke, and then Klaus, having earned that annihilation, able to secure the last kill onto Dragon. That is only a singular rifle and a handful of pistols to get the job done for SLT.
Absolutely ridiculous, Pilsky, and now, with the guns up, E-King's not quite there. It's just a blind approach from Lou! Dances all the way to the back of Lamps with that double satchel! What a bouquet!
It's even funnier with the skin that he's using. Like, it's literally a plane. Bro has sent it into the B site now, though. The Armageddon going to push Kadiri away. TP from Zexy does get him the opening pick, and he'll refract all the way back to A.
Lou's at least still planted in this one spot, but the rest of the team certainly audible now. Zexy with the outlaw angle punches through onto Dragon. The rest of the team trying to follow on with Prowlers, but it's Zuna inside of a sky smoke. Lou down with 8 HP. And a dream. Can he really take off in this moment? Some extra information.
Way. What?
Spots the high, swaps to the classic because of low range, and LP will come in for the punish.
He's just tripping out, man. He's like, what? Why are these guys not looking at me? Huh? They know I was in U-Haul. He's spinning his way through the smokes. He's in the perfect position at the perfect time with none of the tools that he needs to be able to win the round. It's the saddest thing. Oh, man. Oh, well. Bad luck. Did the best that you could. Amusing. But we need to refocus here now. As E-King, they've let the last couple slip. That pistol round with just a singular hero rifle on Zexy broke their economy, and now they've only finally been able to get the cash back together to put a buy on the board. Operators come out on the attacking side for Minimize, which naturally is going to slow down the pace that E-King's going to be bringing into this round.
Could be a good thing, especially if they're able to catch players off guard. Smokes as well, though. Once again, SLT keeping E-King at an arm's length.
LP keeping an eye on Hookah. Does have the Judge ready to go. Do have the Seekers and the Convergent paths for SLT, which could really help them put a pretty convincing retake together. Orbital and the Dimensional Drift going to be crucial to help E-King open up one of these rounds or maybe win a post plant. Trailblazer spotting out that there is still at least one player on short. Don't know if it's saw Minimize with the op here.
But there go SLT trying to check it with the spams. Pre-firing the angle as well. Minimize down to 78. Still though.
Hold on. LP flushed out by the orbital strike. Caught on the cross from Lou. That's the only B player. Dimensional Drift going to rip this site wide open. And SLT are scrambling back into position. They've been caught out on the rotate yet again.
Oh, what a slight play. It's the Judge though for Minimize. Unfortunately not able to hammer down. It's Lou onto the top of the boxes. Quick for the double. Akana to the back. E-King have managed to strike back again against SLT.
That was some vintage aiming from Lou. You love to see it from up on top of the off angle. They were talking about his raise back in Ascension 2023 on the desk. He's already shown a little bit of flair, catching LP on the cross, and then these are all just headshot angles. You can see just how comfortable he is with the movement mechanics and readjusting. Incredibly sharp player when he's feeling himself. But it has to be said, that's the second or third time that I feel like SLT have just been completely out of position on this defense. Massive snag getting eco'd and giving SLT 2 rounds back-to-back as a result. They have very quickly recovered quite confidently in that last gun round. It was coming down to the last 40 seconds. They didn't find anything with the op the entire round. but they were still able to pretty cleanly win that gun round. And for me, you know, as much as I've been singing SLT's praises, especially with how clean their Abyss looks, that just comes down to the fact that this defense is looking quite disjointed from them, quite honestly. Similar a little bit to their Ascent attack. They just have the Teo solo on this B side of the map so many times in a row now and caught out of position. It's a little bit of a head scratcher for me.
Well, this time trying to swap it up at least. Hearing the footsteps down B long now, and you also have sonic sensors from Deadlock all the way across Garden.
Util combo is going to be the Gravnet in combination with the missiles trying to kill someone for free. Unfortunately, when you catch the Yoru, that is all going to be for naught, and that's a whole lot of utility. An expensive, fancy-looking set play that yields exactly zero value.
Offset by $100 Yoru gate crash. Oh, back into B long again.
To follow up, LP once again tested by the Prowler, wants to try to hold his ground. Ooh. Last spotted out. Oh, beautiful. Able to pick the pixel right for the picking.
Well, and Kadiri can hear the footsteps rotating all the way across, but now has to be cautious because SLT not over-rotating just yet.
30 seconds left.
I mean, they've got their options open to them, Eking. They just need to make sure they don't mess this up. It's going to be the TP back to A.
Kadiri sneaking through, unfortunately minimized, a little bit caught, at least towards the back of sight, but down outside of Fafts. It's Suna and Kadiri who go in pound for pound. Onto the site, though. Quick with a convergent path. Doesn't matter as Lu comes in for the final kill. E-King will continue with this trajectory.
They're playing an excellent game right now. There's just so much pressure everywhere on the map. Minimize is calling an excellent game. Another mistake on the B side. Hate to keep pointing it out, but that's just another player that's caught out of position and killed for free, and that just exerts immense pressure on the rest of SLT. They get out-rotated, they slowly lose more and more control of the map as a whole, and as a result, they lose the round, and will once again be reset back onto Sheriffs.
It's another one of those things you mentioned a couple of days ago. SLT, you know, they have these good little plays here and there, but at times they don't feel like they are tier 1 material, and it does come down to these mistakes. E-King continuing to exploit them, and now it's Prowlers up B long. A complete stack up with the Sheriffs, but quickly read by E-King. Pop flash out, nobody's caught.
Yeah, it's just the Yoru going and always testing the waters in these sketchy parts of the map. And as soon as you see 2 or 3 pieces of util there, you go, well, that looks like a B stack, so I'm going to go not B. And once again, it's LP on his own.
Banking on the Teo utility perhaps, but now possibly caught by the showstopper. Lu will expend it at the end.
Spike planted.
I'll be trying to make use of his positioning to stealth and sneak forward. Minimize will be the first one that's caught. At the same time, you've got Zekti towards the back end as well. Lu at least managing to fire back and snaps onward towards a third. Kadiri and Akana now simultaneously silencing the rest. E-King have secured a lead in this first half.
Look at that smile from Lu. You can tell he's feeling it. He's like, oh, yes, I'm finally having one of these games. SLT were only on the Sheriffs there, though, and there was still a mistake in there for E-King. LP going unchecked with the showstopper in bars could have been a potential snag that they slipped up on, but quickly recovered well.
Nice round.
It was a nice round.
100%. It's been a lot of nice rounds on this attacking side. Let's see what SLT have in response here.
Suddenly cautious to the fact that there may be a B-long push. Oh, Orbital towards the back end as well. Can E-King hold it down? It's Akana and Lu! There he is! Off to the races as B-side is completely blown open.
They had zero space to work with. There was an orbital right behind them. And you could tell that Lu's in flow state because he takes that as an invitation to just satchel up on the most random double stack box you've ever seen. Create a high-low with the Akana, which is good enough to just decimate SLT Songnam. Over on B long there.
Oh my god.
Could be yet another year where an Australian team upsets a very promising team from Korea here. Maybe
You'll love to see it
all over again.
Going down for the hunt.
I mean, let's be honest, Quack. If they can beat the luckier of Valorant, then they can beat anyone, right?
Yeah, hands down. If they can take down the luckier of Valorant, who, by the way, might be back. But apart from that, now it's LP tucked inside the teleporter. Need to open up the doors, but LP still precise. Okay. I'm a little concerned now.
Last round.
They gave him his ult. That was literally his ult, that last kill on Tulu. So that is an Armageddon that SLT Songnam would not have had access to if they hadn't just run at him like that. And if that loses them the last gun round, then that's a cheeky little slap on the wrist for me. Really, really good stuff though from E-King, just dealing with that set play down P long. It really feels like they are in complete control on this attacking side of Bind right now.
True that. But as you mentioned, that ult, this final round of the first half still could go either way.
Dimensional Drift, going to allow E-King to just take all of this space. Deep smokes, double smoke into spawn side. Hello, LP. How you doing in the smoke, mate? How's that C's feeling?
Definitely not the greatest. Cinder, though, to answer back with Bucky. And now a Phantom upgraded. Kadiri, though, snaps forward. And now Lou, once again, on a heater. Klaus with the backup lane, backup halls. Here's everything feeling a little bit too overwhelming, and that will be the score at the end of the first half. E-King dominating with a 9-3.
This is E-King playing at their ceiling. And this is what we were discussing before. I mean, beautiful util combo. The C's with the double smokes deep into spawn side. You don't see that too often. Just saying we want nothing to do with you, Hoyle, spawn side, any of that. Give me the rest of the site, though. Courtesy of the Dimensional Drift. This is E-King finally starting to play to their ceiling, but it's definitely not done yet. Still will have to reverse sweep the rest of this series if they can even close this map of Bind on their defense after the break.
And here we are back into it, 9-3. The mistakes from SLT have been costly.
They have. They're looking a little uncomfortable on this defensive side of Bind. Maybe letting their foot off the gas pedal a little bit with how cleanly Abyss went for them. But we'll see if they can better prepare themselves on their attack. This looks almost like an old Fnatic strat. Double drone straight through Hookah and B long into a B execute.
Trying to copy-paste it over onto this round, off the top of the boxes, and not much else spotted as Dragon continues to swing out, able to take down one, Econophore the trade, and Lou as well. Players from E-King managing to put up a hold outside of B site.
Yeah, they did very well. Now they're just playing things quite safely, turtling inside of elbow, waiting for a push on spawn side. Kadiri waiting for a push on that A side of the map. LP heading over there. Could tell how badly E-King need this win here on Bind. They are taking zero risk right now.
One enemy remaining.
Oh! Completely scalped off. Just Zuna left, and you mentioned the careful plays. Not a single gap left in this defensive hole, the high-low. It's just one player down, but there it is.
10-3. Pistol picked up here for E-King. Just brimming with confidence over here on this defensive side. A chance now to complete themselves an anti-eco and go up 11-3. But the game is far from done, because need I remind you guys that SLT were down 11-3 before against NKT in their very last game. To be fair, they completed that entire comeback on their defense with some sick holds rather than some attack side calling, but they've already shown the propensity to overcome some insurmountable odds in this tournament once, from one series. So it's definitely not quite done yet for E-King.
From 11-3 to a 20-18.
One of the games of all time, that one. That was a Ascension classic. It's like both teams just absolutely sending it, trying to end the game.
At least SLT can't fully send it in this round. Minimized with the judge as well.
LP. Running through baths. Akana tested over here on long, but not much weaponry for SLT to really pose too many issues. Zuna once again shows exactly how sharp his Sheriff is, though.
Well, now we've got Kadiri, who is online for a couple bit more. Oh, Klaus manages to trade forward with this classic. Sets up the Bear Mash in for the spike plant. Lu, he was in flow state before, has that carried over on to this second half. Tries to break down the barrier for the time being. The entire team to push on through, but Cinder has other ideas. Slowly skulking from behind, caught by Dragon. Makes things a lot more doable for the rest of the squad as Lu takes down yet another out by Dragon. Just LP left, and Salvo's reveal his position. Should be done deal as Dragon continues up forward. And that's E-King up with another round.
Sketchy there for a second, though, didn't it? Was definitely some chances for SLT to be able to put that eco win together. Courtesy of shooting from Zuna. But also it gives us a little bit of a preview of what they were thinking when they kind of designed this comp, at least attack-wise. You saw it in the pistol. They have the double drones, like when you used to have that old Fnatic comp with the Sova Sky on this map. You just drone the two different lanes and then attack the sites in a relatively straightforward fashion. And then to follow up, you've got some very nasty looking post plants with the salvos.
See, that would be the intention for SLT, but now with E-King, different approaches, pushed out of Hookah, Dragon onto the kill, and a potential volley as well. Lu is also pushed all the way down B-long, but clipped by the head of Zexy. Klaus answers back towards the end of market as well. E-King suddenly feeling a huge gap onto the B site.
For sure. I mean, look, it started extremely well. They got a pretty clean opening pick there, but they just stuck around way too long. SLT punishing them heavily for that. Now Minimize and Kadiri both have to try to make God's work happen with only pistols. Judge is there for Minimize, but he's in completely the wrong position, and Kadiri caught up.
I was cautious to be long instead, but now, especially with Kadiri gone, I just find it so difficult for him to be able to push on up. Swaps over the Classic for better range, but simply caught with the angle from Hookah. Zuna to do it.
This game is far from done. Almost kind of reminds me of Longshim in the opening game last year, Ascension. I'll just remind big time on the desk, his Revenant team was up 8-0 on this map against the Korean representatives, and the Koreans brought it all the way back. I'm sure that's a happy memory for him.
A lot of things happened on this map.
We'll see if SLT have that same resilience, that same Korean grind set in them.
Where are you?
It's a very slow gun round to start here for SLT, holding all of the angles. They can take their time here because they do have some really good utility to be able to take map control with. As I mentioned before, the double drones, but even things like the grav net from the deadlock. when they choose to make their move, they're going to be able to do it with some very effective utility. Just try to brute force their way through the map. Saturate's great for clearing some of these tight angles as well.
As you mentioned, at least though, able to get crash out, but Akana caught. Quickly trying to get himself into safety and continuing to hold down the angle. Despite Dragon getting taken down, Akana manages to hold. Further information collected upon. Doesn't see anything outside of Elong. There was a smoke as well, but onto the A site.
Yeah, Kadiri and Lu trying to hold on to Bathroom's control, just giving up that short cross and wanting to try to punish SLT on it. Sexy looking for a peek inside. Hookah wants to potentially take a duel with Akana here while the Trailblazer goes into 8.
Try again. 30 seconds
Oh. With Zexy gone, makes things a lot better. Not quite quiet on this western front, as E-King manages to rotate on with pristine timing. Paint shells, deny spike plant, blast packs for added measure, 15 seconds to go, and despite getting hit by the grab net, Lu manages to put that nail in the coffin. Cinder, no time, and the paint shells at the end. Lu is here to play.
It's just another perfect seize from Akana from all the way downtown. Lu throwing the paint shells, just trying to keep himself alive. He's stuck in the grab net. Knows that the spike is down, so he throws the paint shells, just trying to run them out of time. But look at Akana's seize right at the end of the round here. I wonder if we're even going to get to see it. Look at this. Where did that come from? Over on Spawn side. Oh, Korean. Lu it in some Korean. Love to see it. Gotta make sure they understand you, you know? Mean what you say.
Surely.
It's map point here for E-King. I love that B-long take from SLT, though, with the util that they used. Like, I'm sure they have a sick attacking side on this map, but we just might not get to see it here, Quack. They're out of time.
Perhaps waiting for the sky smokes to dissipate first.
Yeah. Just the 1-4. Spike is dropped behind. Minimize trying to sow some seeds of deception by tickling the TP. Oh dear. Did he? Oh, there you go. Didn't quite land onto him. So will not be suppressed and we'll be able to gate crash away. SLT prepping the B exec.
It's double drone first into full util. And there goes. Nightfall countered back as well, though. Will it be enough? The answer is yes, as Lu comes in with Showstopper, but LP and Klaus have their own kills too. Dragon sends out the Molly at this point in time. It's a full TP play, but Kadiri is on site.
30 seconds left.
Full mag as well. It's a hop on over and it offsets the crosshair placement. Cinder managing to sneak through, and this will give him orbital.
Yep, he does have the orbital. U-Haul control taken here by Zexy, who throws out the conversion pass. Lu on the flank, though.
Oh. It's a stealth game. Dragon trying to buy as much time as possible. You don't want to tap on the spike yet either, and Lewis managed to find the first target. Dragon! On to the next! And it's E-King saying, let's go! Map 3, we're not done with this fight!
Backs against the wall, facing down a potential 0-2 in the Swiss if they lost that map of bind. Once again, E-King, despite falling on their own map pick, have recovered very well on their opponent's map pick. Exactly like you saw right up against Motive. That is E-King playing at their ceiling. Excellent calling. And like I said, there is such talented players on this roster when they step up to the plate. You saw your moments from Dragon, Lu, and Kadiri all together in this match. Ikana, even some excellent fade utility. Multiple big impact seizes landed from him.
Couldn't agree more. You just see it round to round to round. The pistol, first of all, but then with the subsequent ones coming through, there were those adjustments coming out from SLT, but Minimize managed to stay on top of it.
For SLT, I mean, disappointing. As I mentioned multiple times, caught out of position on defense. Really trusting LP, who is the IGL, to be able to hold one side of the map, stacking accordingly, and unfortunately he was kind of caught off guard multiple times, that B site being a bit of a liability for SLT. As I mentioned, even in that opening gun round, you saw some really nice play with the util. Like, I like the creativity of this comp. You've even seen recently like Fnatic running the tail on this map as well. There's definitely some reasons for it, some good stuff that you could do with this kind of comp as SLT, but unfortunately they just never got the chance to play their attacking side. They lost both pistols, and they unfortunately let this game slip through their fingers on their defense.
That's right. I mean, you mentioned the double drone, and we started to see some glimpses of it, but thanks to Dragon's smokes, especially out from B long, it's just continued to block it off more and more. And how could we not zoom in onto Lou, who just went into flow state towards the end of the first half, carried over to the second half too.
Absolutely. This is a really nice B-side hold. Lou and Dragon working together to get the game done. They have been on this core for such a long time now, and they want to have another big run here at Ascension.
We're going to toss it back over into Des to set things up for the final map of this first series of the day.
Wow, E-King taking us to the extra mile, managed to prove us wrong today. We were doubting, right, about their bind from their previous match, but today they are looking like a whole different beast.
Yeah, I mean, that attack side especially. I came in with questions. They got 3 rounds on attack against Motive. They flipped the script here today, get 9 on their attacker side, 9 for 9 in post plants. Doesn't really get any better than that. That to me shows that they've used that 1-day break incredibly well. They've changed a lot on this map. They're reviewing, they're approaching the game in the right way, and more importantly, the firepower is activating. Look at Lou, 24-9. This is the Lou we've been waiting to see back on this Ascension stage. It's 2023 Lou. He's back in his prime.
Yeah, Lou is doing God's work for E-King, like his multi-frags, entries, domination, on par with Zexy actually, but you know, Lou is making his teammates' job much more easier. But on the other hand, I also want to highlight, you know, Minimize, even though he's not like putting up that much frags for E-King, but he is, you know, the way he plays with that attacking up is haunting the defensive lines of SLT.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't need the kills. If Lou and a corner are happy to get them all, he'll take that every day as the IGL. He's providing pressure on that Yoru, and he's calling a fantastic game. But our MVP will go to Lou. Huge to see this man wake up after map 1. We know how scary this guy is. I've played against this kid in scrims, and he is absolutely phenomenal. He has so much potential, but he hasn't found it at this Ascension until this map. Now it's all about, is he going to be able to continue this through to map 3? And if so, I think E-King have a real good chance.
Yeah, it is amazing to see E-King not cracking under pressure so far, and so we will be going into Haven. Like Haven, we know this map have been here for so long in Valorant. I think this is like a neutral ground for both teams, you know. For like E-King, they were very good in Haven in their own region, and also as well as the Korean teams. But again, before we start our third map, we will be going into a short break. So don't go anywhere.
volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where we're at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know.
It is all down to Haven for E-King and SLT in this first match of VCT Ascension Pacific Day 4 with the both of us here on the desk with Mibola and also Morgan. So, well, this is very interesting, right? Going into Haven, both teams are actually comfortable playing in this map.
Yeah, absolutely. It's neck and neck in this series now. We've seen SLT Songnam play this already one time in the tournament, managing to get a win. Over on the side of E-King, yet to show it at Ascension, but they've been a flawless, perfect 7-0 over in Oceania on this map. So they're also going to be feeling great about their chances as they head into this map 3.
Yep, and it's going to be very interesting again because as we can see, the form of the day, or more like form of the match, currently it's on to E-King. Like, as you can see, Lou is taking that shots. Like, he is very magical on the second map. I hope that he can deliver the same, the same performance on the third map with his Waylay later on.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to see him step up on that Waylay. It makes sense he's very good on that raise, but the Waylay is very different. I think a big difference almost, though, between map 1 and map 2, for Lou especially, is how much he was set up. In map 1, he's kind of left on his own a little bit, and Minimize gets more of the help. But on that bind, he has a Fade supporting him. Perfect synergy with the raise. We saw that time and time again. Now, if he's moving back onto the Waylay, after such a big performance, I just hope that they put Lou in the right positions. They use their util to help set him up, because he was winning every single fight in that map too. So for me, he's of course the one to keep your eye on that side of E-King. If he steps up like he did previously, I think everybody in Australia is going to be having a good night.
Yeah, I think so as well. And as we can see in Bind earlier, Minimize was having like a really great calls. Like he knows where to, to bait out the utilities from the side of SLT, because he has that, that attacking op that forces SLT to bring out that utilities. But he has that escape, that escape plan with Gate Crash. I think it's very annoying for SLT because it really breaks their structure.
Yeah, very much so. I feel like they didn't have the answers when they were trying to defend in that first half. It felt like they were just getting picked apart. There was aggression, but like you say, there was that up on the other side, so they couldn't flank. They couldn't get too aggressive. Minimize doing what he needs to do there. He's okay being still. He's okay being a turret and just holding down one side of the map if that's what he needs to do for his team to pop off. And I think Haven, it does play a little bit differently to Bind, but it's a very big map, 3 sides where that operator will almost certainly come into play for both teams. So I think we're going to expect Minimize to pick back up in this game 3 as well as we move towards Haven.
Yeah, talking about Haven, it's like a 3-side map, right? So you have to be very structured, you have to be very disciplined. You have to know as well when to, like to aggress some parts of the map to, like to make the map smaller, like playable, I think. So yeah, what do you think SLT needs to do going against E-King, where, they are having the momentum right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing is you can't be too afraid to fight them. I think one thing they did really well on Abyss in that first map was deep control of the map, then moving back at the right times of playing that retake. Now, if they do bring that Viper comp again, and they're starting on the defense, I want to see them really sort of rotate fast, move quickly around the map, because if E-King bring this double duelist, they're going to want to play with pace also. I want to see them fight E-King on the site. You can't let yourselves be run over and disrespected like you were in that map too. We've seen how sharp these SLT guys can be, so it's about getting themselves back into the game and giving themselves the best chances to take these fights and hit these shots. If you play too scared, especially with this composition, it's just not that effective. It has to move fast. On attack, you got to slam those sides, and on defense, I want to see them rotate incredibly fast with pace and take the fight to E-King.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't want to see, SLT going reluctant again in the third map, because in the second map in Bind, they were like, as you said earlier, they were giving too much respect. Like they couldn't clear, the angles that from the side of E-King made during their defaulting. Like there's a lot of question marks in the map that makes, like SLT having the wrong reads all across Bind earlier. So I believe SLT, they need to be, more aggressive and, finding the information against the side of the side of E-King. But again, the problem is that operator Minimize, he's very good at making that pressure, actively in the map for SLT.
Yeah, I think Minimize is definitely the big one to watch out for. We've seen him have big performances on this map in the past, and it's such a good fit for Yoru. I mean, even we see teams play this Neon, especially when they run this Viper composition, but in my mind, Yoru is a much better fit for the map. It gives you so much in terms of being able to get out when you're on those up angles. It lets you rotate so quickly on that defense. I gotta say, I hope they bring this double duelist. I want to see Minimize staying on that Yoru, because as you say, Bella, I think he's been really effective with it so far. Even if he wasn't getting the most kills, I think he understands how to call from this agent especially well. So yeah, I think he's absolutely one to look out for. But I mean, also the supporting players on E-King in Ikana and Kadiri, I think they did a fantastic job in Bind of setting Lou up. So I definitely want to see that again.
Yeah, especially Kadiri, like I think he's on the Viper, he's very, very, like smart, brilliant, like having that lurks, like opening up spaces when E-King couldn't, find the first lane from the side of, SLT. Kadiri, he makes and he opens up a new, a new space for, for E-King during the attacking side. And yeah, on Haven, I think, again, Form of the Day is very important for both of these teams, because seeing from the second map, the trades coming from E-King is very, very fluid. Like they know how to even out the advantage of the player. Different from from SLT. On the first map, they are very fluid, but on the second map, it's like they are very different.
Yeah, I agree. Very, very different. And I think one of the key things is look at the amount of like multi-kills that were going on. In that first map, I would say E-King couldn't find any multi-kills. They're consistently getting traded out by the tight spacing that SLT were able to bring. Then in map 2, it's entirely the opposite story. How many times did we see Lou shoot 3 as they ran at him through the smokes, or he's just able to stay alive? Think about that round where he's ground-netted, managed just to get that last kill with the paint shells. I mean, I think SLT, it felt a little bit crumbly. That's the only way I can describe it. It felt like they weren't all present in that server, not playing as tightly, not trading as well. So for them, they've got to recover in that sense. I want to see them play as a pack very well, especially if they want to run this 4-1 style that we've seen Gen G play on this Viper comp. But we take a look on the side of E-King. Now, it is a change from what we've seen in the past from them, from their 7-0 comp. They will, in fact, be doing exactly what everyone else is doing and playing that Gen G style comp. Minimize on the Viper, so he's not on the Yoru, but I will say Minimize is a Munchkin-esque player. I was talking to Pilsky about this morning, so if anyone can make it work, he can.
Yeah, this is the, the infamous Genji comp, and I heard that you're not a big fan of it, Morgan. Why?
I think it makes sense if you're Gen G. It can be difficult if not, so I think it's about who's understood Gen G's ideas the best.
Okay, let's see. This is the third map. I believe Pilsky and Quack is ready for this.
Well, if there's anyone who can do it, it's got to be Lou. It's got to be Minimized. Pilsky, do you have the faith with this sudden agent composition switch up?
Oh, I don't bloody know, mate. But let's just get into the game and see how it goes. I'm losing it a little bit. We'll see. I think it's an interesting map to end this series on. The reason being is SLT really struggled on this map until they swapped to this Gen G comp. They were having a tough time winning it in Korea. They swapped it into this comp to play Fearex in the final, and they were able to beat them. Now they've won 2 in a row, having taken down NKT with this comp just the other day. They had quite a good performance on it. For E-King, they also haven't actually really been tested on Haven within Oceania. Most of the teams that they're playing are not fantastic teams, are more pug teams and things like that. So they don't really have the reps in officials with their old comp, and they have no reps in officials with this new comp.
Yeah, so it's definitely going to be maybe a slight surprise factor about whether or not they can actually consistently pull it off. For now, shots found outside of A short, a little bit outside C as well, but successful for Lou alongside Minimize catching Klaus. All of a sudden, it's just 2 players left for SLT. Blocked off by the smoke. They try to set a progression one onto the site, but without flashes or much else, Akana simply able to take down Cinder. Embers in the ground as Suna will also be picked off to the end. E-King quickly, swiftly taking up the pistol.
That's a very E-King pistol. They love their sheriffs. Like I've mentioned many times today, they have got so many of these players that feel like they have been star players on other rosters and are just playing different roles now. They love to just pick up sheriffs on these gun rounds and take fights. Something we saw Gen G in some of their better Masters runs doing, just buying sheriffs on, 3+ players on the pistol and taking some of those duels. SLT left reeling a little bit off the back of the aggression from E-King, already playing with confidence, and that's that third pistol coming off the back of bind, 1 in a row for them now.
We're hoping for a lot more than just the pistol as well. But finding a lot of quick contact from SLT down B. We've seen B executes, we've seen side executes from SLT before, but now it's E-King's turn to strike back. You've got Minimize onto the Judge, skulking around the smokes. He's been right-clicked, and alongside the rest of the team, everyone from E-King got thriftied.
Yeah, this has been such a huge issue for E-King, and you even saw little breadcrumbs of it on that bind game. Remember the round where SLT went up B long, and Suna had the Sheriff, and they were able to get that spike down and put themselves in a position where they could have potentially won themselves that thrifty round. Again, E-King has given them another opportunity, and this time they were able to take advantage of it. That is a huge momentum breaker for E-King, and SLT, you can hear the celebrations, you can hear the fire that it's going to give them going into this anti-eco now.
Rounds like these, it's almost exactly the same as how it happened against NKT. Could definitely turn the momentum back around. Lou, though, onto the Sheriff. Not able to land the first shot, a lot of information otherwise, and he gets clipped mid-slide onto the site now. And it's fast lanes for the rest of SLT. Trying to get the spike down as soon as possible.
We minimize. Caught by the Saturite, will be pushed away, but actually opts to push forward. Punished for that by Zexy. Paranoia to zone the rest of E-King away, who are just looking for a little bit of damage here. Starting to get some vibes of Abyss now.
And it's Dragon on top of the boxes, dumping forward with the shorty. Maybe some vibes here and there, but not the ones that you would want for E-King. Just some waves back into it.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why I say that is we saw these two teams play a mirror on Abyss, and it felt like SLT understood the comp better and understood how to dismantle it a little bit better. And I think that will be the same thing here for multiple reasons. Not only that fact that you saw that on Abyss, but also just the fact that this is a comp that's been innovated by Korean teams, that's been played heavily in that scene. I'd imagine these are the SLT's practice partners. These are the kind of teams that they're cutting their teeth on, so they know exactly how they want to be approaching these Viper comps.
It's a fantastic point. But nonetheless, the attempt from E-King needing to go even further. Quickly caught by the relay vault though, and Zexy continuing to press the issue. Now positioned outside of A-Short. E-King trying to get the rotations across, but a bit of doubt.
I mean, it's a disengage here. Drone to clear out all of C-Long. They're concerned about, I'm not really sure actually, maybe the Killjoy pushing down or something like that, or the Omen perhaps, because usually the agent you would be concerned about being on that deep C-Long info line is actually the Neon, and he's already hit the deck here with the op. But just trying to dot their I's, cross their T's, try peek into heaven, unpunished, minimize. Not quite able to convert that shot. LP, lucky to be alive here, will group up with the rest of SLT Songnam, as they do have some control, some space over towards C-Long, and I think they're going to use that to potentially try to split into this C site. We can already see some Killjoy util set up there, as Zexy shoves through the middle of the map, tries to cause an overreaction.
Definitely pulls a little bit across, but it's way too silent. So a little bit of a suspective call coming out from E-King. And it's the right read from Minimize. Right over onto C side, finds the first target. And now for Kadiri to jump on top of Lofts. Tries to look for a little bit more as Minimize finds yet another! Strafing back into the smoke with a right click, and it's Zexy as the last player alive. Spiked down to the ground, 10 seconds to go. You're just hoping to be able to hold on to your rifle at this point.
And it's definitely a bit of a fine, I'll do it myself moment from Minimize. Your star Oppa goes down, you pick it up, and just get it done. Bit of a Munchkin-esque play as well. Something that was talked about on the desk is the synergy in the creators of this comp, the synergy between the Foxy9 Killjoy and Munchkin's Viper. Something they do so well is exactly this. You get the AWP down on the top of C, and you fight. You don't play for the retake. You don't shy away from any duels. You fight the other team as they're trying to execute up into the site. You play in the negative space. You play in the off angles. That's exactly what ripped that round apart for SLT.
Being able to get the right read as well is just bloody beautiful, but you go back into the next round and it's back to the A lobby contest.
Dirty from Dragon. Using the other team's Viper wall against them. Bit of a boaster smoke in short here. Seen it many times from Fnatic. It's something that you look at and you go, oh, bloody hell, I don't know if I want to be testing that one. A lot of faith in Dragon here. He's been left pretty much on his own, some inside of short with the judge in hand as Ikana just jump spots long 8.
Well, coming back up as well, Recon to confirm the information that he suspects.
This is that classic Genji A execute here, Quack, but there's 3 ready to defend it.
Oh. What a comp to go on a mirror as well. It's just mind games between both teams right now. But as you mentioned, Dragon as the trap finally activated. Sets up another smoke, could potentially upgrade to another weapon as well as Sakana continues to hold on to sight. Still blocking off Sewer. And more players to come on through. Streaming forward into their deaths. Just Suna left. And unfortunately, he will be caught by the entire team. Just these 2 players able to hold down the entire site.
Where have SLT gone, Quack? That attack into the A side, that A execute that usually looks so punchy from teams like Genji just looked so limp. It was so lifeless. These players running one at a time into a judge on a tight angle, into a Sover on an off angle inside of short. Cinder's caught with a smoke in his hand. That's really not going to be good enough to get it done at this level.
Thus, forcing out the timeout, the first one that we might have of the series. I mean, it's SLT. They kicked off this series incredibly well, wanting to take this win because their next upcoming opponents, you're talking about Boom, you're talking about Motive. This would be their best chance at securing a 2-0 in this group so far.
I mean, I think a lot of people would perceive E-King to be the team that you have to beat if you're SLT in this group. It's a tough group to be drawing. But I agree, Motive, although they are up and down, have consistently been the top team in SEA over the last little bit. And Boom are in fine form right now in this tournament. They, at least from the opening games, to me, are looking like the best team in the tournament. So totally agree with you. From SLT's perspective, this series is a must-win now that you've got NKT out of the way. From E-King's perspective, they've already dropped that opening game. They need this win so badly, and they're playing like it.
Can definitely feel that the fire's lit under them, and right now, everything working out a treat for the past couple of rounds. Economy slightly wobbly for SLT as well.
Yeah, they need an adjustment, and it's not just a tactical adjustment. Like, that was a round where it didn't really feel like they're even turning up in the server. Coaches need to give them a bit of a kick up the butt. Kana pushed off the line, does spot out the fact that the Stinger is in play.
Ooh, straightforward through. Akana just shock darts to try to stall and delay as much as possible. A bit of support with a snake bite. Minimize tossed it in, and in with the sprays. Manages to take down two. Suna and LP completely stopped in their tracks. You have to turn around. You have to do something else. But Suna's just going to continue to peek in. Trying to bait them forward. Trying to bait them into his crosshairs. But it's not happening. LP trying to run off with the Stinger in hand. They managed to find a couple of shots, but so far so good for E-King. Completely blinded. Your vision has been stolen away.
Where is SLT gone? Even post timeout, they look absolutely lifeless in the server right now. I was talking about the fact that on Abyss, they were so clean, the trades were so good, and they had such a good understanding of how to play that comp and how to play the mirror. Unfortunately, in this round, they've forgotten that you can't force it into A straight through a Viper wall and counter utility. You need to pump first. You need to throw up the fast lane, bait out the snake bite, bait out things like the relay bolt and the paranoia before you send it into sight. You can't just run through a brick wall like that.
Scanning ahead. It's kind of what the desk was talking about as well. You cannot hesitate, you cannot slow down, otherwise things look a little bit crumbly, especially for SLT in these moments. Trying to approach the seaside instead this time around, but E-King kind of gets a good read for it as well. You got Dragon peeking for information, and also Kadiri inside of Garage.
He's trying to play this off angle. SLT, they need to work their way into this game, but it just got 10 times harder. Look at the money on E-King. Opts out for Lu. They've got so many buys back-to-back off the back of these clean last couple of rounds. Pits there for LP. Duel inside a Garage. Tentatively taken by Klaus. It's one that they needed. The map has been busted wide open now. All of the Killjoy utility is absolutely useless.
Yeah, quick strafe so far. Could open up the B site. That's a fantastic take from SLT, now trying to set up for that execute, which we've seen them perform before. This time, though, Minimize somewhat in position, quickly thinks to toss in the snakebite to slow it down, and with the spams, he managed to take one off. Zexy, though, hyper-aggressive as ever, will continue to push all the way through towards the back of Gong. Tough angles now being held on the site, but Akana thinks to slip in. Not using utility, not revealing his location, but a single stab and Klaus goes through. Dragon to trade back up. Now the relay ball from Lu, and in with the shorty, he will find success. Just Cinder, but blocked off by this operator. E-King is here to stay.
Thanks.
In a 4-on-5, they just make the retake look so easy. Every single player feeling bold enough to take the duels that they need to be taking. Minimize spamming one through that Viper wall. He runs straight through it to take another duel. Look at this confidence. Akana just dry walking his way into the site. Well traded by Dragon, who has the heads-up mindset to be able to spam straight through Gong there. And then Lu being aware of the flank. E-King are locked in right now.
The vibes on the stage reflective of how focused they are. SLT, what's happening? You're back into the half buy. Perhaps thinking back into another A approach.
It just feels like since they got rocked on bind, they just have not been present in the server. Don't know what they
Mentally
need to be able to get it
concussed.
back together. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit of mental combustion is what it feels like. This is only a half buy, so have to reserve our expectations. Drone's going to go into garage, going to at least break the Killjoy turret, and we'll see what they want to go for from there, because they are still very split, very defaulty. Klaus has been the most bold of the players on SLT thus far, so I'm glad that he's the one that will have the hero rifle in his hands.
Toss back over. Cinder was planted real deep behind, trying to look for some unsuspecting players, but Lou will quickly take down LP. So A-side not really a viable option.
Yeah, probably not. Oh, that's a big pick from Zexy, though. That could really change the game. He's got a Vandal in hand now. Is this going to be E-King getting E-Code yet again?
Surely not. Minimizes right on top of it. Back towards garage window. Goes into play the safe spots. Fast lanes and footsteps heard on the C site. Everyone from E-King just not overheating, trying to work together as a crew. Relay bolts, overdrive, snake bites to cover it. Oh, but as you mentioned it, no, Billy! All the way to the end, they get blocked off by stingers and the rifle spams from Klaus!
Really, really nicely done from SLT. Punishing the mistakes, winning a couple of key duels just to be able to get enough space. That duel inside garage is what cracks the round wide open yet again. Zexy finding Dragon on the off angle there, snapping his head off, and then just trapping all of E-King in this choke point and fighting together. It's absolutely beautiful.
Incredible work coming through from SLT. Looking to get themselves back in the game. Now it's Zexy onto this op.
That's the confidence that they might have needed to get rolling here. Oh, Drone will get cancelled by the snake bite as well. Zexy posted on this long line. Lou will almost certainly go for a little bit of a jump spot at some point, or maybe just play the off angle and wait for the opportunity to come knocking.
Otherwise, a stalemate between both sides. Dragon trying to keep them in contest outside of garage as well. Lou. He's got to meet his mark, and there he goes! Quickly hops off into safety as well. Once again, A-site not the option, but Cinder trying to poke some holes towards C.
Pit going down,
Whoa.
Securing control of the A site. Op is posted on short. That's going to allow Ikana to rotate away for the time being. SLT still just skirmishing everywhere right now. Alarm bot will keep them in check on front B. Cinder just trying to lurk up, but Barrel is spotted. Kadiri snaps his head off. Dart to the backside of B. Pit will be established here for SLT. Going to be hard to clear that out, but with numbers advantage, might be a little bit easier for E-King to navigate.
Lou's still alive as well. Great trade coming through from Kadiri. Definitely eliminates more possibilities. Lockdown coming through as well off of that kill. So you walk and watch in towards this pit area, hearing the footsteps as well, trying to punish them as they try to escape, but unfortunately will not be there. SLT, E-King will come through, decimating every single player on this defensive side.
You failed.
Looking so good on these B retakes, and it's something that you mentioned before. I would say more so thanks to NKT. This was a point of contest in that initial Haven game between NKT and SLT. You saw so many rounds end on B. Did see it mixed into the strat book, I would say, for SLT a couple of times, though. They do love to go for that Genji-esque play of throwing the fast lane up over the top of the B site and going for the shrouded step into the back of it. But E-King very confident in their B retakes, and it's something that you have to be very good at, as mentioned by Morgan on the desk with this comp. The fast floods and playing around that Viper wall is super important. Great shot.
Softens up the site. It puts more pressure onto E-King, trying to work against their setups.
Yeah, this round is potentially dangerous. There are far too many sheriffs in play for me to be comfortable right now. At least that alarm board did survive to keep the middle of the map safe for the time being. Zexy feeling bold to potentially take another duel into garage as this round starts to go on.
Otherwise, it's going to be a long... Oh, my goodness. Just a quick and wide step. Kadiri at least able to trade one back, but in Zexy goes. Overdrive all the way from B over to A site. Dragon might be around the corner, though. in with the judge. Here's the footsteps, able to capitalize onto the first. Smokes up and looks to retrieve the weapon, but Cinder's right behind! Off to the races as Lou and Kadiri try to assault back in, but quickly caught! Sexy was up in heaven this whole time! Up back into it, Kadiri off to the tap! Manages to trade, but it's 1v2. No real initiating utility. Has to just peek out of the smoke. Works alongside the turret to clear out graffiti first. But everyone from SLT now, just to play disciplined. Here's for the tap. Spots the first, running out of time, and the snake bite seals the deal. SLT steal another round away from E-King.
Yeah, E-King's anti-ecos have just been woeful. There's no other way to put it. Even on Bind, like one of the only really shocking rounds that they won was against the Pistols. This is just being a continual problem. It almost feels like they are all over these contact plays when the guns are out, and then they almost just let their guard down a little bit against the Pistols.
Definitely looks that way at most. And now maybe a slight chance for SLT to even out the score. They've got the buys back up, but an Odin pulled out by Akana.
It's going to be a quick C execute. Kadiri must deliver. Minimize close on the rotate here as the drone goes up long for SLT.
And Minimize quickly rotating forward. Kadiri with the off angle, but blocked off by smokes and nano swarms. SLT's execute so far has gone through.
Duel and Gary going to be very important. Need to make sure Klaus can't come in for the flank, but Kadiri hasn't checked him. He's already been taken out of the equation by LP.
It doesn't even matter now. And Lou onto this off as well. It's a little bit tricky. Klaus continuing to push on through from window. Lou manages to find a shot, but at this point it's 2v4. Tough angles, all blocked off. Sexy trying to push on through as well. The spam so far, pretty decent. And it's Sexy to break Dragon's ankles. Unbelievable round once again from SLT.
You can tell SLT are really feeling themselves now. And this is a very worrying sign for E-King. It felt like they were in complete control of this game, like they could do no wrong. But multiple ecos won in a row for SLT, and then a very clean C execute. They're going to really start to feel themselves. Moving over onto their defensive side as well has looked like the better of the two halves in their opening series here at Ascension as well. They've got often a very well-drilled defense. So the fact that they've been able to even put 5 together, potentially a 6 here, could be huge for them to try to close this series out.
It's very possible, Pilly. Dragging on to the judge.
Drone up long.
But perhaps.
Once again, spotting out Kadiri, just applying some pressure, maybe threatening the fact that there could be a C execute. This time you have a different wall for Minimize, though, to try to help Kadiri to hold on C, allow the defense to come in for a flood if that C side is lost.
Won't be C anymore, though. SLT have elected to go somewhere else. Back into the V hits. And it's lockdown as well. Added security makes things that much more difficult for E-King to hold on to the off angles. Minimize. What's he thinking? It's down to 1 second. He's pushed all the way up. Klaus, quick for the punish. And the rest of the team to flood back through. The spike, unfortunately, still planted at the end. And LP taking down Dragon towards the back ends. It's just E-King with the rest of the crew now trying to close in the distance, but there are crossfires, multiple rifles, all on the other side. One-way smoked up as well. Kadiri has to go in for the swing, and it's still Lou managing to find just a bit before getting shot down by Zuna. It's a 6-6 at the end. Tied up score off this first half.
Yeah, SLT looking very strong on the attacking side now. E-King definitely sweating bullets. They were in firm control of this game off the back of their monstrous performance on Bind. And then a couple of follow-up rounds to start this game of Haven. But after multiple thrifties run in a row by SLT and 2 very commanding gun rounds, one at the end of this half, SLT are going to be feeling very pumped up heading into the second half right after this short break.
Here we go back into it. Both teams tied up neck to neck, but only one can actually climb up to that next step at the end of this match. We swap sides, and it's Eking on the attack.
Gonna be a big fight over A to start off this pistol here, Quack.
Straight on through into long. They disrespect the smoke, but Minimize manages to land the first shot. Instantly, the rest of the squad tries to rotate over onto B side where the Killjoy utility isn't good enough. Klaus forced away with the relay bolt from Lou. Trying to get in onto the kills as well, and a sudden approach into C site.
Rolling their way.
Kadiri.
All the way to
Oh,
spawn there.
unfortunately
Well
kept off.
traded. Yeah, well traded by Cinder. Plant will go down here on the C site. Dark cover secures control of it, but SLT quickly in tow may opt to take some garage control. E-King really want to fight inside of this smoke. It was a win condition for SLT on the light buy previously.
Yeah, but now just making so much noise as they step on through into garage. Quickly heard and spotted by Lou, who is great on a couple of shots. Akana towards the back, finding the trade onto Cinder as well. E-King with full pistols today.
Yeah, the details, unfortunately, just not lining up there for Zuna at the end. He darts the back wall, but clearly in the position that Minimize is in, he cannot go completely unchecked there. They should know that the recon isn't going to scan that position, and they need to hard swing it together. But caught off guard by a cheeky little off angle, and E-King, that is the injection of momentum that they badly needed. It felt like they were really starting to fumble that last half. But now they can right the ship, get a clean anti-eco here, and they'll be off to the races yet again.
Especially with the guns up. Minimize, trying to watch down the angle with this Marshall. Will be able to clip off the first.
I'm the sober player
the orb.
on Haven usually, and I have been there so many times. Like, you know, you have a classic. All I want from this round, I just want one orb.
No.
Can I just have an orb? You can't have it. I hate that.
This is organized, competitive Valorant, and you just know you could potentially get punished. You gotta know better than that, Kadiri. Quick to snap on to the 90-degree flick as well. And Minimize off to another kill. E-King have laid out traps by playing around as a full squad. And once again, it's a mid-round pivot over to C site.
Yeah, it's a really clean-looking anti-eco. Should go up 8-6 here. Let's not hand any additional guns over to SLT, especially with how sharp Klaus has been looking. Sheriff in hand. You know he wants you to give him any excuse, any opportunity. And SLT, they need this 2-0 here in the opening stages of Ascension. We talked about the fact they've already played NKT, who are not having the best of tournaments. They'd love a win against E-King here as well, especially because they've got to take the tougher teams on later.
They're kind of trying to hunt at least. The rest of the team will hold on to their weapons, but Klaus... Wow, okay. Orbs going through now.
You got a Marshall. But yeah, a couple of orbs handed over to the Viper and the Killjoy. We'll just go down to the Spike. So, a fairly even round for both sides. I dare say both of them will be quite happy with how that's going. E-King, though, that's the 4th pistol one in a row. There are no excuses anymore. You know? Everything has been going their way. They've had a couple of slip-ups. But if they drop this game of Haven here, there just really is no excuse for it. So let's see what they've got as they start to put this bonus and subsequent gun rounds together on the attacking side of this map. Because they prepped this comp coming into this tournament. Let's see what they've been working on.
Revealing it.
Right up from before, it was always ending onto the C site, hence more players from SLT into that one position now.
Minimize. He's crept down short. Ooh. This is something that SLT will have to be aware of, and you can see they kind of are. The off angle's already been played there by Zuna. In the meanwhile, drone going up towards C-Long will spot out some of this Killjoy utility and definitely be broken.
At the same time, it's Minimize against LP, IGL versus IGL. Off to the other end, though, hearing the footsteps. Zexy, a little bit over courageous, but will hang on back for now. Minimize manages to catch on to LP, clearing the angles with the rest of the team now, looking for entry into A side, but also another pickup against Zexy. That's a weapon picked up for Kadiri. Klaus, though, the rest of SLT just holding on all the way from back of hell. How has he done it? 3 shots, 3 players gone. And it's left with Dragon and Kadiri. Spike on the ground as well, completely smoked off. A slight progression to try to sneak on forward. But Cinder, right around the edges. He'll just pop on up, find the quick double. SLT with another impact.
It's just disappointment there from E-King. They were definitely off to the races. A nice opening pick from Minimize. Getting the better of the Viper matchup over on that A-long position. Kadiri punishing the aggression in the 5-on-4 over on Garage. And from that point, Quack, they had 50 seconds on the clock. The world was their oyster. E-King could have done anything. They could have gone to any of the sites. And they opt to barrel all the way into the A site, which is fully stacked. Not only because there was 3 players there, but also because Klaus was there, and he is really feeling at this game.
Neither team wanting to give it up. And now with the orb, it's a slight swap up with Zexy to protect his teammate. A sudden loss with the Viper gone. That makes things a lot tougher.
E-King turning their attention back towards B. Zexy is always in the perfect spot at the perfect time, it seems like, as the drone gets cancelled by the Nano.
Trying to emulate that texture-esque play. Stays on top of the B side, but now it's a silent approach. E-King trying to cut off to another end.
There's just such a dirty crossfire here between Zuna and Cinder, Quack.
As well, a little bit of noise. Lou trying to bait them out, and he will, but unfortunately bites the dust too. The rest of E-King trying to pull that rotation, use it to gain entry into C site. It's their best bet if they can take down Klaus. It's all smoked off though. Plus, you've got players inside of Garage. Klaus off towards backplant and finds the first snap. Quick response through from Akana. But the rest of the team still so much more to do. A slight gap in the smokes and Zexy exploits. Down to the last one, and it's Dragon, who continues to survive just for the time being. LP swaps out with the judge.
That is such a classic round from SLT. Exactly like you'd see Genji execute it. They win that A lobby fight. They've got a crossfire inside Garage if the other team goes there in the 4-on-5. They got a crossfire across lobby. And then if you go towards this C site, you had the early warning signal of the turret in the open. As soon as that's broken, the Viper orb goes up onto C long, and from there, either SLT can all flood out onto the C site and make your life a living hell, or your Killjoy can play any number of nasty angles, and Klaus swinging up plat looked like Foxy 9 there.
Shades of these teams, Korean teams, back and again. SLT not backing down, but now E-King, a lot of noise towards A. Once again, a deep plant with Dragon on the Stinger down A short.
As we dropped off for the lurk. See if you can find some value later on, because there's a couple of SLT players that are still interested in this part of the map. Deep alarm bot will be cleared by Minimize. There's a double nano to follow that up, as well as an Omen on a dirty off angle. I don't think you're getting into B here.
So much of it being activated soon enough. Straight through the toxic screens. As soon as they hop on over, E-King find and meet their doom. Dragon now on the lurk, activated, able to find the frag onto Suna. Wants to retrieve the weapon, or at least to hold on to the site. Sends out the Panora. Unfortunately, Kadira goes down, and it's Sexy to hold back with this outlaw range. 9-8. SLT now in the lead.
Poor Zuna. Eyes on the minimap for all but a second is enough to lose his life, but that's not really going to trouble an SLT that just made mincemeat of an attempt to B execute. Exactly like you said. At one point, what were we, 6 or 7 rounds into this game of Haven after a dominant bind? It felt like there was no way SLT were winning this game. E-King have won both pistols. But nonetheless, they have scrapped. They have persevered. And they will now take a commanding lead here on Haven.
Back into it though, and it's once again E-King just trying to knock on every single possible door. Uh-oh.
Was Garage. Pushed away by the Paranoia. It's a 1-for-1 regardless, as Zexy is spotted with the ult. Push from Zuna on the other side of the map. He's got into a pretty deep off angle in lobby. Kadiri's still holding that.
Which is not too bad. And unfortunately, with those casualties, Suna invited to check outside of A. He gets punished by Minimize. The rest of the team now possibly opening up the A site, but at the same time, strong rotations coming through from SLT.
They're walking into the stack again.
Surely not this time. It's just LP! Opening shot was strong. Zexy as well! Now has overdrive, Pilly. This is so nerve-wracking.
You're right. The overdrive is disgusting here. Ikana's low. Kadiri could be zapped, 2 or 3 times. Couple little headshots from the overdrive. This is very winnable for Zexy.
30 seconds left.
He's quite far out of position. Dart over on the C site. Nice open plant for Ikana. You do have a nano and a couple of shocks to play the post plant if that's the route you want to take it. And he's not going to go for it. Interesting.
Almost out.
He opts to save the op. I think that really tells you that SLT are not desperate here. It's not like they don't have the money to be able to recover from that, but I think if I'm Zexy and I save an op here, this is essentially me saying that I don't need a crazy 1-on-2 clutch to win this game. If I just keep playing more and more gun rounds on defense here, we'll win. I just need the op. That's all I need, and we just need to play standard, and this will be a dub.
I mean, I wouldn't disagree. The rounds where SLT have been the healthiest is through with that whole team effort. As long as they stick to their defensive game plan. So far, Eking has been finding a bit more trouble.
Good read
but at the same time, at least.
In that round, he really had some great patience in Garage. This is what really made the difference. He found this pick onto Cinder. That's a hell of a shot. Just how sharp is this man? Couple little bursts, removing these players very quickly. And it almost feels like the over-eagerness is what was punished there for SLT. Some good individual brilliance, some good positioning from Eking, but they didn't really have to work for that gun round. It was more so SLT really pushing into them.
So back to more disciplined plays then. Eking, though, once again, starting early with a presence. Oh, Cinder.
Oh my god.
Cover going out.
It's an alarm bot there. He's going to smoke it off. He can walk straight past. Oh dear,
my
this
God.
is very bad for Eking, Quack.
Surely not. No way. Someone has to turn around at some point. Oh, Kadiri spots it. He calls it just in time. A slight trade, but the lockdown still going all the way through. Kana wants to press on up. The rest of the team up around A long too. Managing to take down Suna. And there goes. Lockdown expired. Klaus hops on in. Zexy trying to play around the angles up top heaven. Uses the relay bolt alongside overdrive, but Akana and Kadiri will stand tall.
Kadiri just keeps saving them in all of these sketchy rounds. In all of the situations where it feels like if someone makes a mistake. Was it him that got this kill? It was. That's the key kill. Ikana spams through the Viper pit. You're able to punish this player on the cross, and then the one player, Klaus, on backside that I was extremely worried about. Dealt with by Ikana. The overdrive gets pulled out. Kadiri deals with him as well. These two rock solid for Eking right now. These are the two newest additions to the core. Ikana coming off the back of last year's Ascension. And IGLing JFT as the recon. Enid was the clear pick in that role as a replacement for Eking. And Kadiri's been this up-and-comer that they've wanted to kind of bet in over this whole year of competition. And now he is very much delivering.
He's basically put on a cape round after round. Really
last
saving
map
the
as
day
well.
for Eking.
He set them up for success last map. Like that initial pistol on Bind was going pear-shaped,
right.
and he won them that round. Him and Ikana. This game, 100%. Like, I thought I was about to watch a Cinder highlight reel. I thought he was about to light the entire oceanic scene up in flames.
No, not against Kadiri. Timeout now. And if anything, SLT would be aware it's oftentimes this early A presence, early A pressure coming through from Eking.
Not this time. This time it really looks like it's going to be a quick B set play. Sexy's going to be the player in position to deal with that. Relay bolt in hand. Wants to potentially just play the Viper wall, and the rest of SLT, you'd probably see a Paranoia and a quick flood from there.
Yeah, if Eking actually managed to take this down, that would be a big swing for them as well. A great time to swap up their strategies. SLT, they lose this round, they won't be able to buy up the next.
There's no wall front B. They've done this weird Gary wall to the backside of lobby, and you can tell it's really tripping Eking out. They're like, what the hell is this? This is weird. They're going to throw out their drone. Have a little bit of a look. They were expecting some kind of set play off the back of that from SLT Songdown, but it really is just mind games. Suna goes 1 for 1. A site would be open for business, but it's being held by String and a few pieces of tape, a nano, and an alarm bot.
Mind games can only last so long. With the wall down now, maybe a bit more space. Able to come in and clear and check.
Yeah.
A is still open.
I mean, this is just E-King pumping A to try to pull rotations. And look at the reaction on the minimap here. SLT forfeiting that C site. LP's out of position. Lou and Dragon really great salesmanship from them. Oh no, they're coming back. There's a lockdown here for Klaus. They don't have a way to deal with it unless they push spawn side. This could be disastrous. I feel like they've really overcooked this one.
Now, there would have been no other way for E-King to know that the rotations are not fully there yet. They don't know that the C side is open for them. So as soon as they get the spike planted, lockdown gets deployed. It's all down to Kadiri once more. He's got the lurk position. Lou tries to apply pressure, goes in overdrive, but unfortunately no shots found. Has to turn tail. Zexi's right behind. Dragon comes through for Lou. And still once again around the corners. 2 snaps. Cinder able to fire back. Nano Swarms onto the spike. Kadiri trying to buy time for the team as much as possible. Recon sent out though, and Cinder pushed through. It's Lou and Kadiri, but they all get shot down right around the edges of the smoke. SLT will tie up the score.
Oh man. They've really just overthought that one a little bit. I mean, the A site's been empty for such a long time. They would have had to have known that would have pulled rotations. They would have had to have noted the fact that there was a Killjoy lockdown coming into that round in the first place. I feel like it's very apparent. It should be very apparent that SLT is just playing full retake and gonna play the retake with the lockdown. But they've still committed into A there. Credit to Dragon. I mean, that was a bit of individual brilliance, wasn't it? Using their Omen ult to try to dodge that lockdown. Almost dragged them out of rocky waters there, but it wasn't quite enough.
Standing ahead. It's one of those that really could bite you in the back at some point, but now blocked off. SLT to almost push up.
Yeah, they've taken all of lobby control. E-King gonna pick up the pace into C. Turret will spot that out, so SLT once again forced into yet another retake situation. They do have a Hunter's Fury that they can potentially flood with here, but they've been given all of the site, and the only question now is how will SLT respond?
It's gotta be Hunter's Fury. Pit deployed as well. SLT just waiting for the go signal. Everyone dumping through soon enough. Viper getting tagged. Minimize trying to dance around it, but the spam's taking down Akana. Trying to keep this pit alive. Lou and Minimize into the choke points, but hit by Paranoia now. Minimize tucks into the corner right around Logs, but his teammates falling all around him. Comes back through, trying to hit port, but unfortunately all punished at the end. It's just Kadiri left. And his opponents are going back to full health. Smoked off as well. His best bet is to just spray onto the spike. They've managed to get it halfway! A shot on Tazuna! And now the 1v1. Out of ammo. Trying to buy time. Trying to spray it forward. Hopping all the way through! Catches onto Cinder! E-King once again!
I don't think they got it, Quack. I don't think that they quite got that. I think Cinder just had just enough time to secure that for SLT. It was a 0.1 of a second in it.
10-11.
They did everything they could to try to hold on to that one, but it just wasn't quite enough. Beautiful pit from Minimize. He's hiding up on top of Logs there, just trying to bide enough time. But yeah, it was a 0.1 second in it. Heartbreak for E-King.
And as a result, the timeout being called by Coach Fadis is, at this point though.
I mean, this is just reorganization. This is just making sure that you can keep your nerve mentally reset after what was a tough round. Because really, that could have gone either way. There was nothing wrong with that gun round. Minor details in it. So we'll see what they come up with on this attacking side. But this is a very tight game here. Could potentially be yet another overtime here at Ascension. SLT's already played their way through one. E-King's game was a little bit more straightforward than that against Motive. But SLT have already had to grind for one win here at Ascension. They're ready for this kind of game. They're ready for a scrap. It's almost un-Korean of them. Usually I'm used to these Korean teams being perfectly poised. They never make a mistake. every decision is correct. I mean, SPG last year's Ascension run was a bit of a perfect example of that up until the grand final, but SLT, they're more of this resilient team that is just scrambling their way back into some of these games here. It's a beautiful play.
Oh, truly. It's these little hits here and there that always have been so costly, and now E-King really feeling the brunt of it all. They make their best bet at trying to go through to the C site. They managed to get a little bit more space, but once again, it's a slight battle of attrition. The gun's not there this time as well.
Yeah, just taking a save. Open plant, trying to squeeze everything you can out of this round. Ikana will secure his Hunter's Fury if he gets a kill or dies off the back of this round. And SLT, they know this round should be theirs every day of the week. Lurk isolated inside a middle. Ikana pushed off the line by the drone. Perfect paranoia. SLT, not a single mistake made on that retake. Absolutely gorgeous.
And that might just be the slight difference. You know, we've seen E-King drop to Thrifties before, but not quite more from SLT.
Klaus getting quite close to a lockdown here. Could be the key ultimate that gets this game across the line. For E-King, as mentioned, they did get themselves a Hunter's Fury together. They did opt to take the eco. They've had a chance to discuss in the previous pack timeout. Let's see what the approach will be to try to secure themselves an OT here. Because this game has gone from being unlosable in the first 6, 7, 8 rounds for E-King to, unfortunately, staring down the barrel of being 0-2 in the Swiss.
It's gonna take an overtime and more just to be able to fight back. Once again, the A contest, and E-King to hang back.
Seen the same reaction from them a couple of times already, actually. Forfeiting that A lobby control whenever SLT do fight for it, and this same drone up C that spots out and confirms that the Killjoy is playing there. They're waiting for him. Klaus is waiting for them to break the turret so that he can potentially punish, get a pick. No one really peeking those angles and giving him that opportunity for the time being, though.
Cover going out.
King prepping themselves for a C split, and Cinder's gonna play aggro.
Oh my god.
This is just him. There's no one else here from SLT. If he goes down, this could be a free C site.
Because E-King most times have often gone off back in towards A. Unfortunately, a little bit too aggressive, so quickly caught, and then the rotation's all pulled over. Kadiri, surely enough, hears all of this. Trying to call it out to the team, but E-King just continue to barrel through once again into C site, head first. Not backing down. Dragon pushing on through. Suna to the back, though, managed to find one, but Klaus getting gunned down. Suna with another. It's the angles from Garage this time, though, but Kadiri's down. A 1v1, and the lockdown goes in.
Is he just gonna stick it?
Oh my god, he's going for the duels! Kadiri crouches! And it's 11 to 12. E-King still in the fight.
Just ice cold from Kadiri. This is his rookie Ascension. There's a lot of players surrounding him that have so much experience, but he's the one to cut him up clutch yet again. Another C fight between these two teams that comes all the way down to a 1v1. Kadiri lost it last time, but this time he won't make the same mistake again.
It all came down to the one kill, but here we go. One more round, Pilly.
A contest again. Full Killjoy setup on this site with Zuna, who's going to respect the full control this time. E-King are going to pull the trigger. Quick TP up into heaven from Dragon.
Definitely pull some of the attention away. Hunter's Fury in as well, just to give them safer entry into sight. But no. The double swing onto Dragon. No smokes. Just minimize. And it's the Outlaw as well. The angle quickly spotted. Lou in with the off angle, has to come up huge, but unfortunately thrown off by the relay bolt. And meanwhile, LP dumping down all from heaven, and Kadiri only finding one, but Klaus to close out the map. SLT will finish off this series on this map, 13 to 11.
That is so heartbreaking for E-King, for this bonkers core. For all of the Oceanic fans, there have been so many games exactly like that from this core. He had a very tight game against Boom in that 23 Ascension run. Just let that game slip through their fingers. You can see how bitterly disappointing it is for them. They played a fantastic game. Bind was dominant. They were in the driver's seat in the first opening 5, 6, 7, 8 rounds of Haven here, but a couple of anti-ecos lost, let SLT back into things, and that's the spark that really ignited their belief.
I mean, they really had a good chance. And this is how close it comes down to. The difference of 1 round or 1 second between that kill and the defuse. And SLT will be the ones to find it and pick it up instead. 2-0 so far in their current group.
100%. They're feeling great. It hasn't been in clean fashion. That NK team game was an absolute scrap. That game of Haven, it felt like they would lose it every day of the week in the first couple of rounds, but that's where this team has shown tremendous resilience. And that is definitely a quality that is going to be worth absolutely everything to a team looking to make an Ascension run up into Pacific and just continue career dominance in that Tier 1 league. We've got so many Korean teams up there. They want to show just why this region is so strong within APAC.
Yeah, I got 3 Titans so far. Nongshim as well, although maybe not doing as well as their current counterparts. But SLT, I mean, honestly, definitely.
They're looking exactly like SLT in this tournament. That full sets game yesterday had me on the edge of my seat. That was an OT all the way down to the 3rd map. You got to give, I mean, credit to the rest of the teams in APAC, the rest of the teams in SCA, really putting these Korean teams through their paces, but there's just so much quality. I mean, Nongshim got that game against Full Sense done, barely got that across the line, and this is the 2nd game now from SLT where they've just scraped that 2nd map win through in all 24 rounds or OT, respectively.
Yeah, I mean, the resilience is definitely there. I mean, some slight slip-ups here and there, but they always manage to recover, and that is one of the most impressive things for sure. And on this map, at least, Klaus, I think, was oftentimes the one to find a lot of these kills, a lot of huge moments.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you were talking about the Bonkers run in 23, right, where you said they lost their first 2 series in that tournament and were able to scrape through the groups, right? I mean, they were able to upset D+. That's what sticks in my mind. But, yeah, at this point, I think Morgan said there was 2 outcomes. I don't know if he's Dr. Strange and he can calculate them for us, but, you know, part of this E-King team's destiny is out of their hands now. It's going to take a lot of things going a certain way, and they're going to definitely have to win these last games in this Swiss group.
It's definitely going to make things a lot more difficult, but nonetheless, a valiant attempt. For now, we're going to toss it back over onto the desk to break down this entire mind-numbing series.
As you said earlier, well fought by E-King as they almost lock the 3rd map, but again, almost is never enough. SLT, proving that they are no stranger to, tight maps, to long matches from coming, from the 31 maps played in their region, as they are relentless until the end, confirming their 2nd win in the group stage.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic from SLT, but heartbreak for E-King. Like you say, so close, but it's not enough. They had this 3rd game in the palm of their hands, but they got ecoed so many times, so many little mistakes, and ultimately they can't get that 1st win on the board, as we just heard from our casters. Now the qualification gets a lot tougher for them, but on the side of SLT, they'll be feeling happy. They don't care if it's close. They move to 2-0 in this Group Alpha.
Yeah, we've seen great game plans from the total lockdown in A side brought by E-King, but like SLT, they couldn't bait out the utils from the Viper or from Minimize playing, to one-dimensional. But after the timeout and after the hand cannons from SLT resulting in Thrifty, it was like they had a fresh breath of air, suddenly able to turn things around into a 6-6. And, with that newfound confidence, they were able to lock this map in Haven.
Yeah, I was so worried for SLT in the first half. I feel like that E-King were on top of their defense. They were moving incredibly quickly, and SLT couldn't really find those gaps. But as you say, Bella, that Thrifty comes through. The momentum completely shifts, and the SLT players realize, hey, we can win this. They settle themselves into the game. The macro fixes itself with that confidence, and ultimately they get that win across the line.
Yeah, and Cinder will become our MVP for the third map. His place, as the most senior player for SLT, he shows that his smokes is very, very conventional for SLT to win that duels, to win that some
Yeah.
hard situation where SLT has to defuse the spike.
Yeah, very experienced. You can tell he's the oldest member on this SLT Sonam roster, and I think he brought a real shift on this last map in helping them get across the line. And I think especially when the games are so tough, they have to mount these comebacks like this. It's players like Cinder who are able to help lead on that mentality front as well to keep the rest of these young players steady and still feeling confident. So full credit to him.
Yeah, speaking of mentality, it's amazing to see SLT coming this far. They have gone through really hard matches. Like they have to come back yesterday, going against NKT, and today they were obliterated in Bind, but come back in the third map in Haven with a very strong appearance.
Yeah, I mean, it's not been an easy road for them, I have to agree, but I think when you're able to win so many close matches, you start to feel like you can always win when it's close, and I think it ultimately gets you more reps on the stage, you play more rounds, you have a little bit more time up there as well, so even if those wins are close, they will absolutely take them, and it gives them more things to learn from, more things to review, and ultimately, I think this is a team that we will see continue to grow throughout the tournament, even with this incredibly strong start, this 2-0 showing so far in the group stage.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I really like the resilience coming out from SLT, but on the other hand, the loss that E-King had just, going through just now, it's very heartbreaking because they are actually very promising, but again, one step short from getting that W.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even in their first game against Motive, we saw them take a map. They had the tools they needed to win that series, and the same was true, if not more so, here today. This is a series you could argue that they should have won, especially looking at the start of that Haven. I think they had everything they needed today to get that across the line. But like you say now, the playoff possibility is getting slimmer and slimmer for this Australian roster. But one thing's for sure is they really do need these wins to start coming and start coming now. They can't afford any more losses, that is for sure. So I think things have to turn around. They can't let these losses get to them. They're not out yet. There's still a chance. So I want to see them come back fighting when we see them play next.
Yes, they still have the contention, to play in the playoffs. But again, congratulations for SLT. They showed us a really good, adaptation coming into the map number 3. Because as you said, as we discussed earlier as well, with the experience on the backs of the Bonkers core, they can adapt fast and make the right calls to what SLT are doing, especially, in the first stages of the map number 3. But SLT, with their brute force, they are able to take away that momentum from E-King. Well, that was very amazing, honestly, from SLT. Their resilience, it needs to be studied because they are very young players coming into this Ascension. They are rookies.
Yeah, very much so. But I mean, they've not let that phase them. They've been cutting their teeth all year against the best of the best over in Challenger's Korea. Korea is an incredibly strong region, so I do think that will have helped boost them forward into this. And when I watch them play, I mean, I know it's the Gen G comp, but they do remind me a lot of Gen G. I liked how they approached the macro game, as well as big firepower, especially on those supportive roles like LP and also Zuna. I think there's a lot to be excited about for this team, and I think they're only going to keep growing. And this is a team, especially as we head towards playoffs, it's not one I would want to be facing in the lower bracket because they just look so consistent, so calm, and so capable to bounce back even when things aren't going their way.
Yeah, and also speaking of Gen G, we know that Korean teams, they look up to Gen G, to DRX, where the defensive side or the retakes that they are bringing into the game is very constructed. It's a very like a team thing to do. Like they are going into side like with brute force coming, like expecting every angles, and we saw that coming from the side of SLT while they are doing that retakes against E-King, only for that one round, if I'm not mistaken, that Kadiri stepped up for
Yeah.
Eking, but for the rest of for the rest of the rounds that SLT won during the defensive sides, they are very promising on their retakes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they did a very good job. And I think, it's worth pointing out that both the maps that they won in this series were mirror matchup compositions. So they were always playing against something that they understood very well because they were playing it themselves. That tells me that they really do their homework. They understand the styles of Valorant, what the different compositions are able to bring to a very high level. So if you're winning these mirror matches, you must just be macroing better than your opponent. That has to be a part of it. So I think full credit to the coaching staff over there on SLT Songnam as well for being able to counter what Eking were putting forward so effectively.
Yeah, speaking of the coaching staff, I noticed that every time SLT is taking that tactical timeout, it looks like they are changing something.
Yeah.
Like they are very sporadic, and it makes Eking hard to read them. And it's a very, very good thing, especially because they are a new team and they have a very supportive coaching staff. Well, they look very promising out there in the match just now.
Yeah, I think coaching staff are always underrated. I'm biased, but I'm going to say that. But I think the thing, especially when we look at the Korean coaching staff, especially at that top level, we have massive names. There's Termi, there's Solo, and I think there's a lot of great coaches to look up to when we look at structure. We talk about timeouts and the impact they were able to have, and I have to agree with you. I felt like it was massive. They used them at very smart times, disrupting the momentum and just being able to be that sixth man that SLT need to get across the line.
Yes, and I believe we have a lot of questions to ask to SLT for their amazing comebacks over comebacks happening in Ascension. I believe we are going to interview Suna. Hello, Suna. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Oh, great. Congratulations for the win, Suna. I just want to know, firsthand, what's the thought process? Coming into the third map, seeing that huge loss in Vine, how to get that composure back as a team in that short break coming into Haven?
저 일단 세 번째 맵까지 가는 접전을 했는데 두 번째 맵에서 패배를 하고 나서 어떤 마음가짐으로 세 번째 맵에 임하고 또 어떤 게 도움이 됐는지.
영어로.
어떻게 하세요? 한국어로 하셔도 돼요.
두 번째 맵을 지고 세 번째 맵에 갈 때는 세 번째 맵 우리 자신 있는 맵이니까 하던 대로 해보자 해서 이길 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
So after we lost the second map and we know that third map, the Haven is, we know that we are actually good at playing in the Haven map, so we just thought that we could win if we just play as normal that we practiced.
Yeah, that makes sense. One thing I really want to ask is, we've seen how great Korea are in Valorant as a region. Across the world, we see it in Pacific. And of course, Challengers Korea, where you come from, is incredibly well respected. So do you think having so many strong Korean players to cut your teeth against, practice against, and ultimately play officials against has helped you prepare for Ascension better than most of the other teams here?
한국이라는 지역이 잘하는 발로란트 플레이어들이 많기로 유명한데 그 플레이하셨던 챌린저스도 그렇고 아니면 그 퍼시픽도 그렇고 그런 잘하는 한국 팀들과 연습했던 것이 어센션에서 플레이를 잘하게 되는데 도움이 되었는지.
일단 연습 과정에서 좀 잘하는 팀들이랑 하니까 확실히 도움이 많이 됐고, 그 연습을 할 때 좀 잘 성장할 수 있게 된 계기가 된 것 같습니다.
Yeah, actually, playing against the great players from Korea actually helped us to play better in here Ascension, and the matches playing against them actually improved us so much. So yeah, we appreciate that we could have the chance to play against them.
Yeah, I totally agree. I can see that coming from SLT, and it's been rough in the group stage. From delivering comebacks to playing a tight three mappers. Your next opponent, on the other hand, will be Boom Esports, one of the strongest contenders, and have been incredible in their past series. What will you do in terms of extra preparation, having to face one of the veterans?
앞선 두 경기도 뭐 쉽지 않은 경기였겠지만 저희 다음 상대가 붐 e스포츠라고 저희 어센션에서 가장 강한 팀 중에 하나로 일컬어지는 팀을 이제 상대를 앞두고 있는데 그렇게 강한 팀의 상대를 앞두고 어떠한 준비를 할 것인지?
저희는 그냥 조금 쫄지 않고 좀 자신감 있게 계속 싸우는 형식으로 이길 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Even though it's Boom Esports, we don't think that we're gonna lose, so we are very confident playing against every other team. So yeah, we'll just keep playing like today.
Well, absolutely. Confidence is the key again. Congratulations to SLT for your second win. I hope the best of luck for you guys on your next match. Thank you, Suna.
Thank you.
Wow, I love that from the young player. Confidence is key. Yeah, I totally agree with that. And so, yeah, we have just watched a really banger series, but that's not the end of today. We have an exciting one coming up after this short break.
What's up, guys? I'm Ewok. I'm here at Ascension Bangkok, and I'll be breaking down a couple of rounds for you guys with our new series called Win or Why. I'll be taking a look why some teams maybe win maps, why they lose maps, what are they doing right, what are they doing wrong, and giving you guys a little bit insight and how to break down the enemy team or how to abuse something that the enemy team is doing that you can use to your advantage. Let's get straight into it. So we'll be taking a look at NKT versus Boom. I actually really like the KO from NKT. It's something that you don't really see too often. But they started off really hot on this map with the KO. They had some nice things and then they're speeding up the pace. But there's a specific round which I felt like kind of turned around the half for NKT and let Boom back into the half, and they're going to end with a 7-5. And it was right here at round 9. They're going to decide to use the KO ult, but not in a way how I would have liked it to be used. So they're going to be using the KO ult for basically a straight C rush, and KO ults often do get used for rushes. But for me, I think you need to understand a little bit more in terms of why you can use the KO ult for a rush, because here they're going to go into a Viper and a Vice on C, which is a very common setup for Lotus. And the problem is that the Raze is going to use his satchel with a flash on sand, so there's no way for him to get into the site. You're going into Viper and Vice. Both of them will have a chance to get one piece of util off before the KO ult hits them. And those two pieces of util is going to be a Vice Thorn and a Viper Molly. The Omen is on the other side of the map. He's not going to get affected by the KO ult either, so he can still smoke the choke. You have no Raze satchels to get in. They're going to end up ripping the Fade ult as well. So just for them to get into the site is an absolute nightmare, and Boom is going to get 2 ultimates out of NKT and have the freest round of their life. There's 2 ultimates used and a big swing round in that half. I think NKT could have used those ultimates just a little bit better.
Welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific Day 4 with the both of us, Bella and Morgan, here going to discuss about the second match today after just witnessing a banger match.
Yeah, I mean, coming up now, we've got Motive against NKT. Now, this is a story of revenge for both of these teams. NKT, unfortunately, sat down at 0-2. It's not been great for them so far. And Motive had that tough loss against Boom recently. So, also looking to bounce back there.
Yeah, Motive. I saw some statements from one of their players that their mental was not in a good state when going against Boom. I hope they have that, prepared for today going against NKT, one of the favorites for the home soil in Bangkok. And as you said earlier, NKT, they need a win desperately to be alive in this group stage.
Yeah, unfortunately, yet to win a map here. Tough losses against Boom and SLT Songnam, who we've just seen play. They're really looking to find some momentum in front of this home crowd, something that they haven't been able to do quite yet. And I mean, I think they're still optimistic. One thing I love about this team is that they still seem to be brimming with confidence. They're standing up all the time. And we saw how at the start of the tournament, Pumon loved talking in the interviews about how they feel like they are the best team. But, you know, perhaps they just haven't had a chance to show that side of themselves yet.
Yeah, these players, they actually, fun fact, they were in Split 1 and Split 2, you know, in the Southeast Asia Challengers, but they were in the Split 3, and they only needed one chance to pull it through up to Ascension. Well, do you think they can do it again here? Like, making sure that they can do another fairy tale run, just like in the Southeast Asia?
I mean, if they want to start a fairy tale run, it has to start right now. There is no more room for NKT to make mistakes. If they lose this game today, they are eliminated from playoff contention. That's how serious this is. When we look to highlight our player, right now we're looking here at So Cool Soda. I love watching this guy play. This guy is the most vocal on probably the whole Ascension so far. He's standing up, he's giving it every time. Clearly the hype man for his team and has put together some good map performances.
Yeah, it's always fun to have a hype man that is also cracked in Valorant, right? Like what we saw from So Cool Soda setting up his teammates. And we talked about a fairy tale run for NKT, but their opponents are Motive Esports, one of the favorites to win Ascension, because MTV or Motive are known for their consistency that never change in 2025.
Yeah, I mean, they've been so good. We see them win 2 splits of challenges SEA. That is no small feat. But here at Ascension, it's been hit and miss. They did not look good in that last series against Boom. You know, we can't sugarcoat it. Some tough losses, a 13-1 loss, even for this very experienced squad. But, you know, like you say, it did feel like their mental wasn't in quite the right place. They weren't bringing that usual confidence. So I'm looking for a reset from these guys today. I want them to show what we saw in day 1 of this tournament against E-King. Because if that's the motive that shows up, they can be very scary, and they have all the tools to take it all the way through this tournament. But yeah, it's all about execution on today for me.
Yeah, and from Motive Esports, what that I have noticed is that sometimes their executions feel too rushed in some of the maps. Maybe Ascend and Haven is one of their comfort picks, but the other maps, like yesterday, we saw them going against Boom. It was like very rushed. They were a bit, not familiar with Boom's games, I feel like.
Yeah, I think they were caught off guard entirely by what Boom were bringing, and that's something you can't afford to do if you want to be able to make it far in this tournament. When we're looking to highlight a player over here on the side of Motive, why not talk about Flaring? He is a Viper expert. We can see by far his most picked agent, and he has impressed me on this agent for sure. I think he can be a real standout here. So depending on what maps we see, I would especially be looking for him to step up in a major way.
Yeah, and we will come through to the Veto map where NKT, I believe this is some kind of a respect ban, right? Towards Bind, Motive. They are known for their Bind from Southeast Asia as well. And yeah, Motive, they will be banning Lotus, maybe because of their loss yesterday. Meanwhile, the first map will be Abyss, selected by NKT, Ascend, and then Haven. Wow, this is like a neutral ground, I believe, for both of them.
Yeah. I think this is quite an interesting veto. So I think NKT picking Abyss, this is a map we've not seen from them here at Ascension, not seen back in Challengers SEA either. So entirely unknown, trying to catch Motive off guard a little bit. Then we look towards Motive's pick of Ascent. Now this is clearly targeted. NKT have not won this map here at Ascension. They've shown that composition twice with the KO. So that's Motive to me saying, yes, I want to play you on Ascent because we have a read on what we know you're going to bring. So I think NKT, a lot of pressure on this first map of their own pick of Abyss to come in and be surprising, catch Motive when they're really not expecting it.
Yeah, we've discussed this earlier from the first match from E-King as well as SLT, where E-King, they were choosing Abyss like to catch SLT off guard, but somehow on that moment SLT were ready for it. But this time I believe Motive, they are familiar as well, you know, with Abyss. It's not like they don't rehearse it, I believe. So yeah, it will be scary for NKT coming into this first map. They have to be brilliant. They have to be, you know, flawless in the first map.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think we're looking to see a step up in level for NKT, absolutely, if they want to win. And I mean, Motive are no small team. These, you know, they both come from Challengers SEA, so I think they're coming from that same pool in a way, that same regional league, so they will know each other, they understand, they will have scrimmed against each other many times, I am sure. So it might be a little bit harder to pull off a surprise, but who knows if we've seen their Abyss, you know, in practice, and but that behind the screen. I think one thing that will be interesting is if this series gets all the way to map 3 to Haven. This is a map both teams have shown already in this tournament and both have lost on, including Motive's unfortunate 13-1. So how do you bounce back? How do you use that preparation that you've seen from your opponent? Because I think Haven is a fantastic map 3 because it's a very even playing ground for both of these two teams.
Yeah, let's see who does their homework, I guess, in this series. And I'm curious, like NKT, they haven't been able to win a series, you know, in this tournament, and they need to get the win today. And you were a former coach. I'm just curious, what do you think like they need to change from them? Because as we know, Rome wasn't built in a day. It's going to be hard for them.
I think it's hard to say. I like that they have unique agent picks. They have specialists. You know, we talk about Puma Love on that KO, and then they swap it out for the Teo on Ascent, which is something that I don't love. But I think they're trying to lean into the idea of being off meta. They're trying to play in a way that's unique for them, which is something that personally, for them to get wins, I want to see them double down on that. When we're coming into Abyss, don't pick the same boring comps that we've seen time and time again. I think you want to avoid the situation that E-King found themselves in, where it's that mirror matchup. Show me a KO, show me something different, because if you want to be surprising, you want to be those underdogs, lean into it even more if you're NKT. That could be my only advice here. Use those individuals that you have and use your own specialties to beat a well-drilled, well-structured team like Motive.
Yeah, just like what Suna said, sometimes confidence is the key. You just have to be confident when you're going against the giants of Southeast Asia from NKT. They know they desperately need this win today to be able to live more in this group stage or even in this Ascension Pacific. But again, Motive, we were talking about they are the absolute giants in Challenger Southeast Asia, but here they've shown some small errors and they shouldn't be doing that anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the thing with Motive, is they always end up doing well in the long term, right? I think, you know, we've seen success across tournaments for them, but they do have these maps, they do have these matches where they get absolutely blown out of the water. That was the case against Boom there, but you know, we've seen them bounce back from these kind of losses before. They're looking to do the same thing again today, and you just can't let that affect you. This is the highest stakes you're going to play at all year, so now is the time to find that consistency if you're Motive. Also, one more thing, they swapped back to the purple jersey that they wore day one where they won in. Clearly got rid of the white jersey because it must just be unlucky.
This is interesting because back then in Indonesia, we also believe like something like this, you know, when Boom Esports. Yeah, they were using like white jersey, but they were losing. But then when they switched to the black jersey, suddenly they started winning. Maybe it's just like the lucky charm for Motive Esports.
I'm telling you now, most players are incredibly superstitious like this. I'm almost confident this is a player-based decision where they go, yeah, we're not wearing the white jerseys again. We got 13-1. Let's bring back to the mentality of day one. Let's wear the same clothes. Players love stuff like this. But I mean, I think it speaks to a bigger picture, right? They clearly need to channel that energy that they had when we saw them play against E-King, because it wasn't without his faults. They did drop a map, but ultimately their level looked a lot higher, especially in map 3 when the pressure was on. I want to see them cope with the pressure, adapt and grow under it instead of getting squashed like they were in previous games against Boom.
Yeah, coping with the pressure. I believe it's easier said than done in most of the situations, but I just hope Motive they have that mental fortitude coming back into this ascension, even though we discussed that they have come in slow. They lost a map against A-King, they lost against Boom, but today it's a whole new different story. They are going against NKT with the agent selection for NKT. They're going to bring Jet with Alert.
Yeah, we're seeing a double duelist with a Jet. I think Jet can be great on this map, but the Breach is very interesting. We don't see that a lot, so that will be a tough one for Motive to deal with. On the side of Motive, they're keeping it very similar. This is a composition that we've already seen today. Double duelist with that Yoru and the Waylay. We know just how effective this can be on the map. Also, Wayne back on the Yoru. This guy was nuts on this agent in day one, so if he has a pop-off game like we saw against E-King, Motive will be feeling very happy.
Yeah, and on the other hand, NKT, they're bringing Breach for Pum One Love. I actually like Breach in Abyss, but with this meta, it's kind of hard, you know, because you have Yoru, you have Waylay, you have that agents that can just escape and make your utility feels useless. But again, will the question be answered by NKT? Will they be able to get their first win in this Ascension Pacific? Of course, with Pilsky and Quack.
Thank you very much, Bella Heartfire, as well as Big Time. Yeah, it's going to be a pretty peculiar Breach composition with the double duelists going into this series where NKT could possibly be facing elimination. Pilsky, what do you got for me?
I mean, that's the main point that I want to focus on. I'm kind of wondering if we're about to enter a Great Thai Depression. NKT are 0-2 in Bangkok. Full Sense are 0-2 in Bangkok. I'm getting extremely concerned at this point, and now we're seeing Alert back on the duelist where, unfortunately, his Xerxia team last time in Ascension Bangkok did go out in the groups, and that's when he was playing duelist. So, yeah, that's worrying. Compositionally, I'm wondering how you're going to break all of these Cypher trips from Motive when you're attacking into them with no Sova and a Breach when you're playing Waylay Jet. That's going to be hard. But first of all, we got to consider this mid-fight.
Straight on through. NKT wanting to take the fight to MTV, but still 3 players against 2, and unfortunately it's Flaring and Vera to be able to take down NKT for the time being. Poom didn't really have much set up for the team there, so it's just Motive carefully, slowly going back over to the B site.
Yeah, Darth getting a little bit of a flank on. This guy is a demon with the classic armor. Every time I see him with it. Nice little trip to be able to catch an updrafting or light speeding, in this case, Waylay. Unfortunately, there's no one there to be able to take advantage of it, as NKT are very out of position. Motive will take the site quite easily here.
Well, eyes onto Darth. Might have revealed his position with the dark cover being sent out, though. At the same time, the camera as well. So just makes things a little bit more tricky for NKT, trying to play around the smokes now, but quickly spotted out by Vera. Onto this ghost of his. Maybe looking for a couple more as well. Silent hops over to the top, but not spotting too much. Poom just swinging out. It's like progression smoke, but you got Flaring on the off angle. Able to take down another, but here comes Vera again and just crouches down, taps away, in for the 4K.
Very, very clean from Vera. Motive completely dismantling any attempts at mid-aggression there to try to set the tone from NKT, peeking out very well together as a team, and then just very no-nonsense. Nice execute into that B site to tie everything up in a nice, neat little bow. I think Motive playing like the confident team I would expect them to, because if you look at these two teams' trajectory into Ascension here, Motive have been the stars of Challengers SCA all year long, and NKT are kind of the late entrants. They never even got a chance to play Motive in Challengers SCA, because they would be losing to the teams Motive usually smash.
Yeah, I mean, this is at this point where they finally meet, but it's top C.
Last player standing.
All right, fast forward, guys.
Yeah. Just go
fast forward. Let's go to the next
First
round.
seed from SCA
it's a long
versus
schedule
low
today.
seed.
We've got a lot of series to get through. Everyone say thank you, NKT. Good job, guys.
Thank you, NKT.
We've got another series to get to after this one. So, me personally, I'm very thankful. I appreciate it, guys. Let's just get into the meat and potatoes of things and see what you've got with a bit of a unique flavor of the breach on this map. Already you're seeing them play very, very aggressive. Best of luck to Sushi Boys here. He's got a lot to do.
There.
Just trying to hang back. Instantly backing off. Did get hit by a stun, but able to make it out safely.
In the meantime, Motive going to take this A site for free. You got a trip on the backside of the site. Soda is looking for someone to make a mistake to potentially spam them through. Wayne, not much he could have done about that one with a Marshall.
But still, for the rest of Motive to quickly go on through and assert onto the A site. Spike down, watches onto Heaven. Backside as well. Fair to slow it down, but not quite deep enough. Zerip in for the first kill. And Styron trying to play around the corners as well. Hearing footsteps launch on through, but it's flaring for the trade. Darth right back. Sushi Boys. Where could he be? Took the long way around through middle as well. Camera. Get them off with the spike for now. Able to get the first shot, but still the head visible to Poom. The kill in, and Alert gets defused all the way through. NKT will be able to fire back.
And I think NKT are making their intentions very clear right from the get-go here on Abyss. Pistol round, 3 or 4 people walk straight down middle. Poom on the breach is taking a dry duel, trying to isolate any kind of lurker in middle. And in this round, you see a very quick set play with the Jet Waylay. The pace, straight down B long. NKT is not here to play standard Valorant, is not here to play 2-1-2 and see how things go. They're here to be assertive and show their dominance here on the defensive side of Abyss.
Oh my god, they're just gonna fight every single round. Poom doesn't even have armor in this round, and he's just going for it. The rest of the team calling out that B is clear. And without armor, though, you're just gonna die down to that outlaw like that. Darth also getting caught.
I mean, Motive are already cottoning on to all of this. Unfortunately, that's where you can't counter-strat individual brilliance. You've caught the first 2 people aggressive, but the rest of NKT, that's not going to slow them down. That's not going to stop them. Z-Rip also peeking out into middle will find Wayne, but Motive with the man advantage. A camp deep into middle will keep an eye on the rotations in that part of the map. Sushi Boy's looking to potentially punish anybody. Going deep down B long, going to just establish himself a trip and see if he can catch anybody on the rotation, because at some point here, Motive will group up and hit A, and actually Sushi Boys is just going to join up with the rest of them.
Yeah, go on to us a full 4. I mean, it is a 4v3 after all. Trying to barrel on through into the site. There is a trip, but soon enough to be checked.
30 seconds left. Slowing them down.
Gonna ignore it. Clear up. Takes his Heaven control. It's going to make it even harder for NKT to get back into this retake. They've got even more ground to cover, as you will see Soda deal with the trip on the flank.
Instantly alerting to the others, but they're also taking first point of contact. Alert alongside Zero, quickly spotted, so the rest of them can hang back, deal with the one player that they do know. But what a peek. Soda able to take down Flaring. No more smokes available. Then Presence brought back towards the front. Zero taking down Sushi Boys, and Styron unable to withstand against the others. Systematically taken apart. It was a 3v4.
Yeah, Soda was just being an annoyance. Just hanging around like a bad smell outside of A main there. Getting their attention for just long enough for the rest of NKT to come back on into this. And Z-Rip, he's someone who already turned our heads in the opening game of Ascension. First couple of rounds, he was really starting to turn things up. And again, some nice shooting, some good multi-frags. Let's see what NKT... I mean, they're just going to keep doing it, Quack. They're just going to keep doing the same thing over and over again. This is the definition of insanity. It's the B set play again. Sushi Boy's going to be like, all right, it's Groundhog Day. Throw down my cage and get the hell out. Yep, up, see you later. No, thank you. I'm not interested. I don't want your pamphlet. I don't want your brochure. Get the hell away from me.
They're still hounding him down, though. Sir, you've got to come with me, because I've got a really good story to tell you. Just trying to stay around the corner. Pamphlet out in hand. The rest of the team, though, coming on through now. They know that there are players from NKT in these spots, and fortunately, Wayne will go down. Sushi Boys, though, in for the trade as the alert goes down, and more players once again trying to assert themselves through. They get banged up through a window.
This is just so
Last
messy.
player standing.
This is
Oh,
Motive
no.
just playing NKT's game at this point. Flaring's all on his own.
I feel like we've seen this happen to Motive a couple of times now. Flaring trying to flick back forward. Manages
hold
to
on.
take the kill, but down to 21. He's just going to TP over to get the spike down.
I think he must have got his From the Shadows off the back of that kill. And exactly right. Plant goes down on bridge. He's got 2 dark covers to work with and a paranoia, but 1 bullet is all that's needed to connect. This is a dirty off angle, though. Poom could definitely get caught by this.
One enemy remaining.
Oh,
there he goes.
Gorgeous.
1v1,
HP.
both at low HP. The Flare's got a full kit as well. This spike, it's planted so far, Pilly.
Shadows traveling.
Flaring just trying to do whatever he can. Tosses out the one way, but unfortunately, it's C-Rip way too prepared for the hit and has enough time to stick the defuse all the way to the end.
That's exactly what I wanted to see Flaring do there. I was thinking, like, surely he's going to throw a floater here. He's got one little trick that you can pull out of the bag to try to turn around that situation. Either that or you just don't peek at all when you're that low on HP. But I really feel like that is 100% Motive going and playing NKT's game there and reacting to what they're doing. Like, they're chasing shadows at this point. All of this B-long aggression, like, there's so many different ways that you can approach it. There's so many different ways that you can attack. Motive opts to fight it head on, which is exactly what NKT wants. They're like, all right, we're going to play Aim Duel Simulator. Excellent. I've been practicing this all year.
It's been happening all year, almost, for Motive at times. You know, we were kind of joking around about the Aussie downfall, but here we go with Motive
All right,
again.
come on. Wait,
This time, though.
that's old news, okay? I'm trying to move on, man.
No, the new headline is, you know, Motive at times choking in some of the group stage games through Split 3, but now with the full buys, trying to scrounge up whatever they can together. It's a deep TP from Wayne all the way bottom mid.
Yeah, he's in the pole position to get something done here, isn't he? Kind of caught in between a rock and a hard place. Pressure applied. And he will oblige them with a gate crash away. Joins up with the rest of Motive, who prep themselves for a B execute into a heavily fortified site with just trips. No one's really there to play off of them for now. Drone goes in. Cam wasn't spotted, so they're going to see exactly how many people from Motive are committing to this.
Just a clone for now.
30 seconds left.
They know it could potentially be the whole team as well, but trying to set up the utility for it. Fault line's not back up yet.
Convergent pass is there. That's going to make it harder to get in here for NKT. What's their retake plan?
Ooh, what a shot from Flaring. Yeah, that's the question, isn't it? What would it be, Soda, for now with the first shot? But as you mentioned, convergent paths all the way, collapsing onto almost every player. Save for the one on Heaven, but Flaring's got that angle in lock. Smoked off, peeks through, another shot in. 3K so far. Sushi Boys finds one as well. And Soda finally finding it that's too hot, it's gonna back off.
That's what I was concerned with. It's like, yes, you can leave your front door wide open, but you better have a bloody great plan when Motive comes in and pilfers all of your goods. Unfortunately, you know, they've made away with Grandma's Pearls there, picked up a couple of extra Vandals, got themselves a Guardian. They're going to be quite happy with how that round elapsed. They didn't really have a whole lot brought into it. Basically just took a Guardian and a couple pistols and a nicely placed Convergent pass, and Flaring playing up inside of his one-way. Great performance from him.
Yeah, if I ever want to make away with Grandma's Pills, I'll look to Pilly for advice.
Pills?
There we go.
I'm not stealing.
Watch me.
It's not what I said. Is it the accent?
It might be. What did you say?
I said pearls, but pills, that's just heartless, man. Come on, man. We're not trying to kill her. Just trying to make a buck.
Yeah, okay. That would make a lot more sense. Well, speaking of pearls, you're going to find that the entire B main is open. Pick up that alt board. That's a bit of a pearl.
It is. It's not in the map pool, but this one kind of plays like pearl sometimes. You know, B, big open site where you just play post-plant simulator. Sushi Boys gonna try to get a bit of an anti-eco on. He's under a little bit of pressure here, Quack.
He can't really hop over as well. You can tell he kind of wanted to. Has the trip for another kill and manages to get away! Oh, breaking the door.
Showing some respect there. Said, chill, I'm tired, guys. Relax, you don't need to take my gun away.
Yeah, I'm one of you. It's fratricide if you come after me. The rest of the team, though, the Singaporean ones, are all towards the back. Up around Link, able to spot onto alert as well. No exit kills found for NKT.
Yeah, Soda's just going to hold on to his rifle that he brought into the round and bring it into the next. Motive.
My eyes are down.
Off to the races now. 4 on the attacking side of Abyss here. It's a map that many of these teams had to consider, had to prepare coming into this tournament. You already saw it picked into this last series. Backfiring a little bit. SLT taking full advantage of E-King. And NKT, we'll see if the same can be said, as they have opted to take the risk on this map pick. And to be fair, as the underdog, I actually like that approach. I don't want to play standard. I don't want to play the middle of the map pool against a team like Motive, who has dominated the region that I am qualifying from. I want to try to get scrappy and make this as weird of a game as possible.
Yeah, fair enough. But I would like to say as well, I mean, it's been pretty impressive that Sushi Boys has been the one to kind of keep them in check. This time around, Flaring, hearing that there's no assertion outside of B, it kind of just chills out with the rest of the team.
Yeah, Motive just faking that deep lurk from Wayne. Fake the TP through the same pieces of utility that'll make NKT concerned that they've got a Yoru that'll be a thorn in their side, but that's not to be the case. Motive probably just going to kick off this B execute with the Dimensional Drift.
Let's see what they do with the information gained from it, though.
Hunter's Fury, probably.
Oh, yeah, that's a good combo. A little bit concerned about the potential for a retake. Poom has Rolling Thunder, but unfortunately caught out in open position. And as you mentioned, Hunter's Fury all the way to its back line. So Alert somehow surviving in the midst of it, but now caught by Neural Theft. Team fully aware now, and Motive trying to get the spike down. A full 3v3, though. A couple players are still pretty low. NKT slowly creeping forward now. And Flaring has to play cautious. TP's towards the back. Tries to play it safe. It's all the angles being held, but it's Zerib now in with the op. Styron has to do it all. Has the utility, but no real timing to use it. So trying to play it safe, but unfortunately hunted down by Alert and Gang. NKT actually tying up the score.
Yeah, nice retake. Motive will have the money to recover from that, though. They've had a couple of clean gun rounds in a row, so it's going to take a couple more rounds like that for NKT to remain competitive here, but pretty sure I saw that they just got the Rolling Thunder ready to go, unless I'm mistaken. So that could definitely help them on one of these retakes and inform how Motive wants to play around it. Indeed, Rolling Thunder's ready to go there for Poom. Motive, once again, it's a 1-4. Sushi Boys alone in the middle of the map. It's an interesting balance, isn't it? It's like Sushi Boys is the one Thai player. On Motive, you've got PTC over on Naus. Kind of wondering if, like, one Thai chili is, like, the perfect amount for an international tournament, and 5 is too much.
Thai chilies are spicy, we'll give you that, but at the same time, the other spicy thing is these traps on the site, managing to take down Flaring. No more smokes for the remainder of the round, but Wayne trying to press the issue. In with the blind side, but caught down. Fully blinded, the op shot still hitting. Poom going through now. And as you mentioned before, Rolling Thunder and a lot more ultimates as well. Sushi Boys forces them to turn around, but Styron, surely you don't expect him inside of the smoke. Spike starting to get stuck onto now, and he springs out alongside Sushi. 2 players going through, and Poom, maybe panicking a little bit, tries to send out Rolling Thunder to hang out towards the back, looks and isolates the 1v1s, but shots not connecting onto Star, and he's playing it safe! Sushi! Rolling Thunder elapsed, goes in for the peak, collects onto the 3K, and Motive moving forward.
You saw their action in the player cam. He is very pleased with himself. You got to give credit to NKT. I loved how they were playing that round up until that point. It felt like this fight on stairs was going their way because they were so kind of aware of what Motive wanted to be doing. It's something that you have to expect when you're playing against this Waylay Yoru comp, and you have the tools to be able to deal with the reactive utility. Like the Paranoia, like the Fault Line can help you win some of those fights. Unfortunately, it's in the post plant where Motive really pulled them apart.
Despite this being NKT's pick, the score still tied rather even. Alert! They're just gonna continue to push and fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing personal. That is their game plan. They want to just send it at the lurker and isolate and win that duel. And unfortunately, Sushi Boys is the brunt of the joke.
Yeah, Alert happily laughing to himself.
Spike planted.
He was that duelist a couple years ago, now back into it. Had been playing Sentinel for a majority of the game so far, but now with Spike down, outlaw rifles all around the sites. You've got players as rear security as well, starting taking another down, and Swin once again. Military precision onto these frags, and it's Alert diving through with the shorty, unfortunately biting the dust.
Yeah, Motive, I mean, that is the perfect example of the right reaction. Not playing NKT's game too much. You know, in a previous round where you got that B long contact from NKT, they went and they chose to fight it in coordinated fashion. This time they recognize, hey, even if we lose our lurk in middle, we can gain a positional advantage, get that spike down and set up a post plant that it's going to be very hard for NKT to retake, even with the numbers advantage, and that's exactly what they do.
It's going to be the timeout now. 2 rounds remaining for this first half.
I mean, yeah, NKT looking a little bit deflated on some of these players. They came in with such swagger into this tournament right from the first game. You saw them standing up in their chair, talking some smack, and I think it's almost a little sad to see them a little bit disheveled. It feels like they've been beat down by their first 2 opponents in this tournament a little bit, and now that this game is starting to slip a little bit by the wayside, we're getting into some real depression vibes.
Oh no. The pillow's still there for comfort, but yeah, you're gonna want so much more. It's gonna take wins. This is still a relatively competitive map. However, with the threat of elimination looming over their heads, you just have to imagine that the vibes aren't feeling too good.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how their attack goes, actually, because like I said, they're going to be attacking into those Cypher setups. They don't have anything to really hard break the trips, because they aren't running the Sova, right? So it's going to be all about jet waylay pathing around the trips, and that's a super interesting interaction, because there's no hard counter. It's all like intuition. What's his setup going to be this time? How can I dodge it? What should my pathing be? But that's something to consider for later on, at least in this round. A bit of a slower one. Again, it's a 4-man setup, even with the Cypher there. The Op, the Cypher, everything set up in the B site, because that's where Motive have made their home the last few rounds. But unfortunately, it's Staff who's going to be under pressure this time.
They managed to set up the smokes, but still, those are going to be quickly disrespected. This time, Vera all the way towards the back lines. Couple of checks, pre-fired some spots, but nobody's home.
Again, it's door wide open. What's the retake plan for NKT? How does Motive try to disrupt this with the Waylay Yoru? It's aggression into spawn this time.
As well as Alert with some added security on this operator, but just working around the smokes. Wayne takes one down. Alert able to fire back against Farah. Gate crash available as well. So Wayne manages to get out. It's slowly layering forward with more utility being sent in to buy more time, but unfortunately flaring will go down. Wayne answers back. More players quickly getting spotted as Wayne springs out of the cages in for the ace! Wayne!
It's just pain. It's just pain for NKT, Quack. He's just dodging in and out of the cage, in and out of these bunker smokes, in full control of the situation. He said, catch this, Vera. He's full blinded his own teammate because he needs no help in this round.
He doesn't even He just said hello.
He's chill. I didn't know he was chill like that. Yeah, man.
His name is Wayne. Well, it's gonna be the recon now this time. NKT is slightly more default, but getting tagged down and spotted now. Last round of the first half, and you get punished this way. He's back on the outlaw too.
Quack, it's just so unfair, man. They have a full trap set up. Just please come and walk into my trap. You get spammed out, you get punished for your aggression. Vera gives you some semblance of a hope that you might even get an aim duel, and then just refracts away while the rest of Motive walk into an empty site for what feels like the 5th, 6th, 7th round this half.
Oh my goodness.
One enemy remaining.
Not sure if they were like reading the timing of the rotation, but that was bang on. Now the last one being spotted out as well. Darth managing to spin around, but once again, here comes Wayne.
Yeah, Motive are looking scary
Switching
in these
sides.
last couple of rounds. They are so well drilled, they're anticipating every position that NKT can be, spamming them for free, punishing the follow-up peaks, walking into the sites empty every single time because they just keep reading these rotations. NKT, they play such a stack-heavy style on this defense, and it's really just not done them any favors, unfortunately. Trying to catch out the top dog in Challengers SCA, the tournament that they qualified through with some dirty tricks. And unfortunately, they've been taught a few by Wayne in particular. Let's see if they've got any more to learn after the half, because they're going to need them.
And now, swapping sides, you just witnessed how strong and dominant Wayne was throughout the first half, picking up the ace and everything.
It's just unreasonable. My favorite part is that he full blinds Vera on his way through to an ace. Like, that is just, that's savage. And then he just goes, hello everyone.
As the pop-off, but still, it's the Breach Waylay, and this time, kind of working out a treat until Vera comes back on through. Sushi Boy's the only casualty for Motive, but at the same time, NKT being able to sneak into the A site now.
Dry contact. And it seems like some friction was on the cards there. As Soda does a lot of damage with that shock dart. Unfortunately, Wayne gets caught off guard, so that's an advantage for NKT.
A bit more friction, and this definitely could be a pesky rash soon enough. Motive.
No more.
Try and make it as itchy as possible. Starn just hovering around the edges as the smoke spots one out to the bottom. NKT, they've got some positions to work off of with the spike planted as well. So this is still doable, but Starn makes it difficult. Taking down Z-Rip now, but in a 1v2 with the spike taken away, boom! Right on top of the spike, will be able to take down the fragging IGL Motive.
I was so worried that Soda didn't have his covered there, his teammate covered there, like he was just hiding away in the corner. Poom was sitting in on the spike, but the elevation completely catches his opponent off guard. And that is exactly what's so scary about Jet Waylay. You're playing retake over on stair side, and it's a light speed and an updraft dash into your face. You got multiple duelists just out for blood. Good pivot in the mid round as well for NKT, already showing some good calling shots on this attacking side.
Truly. Breathing some signs of life back into the team, but now a lot of contact outside of these smokes. They're just continuing to barrel on through though. Z-Rip not even taking a single hit. Only Z-Rip to fall at the end.
Picks up the convergent pass off the back of that as well. Just punishing any attempt at some kind of poppy play with a couple of classics to catch their opponents off guard. Maybe catch one or two people defaulting outside of A, but this is, like I said, similar to denying those retakes in from stairs side. this is what this comp does well, right? Motive makes the first move, and then it's nothing but breach utility. You could do the same thing with the paranoias and things like that. It's like, okay, if you want to shove somewhere, we can shove harder. We can throw fault lines and flashpoints at you, and that's going to make your life very uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's why it was kind of weird for that both the rounds in the first half where Motive just took that fight. Still though, this time playing it safe, but Alert just comes on through, relaying forward from Z-Rip. A slight trade with Flaren coming back in, but now the spike going down soon enough. A 3v3 on the site if they are able to take up some players through. Oh, but it's just Darth. Checks out towards the back, TP's away as well. Motive starting to feel really uncomfortable in this retake.
This could be a bonus win for NKT.
A little bit early, but still. More players onto the side! The fault line sent across, and Sushi Boys goes in to hold the angle. Vera managing to take out Soda all the way towards the back. And now the spike getting defused. What a retake!
What did that come from, man? Oh, NKT. It went from brilliant to shambolic in a matter of seconds. Oh my god. Alert opens things up so well. I don't mind the double push into spawn, but this is where Motive really showed their experience. They punish that player deep into spawn. Once that player goes down, it feels like Z-Rip and Poom One Love, as well as Soda, are operating in completely different game plans. Two of them are fighting backside. They're both punished in an instant by a sharp Sushi Boys. And then the Cypher is just in the wrong part of the map. He's in A main and is planted for backside over on spawn side. There's just really nothing that Soda can do in that post plant from there.
These awkward rounds again, punishing NKT. Now with the 6-9 scoreline. Nice. Motive will just kind of hold default for now.
Oh god. I don't feel like we were at that point. Usually, you know, you get into map 8 and that's where you start getting hysterical and starts just saying weird stuff, but you've started early. I respect that. Soda,
Thank you.
He's got an op-out on attack here.
Here.
Hello, Flaring.
Oh, hello Vera as well. Full players, full contact, and once again, Sushi Boys. Let's see if he can kind of slice and dice them up, playing around the cages. He did get slowed, but so far not really getting hit just yet. Through the smoke though, Soda actually manages to catch him. The rest of Motive in position, but will it be enough? NKT's got the utility to possibly hold this out even longer, not to mention the operator in play. They try to smoke it off, but not enough for Raptors. Wayne trying to get towards backside. Oh, pre-fires on towards Soda. Dark now able to hold it all with Z-Rip through the smoke.
That's some relief for NKT. You saw those first couple of kills coming in for Motive, and I was like, oh, here we go again. It's the bonus again. This is what I was talking about, though. Alert, it's a good start to be able to open up the site. And then I'm looking for the pathing of some of these waylays. And the Jet, the double duelist here of NKT. Wondering how many times the trips will punish them. And so far, it feels like they're getting the better of these site setups from Motive. They've broken their money. And this is going to be a very close game once this anti-eco is completed.
Yeah, could even give NKT some strong momentum though. Blade Storm out for Alert. The whole team just wants to basically collapse onto this A site. Hank's back though.
I mean, Alert is such a valuable player. Not only does he have the experience of playing on this stage before, but this guy could just play every role. On full sense, he was playing the recon in it, then he was playing Senti, now he's just popping off on the Jet.
No kidding. Noise cut off, smokes up, and it's Alert to lead the charge. I mean, he's waiting surely for Z-Rip to go light speed into sight first. We've seen that play before. The smokes will go off. No one's spotted. And there's no initiator that can give them reconnaissance as well. It's just Alert all the way with the updraft play. Does he land in though? Maybe not quite. Still the kills all falling off by the wayside. It's absolute mayhem and NKT come out on top.
Yeah, they just shoot their way out of a bad situation, really. Kind of surprising that Motive weren't ready for the dash updraft play outside of the map. You know, I feel like that was... It's pretty common. But not a single player is really checking alert here. I think it's really because of this exact timing. Z-Rip dives out of the main smoke before he goes to that updraft dash. Dash updraft outside of the map, really. So the Waylay is actually the first one to take contact there and basically just draw all of Motive's attention. And then the catches them from the side. It's really not something you can commit to pre-aiming at that point. You just have to kind of tackle the problem at hand. Look at that trip.
Right.
That is exactly what it looks like it's designed for. Looking to try to do some clay pigeon shooting.
Yeah, Wayne spots him out towards middle as well.
Ooh, look at Vera on this deep off angle.
Oh boy. Spotted them, but he's alone on the site. Needs to trail off.
Drone's gone into middle. Styron's cleared all of that out. Alert will now take the space. Big rotations across from Motive. Gatecrash has been sent over by Wayne as well. Flashpoint to clear A main. They're going to kick off the execute, but with 2 active lurks in play for NKT here, what will Alert and Darth get done?
It's slightly different, isn't it? Might be able to offset a little bit more as well. Alert, Zero, Darth.
30 seconds left.
Just Motive trying to hang back, actually. Playing it safe, trying to set up for that retake. The spike's not in yet, but Alert so deep towards the back lines, and he's able to take down the second. Starin answers back, taking down Darth as well. Quickly goes through Vera, especially with light speed, and all of a sudden it's just Poom left. Able to trace onto him as that refract goes through, but now the 2v1, Styron goes in for an audible drop. Boom! Quickly reacting into it. Fault line on towards Wayne. Undeterred though, he will push forward with the blind side and dominantly takes down his opponent.
What a crazy round from NKT. That strat was like an onion. It had so many layers to it. They were really running the clock down. They had 2 active lurks in play in towards middle. You got the light speed into spawn side. I'm so impressed that Motive held their nerve there. Styron was so aware that he was getting sandwiched by multiple players. Like, to many teams, especially ones with less experience than Motive, that really reads like an A execute. And most teams would be caught in transition scrambling to get back to that A site and defend it, and that's where you're caught with a double active lurk from Darth and Alert. Z-Rips light speeded up into tower side, but Motive really held their nerve there and constructed a retake that managed to win themselves the 1v1. That's insane.
Just able to hold it steadfast and try to do it as well onto this round. NKT though, all geared up towards this A site. It's that pathing that you talked about before. Z-Rip all the way to the top of heaven, but flaring, hiding on the other side through the smoke. He's got additional support, and Styron going through with him as well. Onto the site, trying to get the spike down, but no chance because Motive are all on top of them.
That's the side hold that they were looking for. Peeking out together. Paranoia catches some of the players in the site. They can't quite make their way, bumbling around, bumping into each other, getting caught by the trips. NKT just never got into the post plant and never really found the duels that they were looking for. It's excellent patience from flaring there. Can't be too easy to just get caught in front of that dark cover on tower's side, fully stunned by the fault line from Poom. But instead he waits for the rest of Motive to get into position, and they crunch the site together before NKT can even get the spike down.
There's no chance. Trying to swap up the strategies back over onto B, but here comes Wayne in with the Outlaw. Quickly punished by Alert at close range, and here comes Vera to try to stave things off.
Shadows traveling. Advantage. Oh, sorry, no, it's a 1-for-1. Dimensional Drift not going to be active for Wayne. Darth is so deep in middle. Trying to Paranoia catch a rotator.
Oh, Sushi Boys, though, will keep him in check. Runs and trails off as well. Darth trying to TP out in safety, but quickly caught. Despite the convergent path sent all the way towards the top, nobody was hit by it. Motive are prepared.
There's the neural theft going to reveal that all of NKT are inside of the site. Motive just prepping themselves to retake together off the back of the dart.
Trying to set up for it. And it's a full-on coordinated peek as well, but Soda managing to take down first, flaring out towards the back. Sushi Boys! The trade right back into it, and now C-Rip trying to play hooky around the corners. It's not enough. Stinger was not good. And Motive now will secure that point.
My ult is ready.
Look at that trip in towards tower as well. They are really sick of this waylay just light speeding up there. Saw that same trip earlier on from SLT on this map. They had a really, really nice defensive side. Feels like Motive have got a lot of the same strengths that you saw from SLT. Their retakes have been very coordinated. They're more often than not just swinging out together and being able to get the better of NKT. Map point now for Motive. That'll be yet another team losing their map pick here and taking a risk on Abyss that doesn't pay off.
It's a pretty big risk, but a damn entertaining one so far. Nonetheless, Motive seemingly having their number now. Vera being able to take the line deep in towards A main, takes down the first player, and then Wayne to come back in to hold the angle. Inside of the smoke as well, continues with Vera. Initial pump flash and recon confirms presence, but also invites NKT to spam through the smokes.
Soda could get active on the lurk here, but Sushi Boys is just very rarely caught off guard. Maybe only once or twice this entire game, and they've been running in down since day dot. No, NKT now feeling the need to apply some pressure to mid. They're going to try to break the door. Darth is going to try to sell the best fake he possibly can while the rest of NKT get in towards B, but there's a cam and a full Cypher setup, and Flaring is not buying whatever they're selling.
Quickly caught onto it, but Darth, might have made a step now. Quickly noted by Wayne. Through every single little bit, Motive just continues to stay on top and on top of NKT. 2 players left, and even though the spike is down, this round is far from over for NKT. Dimensional Drift comes through as Wayne scouts out the entirety of backside. Comes out of it. A lot of pressure onto Boom. Manages to hold on and pulls off the Rolling Thunder. A second kill. A third. 6 HP, and he's still alive. Siren feels the pressure and unfortunately crumples right underneath it. Boom, one love in with the 4K.
Absolutely huge from Poom to keep them alive. Needed that one kill, and you could tell that he was really itching for it. Throwing out the flashpoint when the Dimensional Drift came through over onto Stairs side. And it's Wayne who makes just enough of a mistake, just enough of a misstep to give him the kill that he needs, but also just the extra 1 or 2 seconds he needs to pull off that Rolling Thunder and wipe the floor with the rest of Motive as they try to get it to be there. Tack timeout going to be called by NKT. They want to try to settle these nerves. That's a big round to win. They've still got 3 more to get done here. And that one comes off the back of a clutch. Not, any kind of macro win, not any kind of, tactical win. They were definitely down and out of that round, and they needed someone to save them. Poom will be the one to do it.
There goes Coach Wizard. 3 rounds, Philly. You definitely do need to tighten up the macro as well, though.
Yeah, to some degree. It's been a bit hit and miss. You can definitely see that Motive are adapting to it. They're ready for these lurks. They're ready for some of these hyper-aggressive plays. I highlighted the Cypher on the defensive side for Motive because Sushi Boys is really the one that can make the adjustments to read this game. And you've seen that he's 19 and 13 first and foremost, but second of all, he's been punishing some of these lurks. He's been reading the timings well, and he's also just been adjusting his trips, adjusting his setups to NKT's routines and some of the executes that they're throwing. And time again, that's been getting Motive some freebies.
It's really giving them the numbers advantage in a lot of these rounds, but now as you go on to the next, perhaps the gun's not supporting. A pretty sneaky call, though, to go all the way down middle.
Yeah, this is where Soda needs to be switched on here. As the Outlaw out, peeks out. Well traded by Siren. Very fast as the swipe goes down. Motive will be even in numbers, but down in weapons.
Yeah, eager to maybe retrieve that Outlaw as well. Some added security. Flaring also potentially noted, but waiting for his team to make some presence before he makes his move. Off angle being held, dark cover onto the site, reveals his position too. In with Vera. And straight through, trying to set off the crosshair placement, but NKT still alert. Warning signs all over the place, and Starren feels the pressure once again. Only able to take down one player because it's just way too overwhelming.
2 more for NKT. They want to try to pull it into another overtime game. Very nearly got that one against SLT Songnam across the line. They look very disappointed, very deflated that they weren't able to do so. So if they can win these next 2 rounds and earn that right, you're damn sure that they want to try to make up for that. This is where there's a change up though. Motive will pull out the operator, but as will NKT, and that'll actually be potentially an op duel in middle to start this round off.
Op v op. Wayne has been sharp on it. Slight jump peek coming through from Soda and potentially could have been noted.
Off angle from Vera was never tested. He would be kind of the next player to focus on. Sushi Boy's playing it as safe as he possibly could because it's quite clear Motive. Its big focus in this round is trying to look for a pick towards B or middle and then playing it from there. As far as the A site's concerned, NKT can have that. Drone will look for some information towards middle. Couple of trips in place, and now Starren's made his way over here with the dart at the ready. They could definitely try to get a kill here off the trips or the scan.
It's Blade Storm as well for alert. Could be deadly onto potential updrafts, but for now, as you mentioned, the recon, not really finding too much just yet. The spams, though, once again. Managing to catch Siren this time, but Flaring trying to go in for it. Unfortunately, way too wide, and Soda catches onto Wayne as well. The op taking down the counterpart. Just Sushi Boys and Vera left, thinking to save.
I mean, they're broke. They can't afford to lose these weapons, or they're going into the next round with shotties and pistols. The op is definitely the kind of weapon that could define the next round if they're able to save it on over. And NKT feeling a little bit, what's the word? Unoptimistic about going for this hunt because in previous rounds when they've over-aggressed, bonus being one of them, Motive has punished them and then pulled off a outstanding retake in a 2 or 4 situation. So NKT, they're not going to overcook it at all. They're going to sit on the spike and make sure that it detonates, because all they need is one more round on this attacking side to push us through into an OT.
Yeah, you get to that spot, and then we'll talk about potentially taking their own map pick, which would be a huge boost of morale, huge boost of confidence for this Thai squad. First time out on this map for Motive.
Surprising, to be honest. I guess it's felt like they've kind of been front-running most of this game, so it does make sense. And you have seen the adaptations in the game as well, the change-ups of the setups, looking for different kind of opportunities, whether it be, picks on off angles from the Yoru or the Waylay, or changing up the Cypher setup. So I can understand why, Spin doesn't feel the need to press the button and get involved just yet, but he's definitely got a few words to say to the boys. Try to construct a round to just nudge it in. We're on bloody, what would it be? We're on like par 5 at this point, and all they need is just tap it in the hole. Let's not whiff this one. Let's just get it done.
Wow. Didn't take you for a golf analogy guy, but there we go.
I mean, the closest I get to golf is that there's like a golf course next to me. That's about all I know. Oh, actually, I used to work in a bar where there was putt-putt golf, and there was so many awkward first dates. So many. Incredibly cringe.
That'll be a fun story time for later, but here we go. It's going to be a forced buy, though. Slight. Yeah, Motive. Shieldless with Styron.
Big B main fight will probably decide this map.
Oh. And everyone just going in full contact. Despite the blinds and everything, though, Alert will be able to get the spam. Wayne managing to get out. Flare continuing to push through. Boom to trade.
Oh, dear. Styron's under pressure now. He thought he was going to get caught on the cross as the Neural Theft has revealed his position, trying to play in the negative space before the next ping comes out. He's continuing to fight here, and he's going to catch at least one on the cross.
But still, though, this is now Poom. After taking that kill, it's Rolling Thunder online. Not to mention Soda on this off. It's such a strong line to take as well.
Rolling Thunder.
Couldn't have asked for a better matchup, but you're absolutely right. Rolling Thunder is going to buy it and shave off so many seconds off the clock. Both operators whiffing though. Wayne still just trying to mark down the position. Soda has swapped off to another side. Clone getting sent through, and Wayne finally takes down his counterpart. But down to the 1v1. Could this be it? Wayne off to the rifle, managing to take down the final kill. Sets Boom to meet his maker, and Motive closes out this first map 13-11.
That is gutting for NKT. They were so close, but no cigar making a big comeback on their attacking side. Even that round was very winnable for them. But Wayne has been in fine form every time he locks in that Yoru and Agent Select. He's delivering either huge fragging numbers or impact rounds like that. And post-tack timeout, Motive will get it done on their opponent's map pick. They are just one map away from securing themselves another dub in the Swiss, and that will set them up very nicely to advance into the playoffs.
Sure. Conversely, though, at the same time, it feels a little bit painful, a little bit bitter for the side of NKT. Definitely deflated because they are now within range of potentially losing a whole year's worth of hard work. Potentially 0-3 in this group, so it definitely hurt them all throughout.
For sure, but at the same time, they've drawn a team that has dominated the same tournament that they qualified out of by just scraping through in the last split, so I think expectation-wise, although they are fighting so hard for this, they showed us some really funky stuff. They really want to just drag Motive down into the mud, play some weird Valorant, play some double dive with the Jet way late, swap around the roles, do some crazy stack setups on the defensive side, show us some crazy rounds on the attacking side. Poom digging deep with the clutches time and time again, but unfortunately against a team of Motive's class, you can try to do absolutely everything and pull out every trick, pull out every stop, and you still might lose.
Especially when it's up against a team like Motive. That timeout called at the very end. They just sent it down B.
Yeah.
And somehow it actually worked out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they've kind of been sitting back, playing hands off, letting Motive come to them a couple of times. That's not really what this comp usually does. I think it's just them reacting to NKT's kind of crazy style. But I'm glad that you mentioned the timeout that got this game done, because that's exactly why you try to get someone like Spin on the coaching staff. You get someone with the experience of Benkai on the coaching staff. He's delivered them the game on a silver platter, secured themselves a map dub. That's going to put them in good stead to try to continue their journey and advance through into the playoffs in potentially a situation where you've seen other teams in this competition already with less experience and less tenured coaching staff unfortunately slip up when the pressure gets to them.
Yeah, these things definitely do matter. But once again, Wayne, multiple impactful moments on top of flaring. Sushi Boys as well, continuously keeping NKT in check. For now, though, we're going to toss it back over to our desk to break down this action from the first map.
NKT's comeback denied by Motive Esports. It was again another heartbreaking moment for the Thailand fans.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I got a feel for this NKT team now. They played a lot of close games at this point, but just not managing to close them out. I mean, come on, Thailand, give us something. But I think when you speak about Thailand, you gotta say, at least Sushi Boy showed up. I mean, he's doing something for the home crowd now.
Yeah, I absolutely. Sushi Boys, he was really great, especially during that moment where NKT, they had their bonus round right in front of their eyes, but then it got ripped away by Vera and as well as Sushi Boys coming into that 2v4. And wow, Wayne once again going ballistic in this map with the ace he did as well in round 11. Wow, he is so reliable in those kind of situations.
Yeah, Wayne played great. I'm loving seeing him on that Yoru. It seems to really fit him naturally. But then on the side of NKT, I mean, I just felt like they didn't have the answers to deal with him. I mean, when you have that breach on the initiator, sure, you have some options, but you don't have like a drone, for example, to remove them from the angle. You don't have a recon to remove them from the angle. So if you want to get rid of the op, you actually have to sacrifice a lot of your aggressive utility, which can then hurt you later on in the round, which is how I think it played out a little bit. Also, I think on the side, on their defense for NKT, I think they struggled a little bit there, only getting 4 rounds. And when you're playing solo initiator Breach, Breach is not a very defensively minded initiator. He wants to go, wants to be aggressive, and is lacking in information. So we saw them make a lot of stacks and take some risks, but Motive's calling, again by Wayne, sorry, not by Wayne, by Styron, we see them really manage to pick that apart. So I think I like that NKT took a risk, they tried something different, but ultimately they weren't able to understand their own weaknesses with it, and Motive, very experienced squad, managed to abuse that.
Yeah, absolutely agree. Again, heartbreaking, even though Pum, he gave an extra life for his teammates, but it's not enough. But then again, it's not the end for NKT and from the Talent squad, as we still have the second map of the series after this short break.
Winner. What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we lay here and make the time stand still? I wanna love you like nobody.
back again with Motive versus NKT, map number 1, which is NKT's pick. They couldn't get it, and Motive, they are leading currently with a 1-0 in this series.
Oh, I was muted. Apologies. Yes, we saw them come in with Abyss, a map that we've not seen them play before. So they were trying to catch Motive off guard. A little bit of a surprise, just like I surprised you all there by not talking. But it didn't ultimately work in the end because Motive, very well drilled, got the better of them. Now as we move towards Ascent, I think this is a targeted pick. We've seen NKT's Ascent. They've played it twice, lost it twice with that little bit of a different comp with that Teo. So I think you have to say the deck is stacked right now for Motive.
Yep, and seeing NKT, actually, we were discussing about it earlier during the break that NKT, they have like very strong individuals, they have very strong aim, but unfortunately, they just couldn't win a map. I don't know why. Like, for example, yesterday, they were getting comeback from SLT. Today, they almost get their own comeback, but, you know, Wayne is just having a really good time with that Yoru, closing out the map from Motive. NKT, they should know immediately on how to get or to confirm that W for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think that 13th round is always the hardest. This is where we see teams trip up time and time again because it's so hard not to let your mentality change to let's just win this right now. So you start doing things that you weren't doing before. It's easy to get more in your own head the closer you get to winning. And I think that's one thing we can see from this team. They don't have the experience in Challengers SEA that a team like Motive does. They only competed in Split 3. So I think sometimes the composure is not quite there for this team. And ultimately, that's been very difficult for them to overcome so far, yet to win a map. But can they turn their fortunes around today? Looking for Motive here, we see them playing what we would expect. We saw them run this against E-King with great effect. This is where we saw Wayne really light up on that Yoru, so of course you got to look out for that.
Yep, and on the side of NKT, they still have this Teo from Pum One Love and also Sova from So Cool Soda. But then again, I wish that NKT, aside from, you know, talking about the agent selection, I just want to see NKT try to get that map. You know, like as we can see earlier from map 1, Motive, they are locked in, coming in with full confidence. NKT, they couldn't close out Ascent profusely when they were going against SLT. They look promising, but really struggling to confirm a victory so far. So let's just hope that it will not be the same scenario for them today, as we see the map with our casters, Pilski and Five.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Bella put it very, very well alongside Big Time, of course. This will be a potential elimination for NKT. Now, they lose this, they go 0-3 in groups. They are basically out. This Ascent map means everything to this Thai squad.
Absolutely. That'll be a second disappointment for Alert, who was eliminated in the group stage with a better run than NKT's had with his Xerxia team back in Ascension 23, the last time that Ascension was in Bangkok. For Motive, it's some good recovery after a disappointing last series. NKT continuing some absolute insanity, some absolute gimmicks that we saw on the defensive side of Ascent. Their entire team is doing some kind of bait setup over on the A side of the map, hoping that Motive will walk into the trap. And instead, it's just going to be Motive waltzing into the B site for free, and we'll end up in a 5v5 retake to really test the limits of how well Quack and the observers can keep track of everything.
Spike planted.
Yeah, we're going in. We're getting tested right now. Let's go. Got Vera inside of the cage, door being broken. Vera gets a shot through the cage as well. There's a shock dart being tossed in back and forth too. But more players getting dinged up. Glenn getting taken down over by Lane, but Sushi Boy's inside of the smoke, finds a quick double. Low HP is Zero, but Soda gets taken down outside of Market as well, and NKT will get sent packing.
I mean, at some point, you gotta be like, what did you expect? Giving up the B site for free and just getting crunched all the way on front site when you try to complete that retake through Market and through Spawn side. Not only has Sushi Boy set up a cage and a trip, which Motive take full advantage of to get a free kill there, But also, then Sushi Boys gets 3k inside of B main self-sufficiently, and the last player scanned by Siren's dart. There was absolutely no hope for NKT to even get back into that one. They just got absolutely shreked.
I mean, on this map, that's where we had that multiple overtime. Septuple, perhaps. I can't entirely remember, but this looks utterly different. It's not octuple. I don't think.
I don't know, man. I can't count more than, like, the fingers on my hands most of the time, and I was counting the rounds, so it kind of got away from me a little bit. Does seem like Wayne, one thing's for sure, Wayne's my number one, and he's on that aggressive lurk up in towards middle. Poom is staring at a trip deep in B main. That's about the best he can do, but the rest of NKT, they're stuck on this A site. They could get something done.
Perhaps. One Jenny, one up around Dice, but it's her in with the stuns, and unfortunately Darth can't really do much. Starring though, the rest of the team getting contacted as well, not to mention Poom pushing all the way outside of B main, but Pharaoh will finally be able to track down Soda. Just the last player left alive, and his footsteps are so loud. Flaring
30 seconds
quickly
left.
catches him and trails off. Poom one love trying to find a different angle. Wayne's here though, your number one player, and that's a center mass shot, perfect to boot. He's also Ewok's number one.
He's everyone's number one, and you can't blame them. I mean, to be fair, he's probably number two, but that's only because Shiro exists in the current form, and I've never seen Shiro exist in that form before. Like, he's doing something absolutely illegal for Boom Esports in this tournament, but Wayne is bloody good. Another pretty easy round for Motive, and it has to be said, their Ascent is looking good. It wasn't really much played towards the latter part of this year. They stomped E-King on this map, who picked it into them because they lost to Zipto back at Challengers SEA. For NKT, not only will they go out of the tournament if they lose this Ascent, but it'll be the 6th Ascent map loss in a row for them. And that's somehow worse.
Just on top of the losses. Yeah, 6th in a row. You don't want to go out like that, but if you do, at least go out with a bang. Make it as competitive as possible, and then you can hold your head up high. Hence the peaks out from Poom now. Straight down middle, but Darth also getting gunned down. Full Stinger Rush out from A short, not to mention a couple of lurks inside of middle. They managed to buy some time in for the spike plant to go through.
Yeah, very open plant. Flaring going on the front foot here in towards Heaven's side. Hunter's Fury is now available for Siren, but he's being flanked. Good timing for Flaring to take Soda out of the equation.
Starn checks the flank as well. Quickly sidesteps the shots from Poom. But another check from Flaring too, but unfortunately this time will not survive. 1v1, but Siren has not just the full kit, he's got Hunter's Fury as well.
Nowhere to run!
Oh, pulls it out in the 1v1. First beam to go off. There goes the second. Quickly eliminates off the third and sends in the recon. Alert tried to stick it halfway, but Styron just would not let him.
Tried to stick it all the way. Unfortunate. Not allowed to get a little bit of a cheeky clutch on there, but to be honest, that's not the worst thing. Oh, actually, it is the worst thing in the world. I thought NKT was the one that was on the bonus. Yeah, that's pretty bad, guys. I mean, I guess you forced out the Hunter's Fury. That's something, but you did concede the bonus round. In a make-or-break, do-or-die game here. In Ascension Bangkok 25. I just don't know if there's much to say right now. They're going to need a little bit of a miracle here on this defensive side, Quack.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, facts are facts, but you just put one foot in front of the other and just try to keep going. Maybe Wizard will call in a timeout and dispense some wisdom at some point. For now, though, Motive just carefully creeping up. A simple shot from Wayne, backed up in towards A main now.
Thrown out. Duff's hanging around inside of the tree. You know, performing some agriculture. Him and Big Time could probably have a great chat about bonsai trees or something like that. Z-Rip's going to go down in the meanwhile, though. Nice open plant for Styron. On this A site, and things are going swimmingly for Motive.
Ooh. Yeah, pretty nice, but Yeah, there's not much to do now. You really just do have to kind of prune your bonsai bushes and admire Big Time's tattoo.
Yeah, I think like Big Time was telling me they take like years and years to grow. So, you know, they're just cultivating something special here. You know, it's not a slow start.
I remember.
Good things take time. And that's what NKT is all about.
I don't think we have a whole year, though.
No, no, we don't. And they've been the team that qualified at the end of the year. The earlier parts of the year wasn't nearly as promising. Wayne continues to abuse the Outlaw and farm anti-eco kills like it's nobody's business. He's got the knife out!
Oh.
Alert says no thank you. But that'll still be around for Motive. Darth goes down at the end of things as well, giving Vera one more ult point. One away for his convergent paths now. This is very worrying for NKT, Quack. I mean, not only... You look at the scoreboard, you consider the pressure, you consider the implications of this game, but let's also cast our mind back to the game against SLT Songnam. It was a 9-3 on the defense for NKT, where they found all of their success. They won the pistol, the anti-eco, they were up 11-3, and their attack got nothing done. If they can't get anything done here on their defense today, I am thinking that's going to be it for them.
It certainly does feel that way. At least for now, though. A sudden spam through the cage catches Vera.
Good start. So to spam it away, they need every little edge that they can get. I'm going to mix in a Teo drone. Confirms that there is at least one player on Cat. Sushi Boy's staring at a trip. He knows them well. He is the man with the hat himself. Going to get rid of the whole setup.
Yeah, you've also got flaring up around the corners for some added support, but ultimately not catching too much. It's just Wayne. Initial entry into A site. Could even gate crash with the rest of the team over onto B, but Darth trying to go in there for a contest. Yeah, there goes that gate crash. Not quite heard, but Darth will push on through anyway. Starring going down.
Here. Zerip's over here as well. 3 players for NKT to defend this.
Motive looking for the entry. The first shot not connecting, but cage is still up and a lot of sounds being heard. All of a sudden, though, flaring. Managed to get up on towards market.
Taken out.
Another player down, but Soda still alive towards backside, trying to keep it all
30
intact.
seconds left. One enemy remaining.
First one goes down.
Spike down.
And now just the last one left as Z-Rip quickly picks him right off.
That's a bit more like it. Those were the kind of holds that we saw against SLT Songnam. Like, I remember both Soda and Poom both having some crazy multi-frags over on this B side of the map. Nice flick from Darth, but it's mostly Soda that gets this done. He's picked all the right timings to be able to take some duels. He's played some dirty off angles, and he's got it done for NKT. One round at a time. Slowly start to chip away at this immense economy that Motive has built up, thanks to such a strong start to this game, winning the bonus in the anti-eco cleanly, but this is where you're running into a couple of big ults for Motive and things get harder for NKT.
Oh, they're just going in really fast, but quickly punished by Z-Rip. Straight on the trigger as he spots Vera out. Progression smoke, but it's a huge gap. Flaring goes all the way forward. Gate crash as well, closing in the distance now. But door is still relatively open. Makes things a little bit tricky. Managing to take down more players out by Heaven, though. And keeping eyes towards the back of door. Z-Rip. Gate crashes back into Heaven. Now just to set things up, Poom is still alive. Has the full kit.
Just waiting for a mistake. Hunter's Fury coming out all the way from spawn side for Soda. Will they flood in with this? He hasn't found anything with it.
Perhaps flooding in with the blind side instead, but Z-Rip on the off. Unaware that there's a player off to the off angle. And now suddenly out from door, trying to burst through. Cage up though. And MTV are just trying to keep NKT in check as much as possible. More players down. No chance again, despite the attempts.
Motive denying any chances at a retake attempt there. Starts off so well, they deal with Vera. It's almost a freebie given over to Z-Rip to give them the man advantage. Unfortunately, a dimensional drift from Z-Rip gets no value. And despite the fact that it's in play and you have your Yoru on the defensive side running around on site like a madman, making Motive very concerned, Darth can't swing off of all of that attention being drawn and get anything done. Instead, just gives his life up away. And then Z-Rip TP's back to Heaven and they're all kind of stuck in the choke there.
Uneventful subsequent round despite the one that they won before. That was a 4v5 conversion for Motive as well, but now carefully into B main.
Still got all the ults to work with. Wayne has got the Outlaw out, and there are 4 light armored players on NKT.
Very cautious. Oh my goodness, and they're all just stacking up on top of one another! Farah goes all the way through, forcing them back as well. Still though, it's a quick TP all the way towards the back of Boathouse from Flaring. The go signal for the rest of the team to push in through this. Tripwire will stall for now, but still alive somehow. Styron, the rest of the team trying to make some noise out through middle, and Soda to hold it all. Once again, back out from Market. A bit more damage found against Motive. A 2v4 though.
Planted.
They're not interested in a 2v4. Just want to hold on to whatever comfort that they have left. 2 rifles for NKT to try to make something happen in round number 8. That round was just a mess. What was happening in middle? Wayne was juggling his guns, caught someone with the knife out. You had a 3-man hold for a double swing into Market. It's a little bit of everything, but one thing's for sure, Motive comes out on top again. They're up 6-1. They're in full control of this series. They're just having one of those games at the expense of the Thai fans, NKT, and everyone watching, because this is pretty sad to watch, unfortunately.
But again, I mean, it's credit where it's due, you know, testament to Motive with how they're able to recognize the situation quickly and restabilize when they need to. Unfortunate for NKT.
It just feels like they don't have the pressure to do too much. You know, they feel like they're in control of this game, they're in control of this series, which is, you know, an interesting mentality, considering how tight Abyss was, and they almost let that one slip through their fingers. I think tells us maybe a little bit about how much Motive have worked on Ascent coming into this tournament, because, like I said, in the last 3 or 4 months, they only played it once in Challenges SEA. That was against Zipto, where they actually lost. And since then, you've only had the game that they stomped Eking, and now they're once again stomping NKT, a team that felt confident enough to pick this map into Boom to start off the tournament. I mean, you got to be pretty bloody confident to pick it into, you know, a team coming down from Pacific, who's turned out to be, for my money, the top team in this tournament right now. So I think Motive, it's fair to say that they've put a lot of effort into their Ascent in the break between Challenges SEA finishing up and this tournament starting, and it's looking like it's all paying off.
You really do have to imagine, yeah, that there's a lot of prep work that comes into it, especially with Spin and Bankai joining them sometime between split 2 and 3, I think. So definitely a lot of prep work going into it, and you can see the effects right now, but also, at least for NKT, Wizard trying to pull the team back together. They are still in this map, despite what the scoreline says.
I mean, for now, unfortunately, I'm getting flashbacks to their, you know, opening game of this tournament on Ascent versus Boom, where, I mean, to be fair, in that game, there was some promise initially, but then it started to fall apart. But this feels like the point of the game against Boom, where it started to fall apart. They started to buy things like judges and trying to force some of these duels that didn't work out. That is insane. What a beautiful blindside to set up Vera for the light speed into Wine. Z-Rip really felt the pressure there.
Yeah, thankfully managed to get out. Now, it's the smokes and everything. Motive just trying to play true to the cautionary tale.
Yeah. They're waiting for the re-aggression for NKT. Who's next? They know the money's a bit scuffed. The KO drone will come out and try to scout out what's going on. In the meanwhile, Wayne knows that this door's open. Mentioned drift into the side.
Nowhere to run!
Unfortunately, though, the tail scuttlebug won't do enough. Dimensional drift definitely cleared out so much, not to mention Hunter's Fury as well. But all of a sudden, boom! Able to keep Sushi Boys in check, counter to whatever happened on the first map. Still, though, spiked down. And all of Motive just trying to hang on.
Armageddon could really set up this retake for NKT Quack.
Yeah, they're just using it to clear out hell for the initial fight, but at the same time, Motive quickly catch onto it, pushing all the way through into tree, inside of the smokes. More kills, completely decimating and pulling NKT apart. Just alert left. 9 rounds in the mag. He's got 2 hostiles to treat with. They're setting up for the high-low as well. As soon as he tries to slice around the corner, quickly caught by Styron.
It's just such a beautiful little adaptation for Motive. And it's something that you'll see a lot of really, really high-level teams do on Ascent, where it feels like you're in a bit of an uncomfortable position. They were down in numbers on that site, and the key smoke is the deeper tree smoke here that both Flaring as well as, I think that's Vera, are fighting inside of. Very uncomfortable to retake into that. It's not flushed with the door. There's a little bit of give. There's a little bit of space for the attackers to play inside of it and be extremely annoying. And that's enough to really disrupt the retake for NKT, who wanted just a clean Armageddon across the site to catch Motive scurrying away. But unfortunately, Motive were the ones to make the first move there with a really, really nice bunker smoke.
That's just so much. And now, ooh, Wayne in with this Outlaws. Once again, TP'd all the way down bottom middle.
Aggression up catwalk, up middle. A lot of pressure in the middle of the map for NKT to respond to. They've got wine control at least, courtesy of Z-Rip. But that's about it right now.
And this is just impressive for Motive as well, round after round. They're playing cautious, but also throwing in different looks against NKT, constantly causing them to feel uncertain about where Motive would end up.
Absolutely. I mean, that's why you see the Teo drone in towards A main. They're still responding to that cap pressure, which has elapsed for quite a while. Another drone does spot out at least the Cypher inside of B. Wayne looking to cut the rotates. Darth hasn't even got his gun out. He doesn't know what year it is.
Well, now he does. At least his teammate will. The rest of the team from Motive looking for the right time to find entry. They know that Soda's been around this spot before. This time, able to offset his crosshair placement with Vera going through first. Styra and the rest of the team able to flood forward. Z-Rip, despite his best attempts, only good for the first. And now as soon as Boom swings out, gun down at the end as well. Continuing forward, it's Motive round after round.
And just to pick up on what you were saying before, I totally agree with you. Like the conditioning for Motive, all of the different looks, it shows how much they've been working on their Ascent, how deep their attacking side is on this map. That time you do get a shove up middle into a B ending. I feel like Motive have run almost about every strat, maybe not a mid to B, but almost every strat that you could run. They've had different timings that they're ending. They've had different starts to these rounds. They've had this A main default. They've had this mid default. And yeah, I really agree with you. Not only is the depth being shown, but it doesn't really feel like NKT are ever quite having the right read in the mid round.
Not even for this one. After having ended in B, now it's Flaring to kind of keep A main in check. Win with a potential gate crash into safety. NKT on the egos, of course, are trying to play it safe, but how do you stay alive when Wayne's just hunting you down like that?
You don't. Alert trying his luck. Vera's close enough to potentially punish. It's actually Boom who bites the bullet, unfortunately. And like I said, Motive, they don't feel the need to rush this. They're just in complete control. They're going to wait for the drone to send out the clone.
Truly making NKT to look out to be the rookies. The top seed from SEA just sending it all through with full control over onto this B site. It's very measured. It's very careful. And down onto the final player. Even hopping across! Z-Rip! Oh, unfortunate.
Oh man, make it stop. Oh, I feel like I'm watching a Ascent attack masterclass at the expense of NKT.
The game is the game.
Oh. It's just brutal, man. Feels a little bit too easy for Motive right now. Flawless round, and now we're going to get A tested again. They know that Z-Rip's been playing this angle multiple times. He's got the op out this time. That's really the only point of difference. If he does find that first pick, he can rip the dimensional drift to get out of dodge instead of the gate crash, or use it as a retake tool, but he's forced out again by the same set utility.
Bye-bye.
Perhaps in that SLT game, he was pretty good playing the angle out from heaven. So trying to hold on to it, but dimensional drift, the entire site, the progression smoke especially. Look at the stun towards the back of Hell as well. Darth is hanging back, but manages to hunker down for the spray. Sushi Boys, Vera, they've got to secure the site. Starman is trying to stick the plant all the way through. Vera, despite getting blinded, manages to find one. Sushi Boys goes down. It's suddenly a 1v3 or 1v2 as Vera will not be able to survive. The slight micro adjustments from NKT pulling through for this Thai team.
That's a bit more like it. That's what you saw against SLT Songnam. They were hard A executing many of those rounds up against Team NKT, and NKT would hold that A site every time with exactly these kind of things. Good salvos to make the attackers uncomfortable. Darth would be hiding in the back of the site, maybe throw out a bunker smoke. Then you had Z-Rip coming out heaven with a blind side, and all of NKT flooding out together before the other team got into a post plant. That is the win condition for NKT. We just haven't seen it come into action very much this game, unfortunately.
It's been taking them quite a bit of time to catch on to these, but finally the adjustment is there. At the same time, though, the depth of MTV's playbook on Ascent, start to see a little bit more of it going through. B-main contest coming through from NKT, trying to pull off the unimaginable, but at the same time, Motive is trying to run away. Alert manages to catch Sushi Boys.
Wayne, seeing if anybody else is doing any kind of funny business in middle, maybe going for a bit of a push in towards A main. The rest of Motive gonna have to spend some time re-clearing mid, re-clearing tiles, making their way towards B. Alert does have a neural theft, but with these players dead on the backside of B main, it's not really something that he can do to find information for NKT. Gonna trust this setup. From the shadows, could get them some info at some point as well. I'm surprised that they're not using these tools, but instead just really trusting the setup and playing the numbers. Alert is the one that's really on a fact-finding mission right now. That's the Hunter's Fury for Styron.
He's got his magnifying glass out. Finally clears out middle as well, hence the dark cover inside of B main now, but entry slowly being found, especially with the clone being sent all the way through. NKT playing very preservative towards the back of sight. Styron getting gunned down, so no more lineups. It's just Flaring and Wayne. He's trying to go on through against Soda, but not for Wayne for now. Flaring 10 seconds left, has to watch out towards the back as well, and no chance to reload. This round is done. At the hands of Soda, Motive will perish on this B site.
Yeah, finally some signs of life for NKT. They just look absolutely lifeless for the majority of this half. Aggressive play, catches Motive off guard there, crunching through B main, heads up stuff from Alert, pushing all the way through A main, catches Styron with the ult out, and then it's just a really no-nonsense crossfire in the back of the B site. 2 gun rounds back-to-back, one at the end of the half for NKT, but boy do they have a lot of work to do after the halftime break.
With a 6-round gap between them, it definitely will be a mammoth task for NKT to play it off against Motive, but surely they don't give up just yet, Pilly.
I'm hoping not. Big swing into mid from all of these players, and there's a trap that lies in wait for Motive.
Oh, the trap springs. Able to escape it for now.
Weapon here.
As it's a slight trade. But another one set in towards A short. Flaring alongside Styron, especially with the paranoia at hand. We're just able to... Oh, swing in together for it. Quickly catching information as Siren sidesteps the initial shots. Takes down Poom, but swinging on forward now. They're getting punished for it. NKT suddenly coming up with numbers. Wayne is in position alongside Sushi Boys, but do they have the shots? Sheriff, first one is good, but off to the next. It's just a classic remaining, and Sushi Boys goes down to alert.
It's a necessary pistol win for NKT. To start to get started on this attacking side, there was a couple of different points where they really could have slipped up in that last pistol. But it's really what wins it for them is the patience more than anything. They could have just walked up short straight into the paranoia that you highlighted. That probably would have been the round. But the fact that they just sat in middle after seeing those two players bottom, mid on stairs looking for information, it's almost like they could tell something was up.
It's definitely a nice little pop-off and a mistake for Motive, which will pay off for them. At the same time, though, a sudden push out in this round into A main. And Darth will be able to hold back for now, but at the same time, Spike, it's the go signal into B. Cage for an added cover.
Kind of funny that Poom gets caught by that when he was really the instigator on Abyss setting up his team to do exactly those kind of plays with the breach.
Here.
You take some, you lose some, but now off to the other. Wayne's gonna be the one finding the end of the outlaw this time. Motive? Yeah.
Everything's coming full circle, man. You know, there's some real karmic justice in this round for everyone involved. You know, sometimes you farm with the outlaw, sometimes you get farmed with the outlaw. It is what it is. There's no way those fish are good anymore. This map's been out for a couple of years now.
Yeah, I think the same could be said for the pizza and the gelato somewhere all over the place, but
Yeah, the gelato, is it sitting out? If it's not, it's got a chance, you know. In the freezer for a couple of years, you know. Could be good. There's potential there.
I don't know about that one, Chief, but either way, the round not so great for Motive.
I mean, they got what they set it out to do. You know, they sent a message to Poom. He received it what's the word? Unceremoniously? No, not really. You know, he wasn't happy about it, is what I'm trying to get at. Motive also got that A main orb, so that's something. They didn't win the round or anything, but they got in Poom's head, and he's having a shocking game, so that's probably worth it.
Those mind games. Testing the mental of NKT, but for now, ooh.
Submit default. Flaring's keeping a little bit of an eye on this A main control. You got Vera hanging around onshore. I'm waiting for which one of Vera or Wayne will aggress at some point in this round and try to make something happen. Poom. Gonna drone straight up the guts. Have a little bit of a look at what's happening in market. It wasn't aggression that was needed from Vera. But now he's feeling confident enough to mix it in. Frack's active.
Just pure reactions. Refract into safety. Behind the door as well, so no real chance for NKT to push on through. Poom spending the utility just to clear out tree even more.
He is. Alert's been spotted inside of B main. They know that the lurk is still in play. They know that the majority of the pressure from NKT is coming over on this cat side. The only question really is, where will NKT finish? Door is closed, so you see Motive really shift their focus to holding any kind of tree push. You got a crossfire between Flowering and Vera. If they opt to try to push, they're just giving them all of A.
On the util front, though, well, at least Motive would have the setup, full flashes and everything, and numbers advantage to go for it.
Yeah, I mean that's going to be the approach, isn't it? They take all of this mid control. Now they're going to try to re-clear tree as a unit.
But what a reaction from NKT to try to set up the crossfire around tree, but it's taken apart. Wayne has pushed all the way up from short. Darth tries to do the same thing, but It's so loud, so audible. Wayne just to hold the angle. What a slide. Still, though, way too overwhelming. And it's one more round up for Motive now in the second half.
Yeah, that's where all of that practice and all of those drills of just good spacing, coming in for the retake together, all pays off for Motive there. Get that man advantage, courtesy of Vera, and they just play completely hands off the wheel. They give NKT access to whatever it is they want. You can have tree, you can have the A site. As long as we work together and we have good spacing, we've got better guns, we're going to win this round, and it pays off in spades for Motive.
Just 3 more to go. Meanwhile, so much more for NKT to do.
Yeah. Aggression into B main here from Vera, spotted out by the camp. Pushed away.
Trip set up, but also, ooh. Wayne this time getting punished as he tries to peek forward from the smoke.
Locating target.
It's a quick drone in towards short now as well. Flaring. He tries to dodge the flash, just holds down mouse 1, actually catches Soda. Sushi boys. Alright, Hank's back.
Spike drop.
Pushed away as well, yeah. Flaring wanted to try to shout and step away, but he got caught by the Teo drone at the last possible second, so he's forced to fight. Catches the blind side, and that's NKT winning themselves a relatively easy round.
Some of the conditioning effects from the previous rounds as well pulls the attention from Motive down middle, where unfortunately a couple more players go down, so it's just the last 2 now to try to hold on, get a couple more kills perhaps. Styron, he's happy with that one.
100%, like they're just building up their ults, they're taking guns away for NKT. Death by 1,000 cuts, as it were. Sushi Boy's trying to take one more exit on the cross. He's going to get it.
Oh, you're kidding.
You know, that's gone from 4 guns surviving to only Poom alive on his lonesome for not the most inspiring Zowie clutch that anyone's ever seen, but it's a win nonetheless.
Oh my god, it actually counts as a... the system reads it as a clutch. Because he's the last one alive.
Yeah, I did it! Let's go!
Come on, Philly. Oh, man. Well, at least they've got the economy to buy all the way back up. Save for Zerip, who opts for the Outlaw this time, which is not a bad shot either.
It's true, there's quite a few light armored players to be finding here. You know, NKT, I'm kind of getting the sense that they're making this work. I like how well they punished Wayne in the last round. And then just a really nice mid to A split executed from there. Jump spot from Wayne. That would be definitely going in the flick of the week montage if that was the shot connected by Z-Rip. I don't know if we have any plans to, you know, make a sponsor segment from that.
Locating target.
They could make that happen.
It could be a thing.
Yeah, Prod. They're listening to you, Philly. Nonetheless, though, you mentioned it.
Yeah. Look, TP away from Z-Rip. NKT once again applying pressure mostly with drones and smokes and mirrors. Trying to mask their intentions and just trying to zone empty Motive away. Group up in towards B main. Off angle from Wayne. Not sure if he has the gate crash active. It's going to be him and Styron to try to hold this one. But the dimensional drift, do you check? I don't think he checked logs there.
Oh, it's the cage. Wayne went in for a quick check, but Styron quickly noted as well. Now the position's noted, though. Wayne would just swing all the way out. It's a quick 1-for-2 trade, one that favors NKT.
Oh. How was Soda alive? Man advantage now for NKT. They finally got the spike down on the site, and they're trying to zone these players away with the blind side.
Which would keep them alive for now, but a sudden swing. Z-Rip gets domed. Darth, though, out from B main, silently, still in position. Motive trying to clear out back house as much as possible. They're seeing that... Could it be 3 players just inside this spot? Darth suddenly swings out then. Vera gunned down as well. Just onto Sushi Boys. Slowly crab blocking, but unfortunately Soda a little bit sharper than that.
It's going to take more gun rounds like that, but slowly but surely, NKT are making it happen on this very poor, previously attacking side of Ascent. Just when you think you know what these guys are going to be serving you up, they throw something different in there. Really, really nice mid-rounding. 3 now trailing Motive. On the verge of being eliminated from Pacific Bangkok here. If they go down on this map of Ascent, they're crawling their way back into it, which of course will force out a respect timeout from Motive. This will be a scary one for NKT to consider, but of course their coach will have some input in there. They're going to have to consider what Motive might adjust, how they might adapt going forward in the rest of this game, but Motive's timeouts have usually been good.
Truly. Should have some ultimates they're building up towards as well, I think, Siren as well as Sushi Boys, but at the same time though, I mean, NKT taking it round by round is admirable. They've got that iron in them.
For sure. I don't think Motive look particularly concerned. I think they're still relatively confident that they're going to close out this game of Ascent. Me watching a number of Motive games where they have thrown away these kind of maps, I'm extremely concerned.
Likewise.
I don't know about you, Quack. We'll see.
My tears are all spent from last night game against Boom. So we'll see. I mean, this one against NKT, you never quite know. Would be quite the story if NKT actually goes in full reverse sweep.
Big mid stack here for Motive. They've already lost Siren. Wayne sitting bottom middle. They got a couple of members on catwalk as well. The whole team from Motive wants to try to fight this one. Yoru's forced away. Gate crashes out. Flaring has at least picked one with that Guardian. I swear every time this guy glass cannons a Guardian, he's good for one.
It's a crazy catch. But NKT taking it easy as well.
Be a little bit of pressure towards mid. Soda is able to punish Flaring inside A main. Off angle from Vera and a couple of moves in towards B main. Oh, Refract. Not going to be used here. Vera just going to be forced to light speed away. Ooh, this is going to force NKT towards B though. There is a big crossfire inside B main here.
A singular kill, even if it's just Alert that gets taken down, that could be a weapon picked up, but the rest of the squad all the way through Market might be able to pull off something different. Alert takes down Wayne as an eager push gets punished.
30 seconds left.
Vera blocked off by the cage as well. Sushi Boy tries to line up his shots. And a little bit of friendly fire. Vera manages to take a couple down as well. What? Sushi Boys! He strikes out at the right time. Convergent Pad's a little bit eager, but a thrifty round nonetheless for Motive Esports.
That's crushing for NKT. Oh man, it really felt like they were putting things together. And that wasn't even the call from Motive. Like, I didn't even feel like that was the timeout. They were probably more so discussing what they were going to do in the gun round and then maybe had a little bit of a plan for the half bite. That's just some individual brilliance, and that's aura from Vera, really. He's the one who's, you know, barking away on catwalk there. NKT get a little bit spooked, and they run into a big crossfire on B.
He's the one coming into this tournament you would expect. Wayne instead popped up, and now Vera's having his turn. NKT, though. They're running out of lives in this tournament, Billy.
They're running out of money. Got a bloody Sheriff and Stinger to work with this round. Not what you want to be fighting for your tournament lifeline with. If you could have it any other way. Motive are also not particularly financially stable right now. This round could be the tipping point that dips them into the red. Would allow NKT to recover a little. Take this B main control with the Teo drone for now. Do have the Hunter's Fury to work with in this round, so it is going to be a B ending. Could even have a from the shadows to the backside of the site. They've got a lot of different ways that they can approach this one.
Get the spike down first, get within range. At the same time, though, Motive, they've got 4 ultimates in for a potential strong retake. Doesn't even matter if Wayne finds opening pick now. Angles in towards main. He gets gunned down by Alert. A slight chance. There goes the TP, though, but this time it's from Flaring instead, providing additional support for Motive. Sushi Boys unfortunately goes down, but now Hunter's Fury out from Star, and Dorf takes down Flaring. Vera Just trying to take more angles, but gunned down once more! Stern, despite the shock dart, gets completely blocked off by Darth.
Darth has hit all the shots he needed to. That was getting a little bit worrisome. You could see NKT kind of scrambling around. There were so many points where they could have fallen off there. Or could have fallen apart a little bit, I might say. That blind side from Z-Rip is a godsend. You could just see Wayne inching in towards that B main angle on the perfect line. I could have seen a triple collat coming together there, but instead it's the perfect flash to set up NKT for success. And then Darth comes alive inside of the site.
This is amazing. Motive, though. Onto their eco, starring on the hero weapon.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, they were on the verge of getting reset here. Again, it's this mid-trap that they're looking to set up. They pull the trigger on a Boom under a little bit of pressure, but NKT have got him covered for now from tiles.
All missiles away.
Just a little bit. NKT trying to push in towards A side as well. A lot of footsteps. Starring with the weapon. Unfortunately taken down by the operator. Wayne off to the back end. Tries to go for the weapon instead, but caught as well. Soda. What a tenacious hold going through from NKT.
Almost on double digits now. It's very doable. Did slip up against the Sheriffs, but these guys have been great anti-eco and versus the guns. Really get the sense that they're fighting for this series. They're fighting for their life here in Bangkok. Do not want to make another disappointment here for Alert, or at least an initial disappointing memory for the majority of NKT, because it's the first time they've played in a tournament of this caliber. Barely scraped it in at the end of the year. Want to take hold of this opportunity with both hands if they can.
Oh, Vera. Well, he's going to be creeping forward, but unfortunately the refract expires. He still managed to shoot one through the crates, though. Boom. Despite the refrag, I don't know if it's going to be enough. The whole team just trying to send a fake into the B site.
I mean, it's panic stations at this point. They are trying to commit. Poom's just, unfortunately, in another country. He's working his way through customs. The security's held him up. They go, hey, yo, mate, what's that in your bag? Hold on, open it up. Unzip it. Let's have a look. Alert's sitting in B main. He's waiting for him impatiently. Z-Rip's tapping his foot in the back of the site. Nothing's happening. Motive's confused as well. Nobody knows what's going on right now.
The passport got bounced!
Oh no, Z-Rip's gone to try and help him out.
It's 40
I mean, Motive
seconds
don't
left.
have any information about this A site, so they might be a little bit concerned, confused as well. Campbell spot out Alert.
Now trying to go back through together.
30 seconds left.
You've got more angles being watched, Motive. Alert, though. Trying to creep underneath. Managing to pop out against two! Sushi Boy's gunned down as well. And now, continuing forward, Alert wants to hold the angle. Flare makes it a trade. It's 10 seconds left until the spike gets planted. Down to the 1v1. Boom. Spots it up over by stairs and manages to find the shot. An absolute refusal to bow out of this map.
It's a full circle moment from Poom. He had what, 5 kills or something? 4 kills or something going into this round. I mean, Alert's done the lion's share of the work. He's been here at Ascension before, and that's a massive one-tap on that spawn player. Poom wins that 1v1. What a massive clutch over there on Abyss, and continues to deliver when it matters most for NKT. That 1v1 breaks Motive's money and puts NKT in touching distance of evening the score.
It's very doable.
Z-Rip's on the prowl. Kind of looking towards middle clone. Gonna try to scout out whatever's happening. See if there's a trip on mid or any kind of cheeky little trap setup that Motive wants to pull the trigger on, but after the clone goes ahead and face plants into the top mid wall, NKT are feeling a little bit more bold about what they might find over here. Teo drone to further check out what's happening in spawn. Are Motive still buying guns? The answer is no, that elsewhere.
That's crazy. They're actually going all the way through. Wayne is the only one trying. Does spot them out, but because it's a frenzy, he just doesn't have the range.
It's like, yeah, guys, they're in spawn. Help! Someone! I need an adult.
They're into short as well. Wayne, ooh, managing to gate crash all the way towards the back, but Z-Rip
30 seconds
will be
left.
able to dispatch of him with that outlaw. Second player going down. This time it's NKT calling out spawn. The spike then all the way back through to B.
What's going on, man?
He's farming up the ace in this round. And there
Yeah,
he goes!
go on, son. What the hell is going on, Quack? They've wrapped in spawn. He's killed absolutely everyone on motive. He's almost got himself another dimensional drift. And NKT have completed Ascent. Like, all of the fog of war's gone off the map. They've seen every nook and cranny before they finally decided what they wanted to be doing. But all memes aside, 11 and 11. Not the attack timeout called from motive here. The last one was ineffective. Oh, actually, that's not true. The last one, they got a thrifty win. I don't think that necessarily it was the attack timeout. I don't think Spin told them, hey, Vera, can you just, like, click on 3 people's heads this round? That'd be great. Thanks, mate. But they're going to need attack adjustment now. Because, I mean, slowly but surely, NKT's putting together a crazy comeback here to try to keep themselves in Bangkok. Spin's looking concerned. Benkar's looking a little dejected.
But at the same time, though, I mean, this is just true to NKT's flavor. Doing the weird things, like pushing all the way through middle, catching that many players, getting the spike back over onto B for crying out loud.
Yeah, this is true to Motive's flavor, though, is it not? They were stopping them, and now they're about to lose.
No. I feel incredibly conflicted right now.
Well, Abyss was very close, Quack. NKT was making a big comeback there, and Motive did exactly what they needed to win in regulation. They still have the potential to do so. Make no mistake, though, the momentum is with NKT, and they've got some good ults to boot.
A real good chance to close out this map and go into map 3.
Mid control being tested by NKT. Fake TP. Makes Motive concerned about the fact that the Yoru might be poking around in middle. That's why you see 2 players starting to make their way towards market. The same for Motive. These players on Cat are more so concerned with the mid control. Motive may choose to aggress into middle in the mid round.
Not yet, though. Not seeing too much. Perhaps flaring alongside Siren. Just quick face check.
I mean, a face check for Poom. He's lost half of his face through the wall there. Down to 60. Wayne's aggressing with Vera. Bottom middle right now. Motive want a beef. And NKT, they're going to be the bigger men. They're going to walk away. Back towards A main. Alert now on the active lurk. A execute being prepped.
Oh no. There's a chance that Vera could get checked. He goes in for the crouch. Refracts into safety.
30 seconds.
It's a 1-for-1 trade. Suddenly, though, Armageddon towards backside. Flaring, completely caught between a rock and a hard place. No chance to send out utility or to even stay alive, but Vera and Star managed to arrive just in time. A right click to the face of Soda. And 14 seconds to go. Z-Rip tries to get the spike down. He makes it a tap. Wants to take the fights. Manages to go in for the burst, but no confirmation on the Sushi boys. It's Motive now up to map and series point.
Post timeout did exactly what they needed to do. Felt like there was simply passengers in this game of Ascent, but they opt to take matters into their own hands. The Waylay and the Yoru is such a dynamic duo, pushing straight down the middle of the map with only 40 seconds, 50 seconds left to go in the round. But what's even better than that is the dart from Styron. Everyone on NKT scanned out of the A site, and as they try to get comfortable inside of it, all of their secrets are revealed and they're getting shot from every angle through smoke cover. Timeout for NKT. It's their last chance to even try to make this an OT, or it's going to be back-to-back 13-11s won by Motive to knock them out of Ascension Bangkok.
And that's how you can tell they're truly giving this their all. The fact that they get it up to this close, they should have enough to buy back up given the past few rounds as well. but it comes down to this timeout.
See what they come up with. It's been a lot of slower, defaulty rounds for NKT. It's felt like they've been in control in the mid to late round, often making the right decisions, often making Motive quite concerned about what they're doing and pushing and pulling rotations in a favorable manner for themselves. They do have great ults to work with. Like, surely, if you can't get it done with Dimensional Drift and a Hunter's Fury, then you're probably not going to do so. From the Shadows could help a nice reposition. I mean, it's back to the B execute. Is this the SLT game?
Oh. Potentially, but here goes. You've got a 4-stack on towards this B area as well for Motive. Vera with convergent paths. He's allowing them to slip through, but the spike not fully committed just yet. Hunter's Fury ripped, and Styron managed to take down Z-Rip. Flaring towards the back from the shadows! All three dead at the hands of Young Flaring! And Motive will be the ones to move on through in this group stage, knocking NKT out of this group.
What a combo! Styron deals with that Yoru coming out of the Dimensional Drift backside. Conversion pass hits absolutely everyone inside of B main. And Flaring TPs behind them. And it's just shooting fish in a barrel. What a crushing way to be eliminated from Pacific. Bangkok here for NKT, one of the hometown heroes. They had their moments, but that's going to unfortunately be a second disappointment for Alert after being knocked out in groups in 2023. But I have to say, for a team of their experience level, they had some good moments in this tournament. They were fortunate to qualify right at the end of the year and barely scraped their way in there. So I think that there's definitely some promise for a lot of these players in the future.
I am right there with you, Pilski. You just see so much. They fought so hard to get up to 13-11 on both maps. That is just one hell of a performance for sure, not to mention their entire year's journey just to even get up to this point, to even qualify for Pacific Ascension 2025.
Absolutely. I mean, since adding Z-Rip, this has been a team that's started to be competitive in the SEA region. Up-and-coming mix of Thai players from, you know, a scene where it felt like they were recycling a lot of Thai players for a long time. This is a new mix. They play their own flavor of Valorant. It's good to see. Over on the side of Motive, I don't know, man. I'm conflicted. I want to say that's the recovery that they needed after that last series where they did kind of get disposed of, but that was very tight. That was very losable. Does that give you any more confidence as a NYSG fan, Quack? I mean, I know that you're the rep here. You know, this is the team that you want to win and go to Pacific, right? So, how are you feeling about Motive?
I mean, I know exactly what you're thinking. You just watch how this entire map plays out. Almost shades of what we saw with that map from NKT versus SLT Songnam. The fact that this first half goes almost completely dominantly for a Motive, just to kind of fumble so many of these rounds off to the second half. At times, it's these ecos as well that just look so darn strange, but even at times where Vera's able to find 3 kills on a Sheriff and they win out the round, like, what is going on?
I don't know, man, but I'm thoroughly entertained. Motive looking pretty good to advance through into the playoffs, and, you know, they're a very good team. There's a reason they've been so consistent in terms of placements, maybe less consistent in the server at times. This series included. NKT, they've still got some more entertainment factor to be bringing as well. You said they're playing E-King, right? Yeah, as their next game, I think you said that. I'll have to double fact check that, but as an Australian fan, with how well they played this series, that's making me extremely uncomfortable.
There's still a chance that they could spoil E-King's qualification route to playoffs, that's for sure. But down onto this one, at least we can put safe bets on the Motive with how well they have performed thus far. But for now, we're going to toss it back over to the desk as well, because they've got a lot to talk through.
Well, a tight map again between these two, but another heart-wrenching series for the Thailand home crowd. NKT are officially out of playoffs contention in Ascension Pacific, but
oh, looks like we lost Bella there, but yep, unfortunate for NKT.
Motive got right back into the game, and they were able to close it out into a 13-11.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Motive did a great job to be able to close out that map. They had such a strong first half. NKT really started to mount that comeback. You really did feel like it was possible, but ultimately not enough. It is absolute heartbreak for this squad, especially with Ascension being right in their backyard. They would have really hoped for a much stronger showing than this, but unfortunately yet to win a map. And we will be saying goodbye to them. They will not be making it moving forward to that playoffs.
Yep, but honestly, Zrip is absolutely phenomenal on that Yoru, but unfortunately it was not enough for the squad. At some times as well, Alert, we can see with his brute force coming into the B site, like taking down every member of Motive. But yeah, again, almost is never enough. This time, Vera is leading for Motive.
Yeah, nice to see Vera having big games. You know, we spoke a lot about Wayne playing this Yoru, but Vera really stepping up here as well. So incredibly impressive. I think this is the bounce back Motive did need, even if it's close. Just getting that next win on the board, not dropping a map is exactly what they would have wanted. And also with this result, we do now have our first playoff position locked in SLT Songnam because of some head-to-heads. They are now through for sure into the playoffs, but our map MVP will continue to go to Vera.
Yeah, Vera, I mean, his Waylay was also very great on that series. But I want to talk about, like Motive. I think it's the difference when you have like an experienced coach, I might say. Like when you saw that timeouts taken by Coach Spin, it was very, very needed by the team. But then again, it's not the end of the day. We still have match 3 for VCT Ascension Pacific Day 4, but after this short break.
What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we lay here and make the time stand still? I wanna love you like nobody. show me light in the dead of night. You show me light in the dead of night. I wanna love you like nobody. I wanna show you that I care. I wanna love you like nobody else. Nobody else. I wanna love you like nobody. I wanna show you that I care. I wanna love you like nobody else. Nobody else. My mind's at a different place. Hot trends don't make me chase. Too busy paving this way for you. My words have a different price. Exclusive, you can't subscribe. Save up if you want advice. You do. If you come at me, you better bring your A game. Step it up, step it up. If you think you got this, don't you hesitate. Run it up. You can't compete with someone who doesn't play your game. You can't compete. Can't you see we're not the same? My eyes get a different view. Big dreams you cannot subdue. Watch and learn a thing or two. You do. Climb into a higher plane. Get smaller with every aim. Watch me as I take that rain. You do. If you come at me, you better bring your A game. Step it up, step it up. If you think you got this, don't you hesitate. Run it
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Hello guys, welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific Day 4. Currently, we are in match number 3 again on the desk with us, Bella and Big Time. So this is the moment where you are most excited for, right, Morgan?
Hey, I just look at Valorant. I'm always happy, but especially happy when I can watch my boys on Velocity play. Today they will be taking on Riddle Order, a big challenge for them over in Group Omega. We will say Velocity came out swinging in their opening match, upsetting Full Sense, getting that win. Riddle, not so hot of a start, that lost their to Naus. So I do think this series especially is anyone's game.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun series, of course. Well, discussing a little bit about the team Velocity, they have been very strong in their own region in South Asia. If I'm not mistaken, they only have 2 losses, and it was against Reckoning and Revenant. But yeah, they are able to bounce back, and they won the challengers in their region with a very convincing score 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, Velocity have always been a strong team inside South Asia. Even when we go back to like pre-franchising times, this is a big organization over there. And now with the recent pickups, they pick up some of the biggest Indian names in SK Rossi, Lightning Fast, and then of course Rush to form the core of this team, bring in fiery Indonesian imports for that extra kick. And now it's all coming together, very dominant in their own region, and such a hot start here in Ascension 2025. I mean, they've got a lot of people feeling optimistic about their run, about some potential success for South Asia for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, it was very great actually, to see the old GE trio, Russ and SK Rossi and Lightning Fast. They are bringing a tremendous amount of experience, and getting that together with 2 Indonesians powerhouse, Tamara and Madeline, they make a really great team out there in Velocity. Meanwhile, with Riddle, I feel like Riddle, they were here last year, right?
Yeah.
Like they were marked as one of the strongest contenders for Pacific back then. But this year, there are even more stacked teams going into Ascension. We can see that yesterday, their loss against Neos, it was inevitable.
Yeah, a great finish last year in Ascension, top 4 for Riddle Order, and they've kept the bulk of the same players. But as you say, it was a difficult opening for them, playing against Naus, who ultimately swept them 2-0. Now, I will say in that series, I didn't think Riddle played bad, not at all. I felt like they just needed to settle into the game a little bit more, and ultimately it was Naus to put on an incredibly strong showing. But that was their opener, so I want to give them the benefit of the doubt that they've had a little bit more time, they've experienced what this stage setup is like now, and they're looking to turn their group stage around, move up to 1-1, and keep their playoff hopes alive, and try and keep their destiny in their own hands.
Yeah, I totally agree. However, from the match we witnessed yesterday, Riddle is actually a team with a really great game plan. Just again, I feel like the same problems occur for them, like for teams here in Tier 2. Sometimes they don't really know how to make good decisions in the mid-rounding.
Yeah, I think they definitely got outcalled in that game against Naus. I think Xavier was really managing to read what they were doing very well. So now it's how have they used that time? How have they adapted to what their weaknesses were? And how are they doing to shore up their protocols and their macro to help give, that little bit extra edge to the calling. I do think a big thing as well is they've been able to see how Velocity are going to play as we move into this game, because Velocity have a unique style that we'll touch on soon. But ultimately, what are your reads? How are you going to be able to call more consistently in this series?
Yeah, I do believe if Riddle, they can make that calls more consistently, they can, have these players like Soldam or like Hedai, they have very good aim. If you can make them work out in a good macro, I think Riddle might be able to win this series. But again, they are going against Velocity with, stacked roster. I believe we can say that they are very experienced coming into Ascension.
Yeah, I think this Velocity team, this was a team people didn't rate highly coming into Ascension. Even with that experience, I think coming from a stereotypically weaker region in South Asia, they're always going to be doubted a little bit. And, I think if you were to look at this match on paper before this tournament started, you would have said Riddle are the heavy favorites. But now we've seen this Velocity team play. They came out swinging, upset full sense, and showed us some very, very nice set pieces, a style that is unique to them. Watch for Russ on this Breach and Damara on this Neon. That pairing has been incredibly effective so far. I love the way the coaching staff have taken this team. They're really playing something that's so unique to them. My big question is, how does that work now you've already shown it once? If you want to rely on these set pieces, you need to make sure that you have a very deep strat book of them. Otherwise, you can start to give away little tells. I think that's going to be the biggest story as we move towards this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe the VCT Pacific fans, especially in English, they are very familiar with like Askerosi, with Raz, or maybe with Lightning Fast, because we have seen them in VCT Pacific 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. But I want to highlight Damara and Madeline as well. They are really good players. I mean, maybe they are kind of bit young, like Damara is a young talent from Indonesia. But again, with the coaching staff from Velocity, with the experienced players here, I think Damara is doing a great job so far. But we will move on into the map Vito. This is unique. Riddle, they are respect banning Lotus, because we know Velocity, they were very strong yesterday. And Velocity, yep, this is normal for them. They are perma-banning Abyss, and then Riddle, they will pick Karot. After that, yep, it will be... I believe
Haven.
It's Haven, as well as Sunset for Velocity.
Yeah, I think the two maps that I have to focus on here for Riddle Order are, of course, Corrode and then Haven. Those are the two maps we saw them play against Naus and ultimately lose. So I think I respect them for having confidence to pick it again after you've just lost on it. That shows me that, hey, they feel like they've made some improvements. They've managed to learn from their mistakes. And also for this map 1 of Corrode, we've never seen Velocity play this. So that's an entirely open book for them. And I think the Riddle will be looking at that as a weakness in the map pool. They'll be saying, why haven't you played this? Let's force your hand here and try and get that exposed.
But on the other hand, of course, Riddle, they have to be careful. Maybe they will catch off guard, right? By Velocity. We never know what they prepared for this map. But on the other hand, Corrode from Riddle, yes, like what you said earlier, they were defeated by Naus. But I really hope that they did their homework last night, because it is still one of their comfortable picks. And yeah, so I'm just excited for Corrode here. Like Riddle, again, mentioning their mid-rounding, because Corrode is one of the biggest maps in Valorant, right?
Yeah.
So they have to nail that macro type of thing, and they have to nail that mid-rounding to be able to read Velocity.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for Velocity, there's a big question in what composition will they bring? We've seen them bring out this Breach and Neon. We saw them do it on Ascent, where, you almost never see that. So I'm curious. Corrode, also not typically a Breach map in this meta. So I wonder if we're going to see the Breach there as well. Also, SK Rossi has looked so good on that Chamber. So are they going to bring it out in Corrode? I think Chamber can actually fit that map quite well. So I think there's a lot up in the air here.
Yeah. I really respect, the Velocity coaching staff. They were able to give SK Rossi his comfortable pick. Like some of the teams, maybe they wanna play according to the meta, but for Velocity, they know Rossi is a really good opper, is a really aggressive player, and they are going to let him play, like how he will do it, like how he loved it in Valorant. And well, for Riddle, we discussed earlier that they have to do their homework, but from your opinion, Riddle, what must they do to win this map pick?
I mean, I think in order to win this map pick, you can't be too surprised by whatever Velocity bring out. We've shown that they're not afraid to take these risks, so if they do take these risks, come out with something off meta. It's about staying calm, remembering why you picked the map, what your mistakes were last time. And if Velocity play that same very aggressive style, it's all going to be about stopping Damara. Damara's going in with a barrage of util, so it's about if you're managing to kill him and all that util goes to waste, Riddle will put themselves in very good situations as you move towards the late round. That's what I want to see. You can't give away 3 first deaths against a team as sharp as Velocity.
Yep, absolutely. Seeing Damara, it's like, seeing Dumby from last year playing that Neon. He was very fierce. He's a type of duelist that, is not afraid to take those duels, to take those skirmishes, trying to get the first blood for his team. So Corrode, I believe this will be very interesting between the both of them. From Velocity, well, as you mentioned earlier, they like to bring that bridge, even though it's not like much more used now in this meta, because people most likely are going to use that Waylay, to use that Yoru, and just trying to dodge all of that, bridge utility. But yeah, I'm also one of those players that believe bridge is not that strong anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I totally see where you're coming from, because Breach has fallen out of the meta. Do you remember when he used to have 3 flashes? He used to be everywhere, but now he has just become this niche pick. I think you're totally right. He's not in the meta, and he's not that strong, but you need a unique player like Russ to make it work. I think he can have his place if you're able to get all the value out of the utility, but because it's not, textbook strong on paper, there will be gaps. We saw this earlier on today, Poon and Love picking it up on that Abyss map. It does leave gaps. You don't have as much information, so Riddle need to anticipate whatever's going to come out, whatever aggression that Breach pick might bring, and just be ready to deal with it.
Yep, and the agent selection is up now for Riddle. They are going to use the same agent selection from yesterday. I guess they are just trying to do their homework, like make their macro more organized.
Yeah, I respect it. We're running back the same comp saying, hey, we can fix these mistakes. On the side of VLT, there will be no breach, but look for SK Rossi on that chamber. This is still an interesting composition. Deadlock chamber with this double sentinel, but Damara on his signature neon. A lot of pressure on his shoulders.
Yep, this is going to be fun looking at this agent selection from both of the teams. Riddle, they desperately need a win coming into this, group stage of Valorant Ascension. But on the other hand, Velocity, they are coming more calm because they got that win already. So without any further ado, our casters are ready for our first map for Pilski and Quack.
Yes, thank you very much, Bella, as well as Big Time. Our final series of the day. The teams haven't had that much time to really go and look back because this is Ascension Pacific. It's the group stage. You're playing matches back to back, and here we go again with Riddle on their own map pick of Corrode.
Yeah, very different trajectory for these two teams coming into this match. Velocity really making a Thai powerhouse like Full Sense look a little bit second rate in their opening series. I was very surprised about that, and thusly, I'm excited to see more for them. Riddle going down to a red hot Nous though. Steps into middle, big fights. Peppering back and forth with the Ghost. Velocity opt to fall away after seeing multiple players over on the defensive side here. It's going to be the group up towards A for I've already done it, for Velocity.
Oh my god, we just started! It's at least we've been talking about it over the break. I mean, you guys were, I was listening. But here we go anyway. Velocity trying to get their way into A. There's a Poison Orb as well as Sheer Wall on the other end, so gotta be very cautious. Some slight peaks from Rossi, but not quite connecting just yet. Trying to perhaps rotate back through, but again, a lot of these players are so darn low, and the angle's being held by Soldam. Toxic screen back up, but nonetheless, damage is done.
Shadows traveling.
Seconds left.
Well, it's gonna be the snake bite as well as the sheer wall tripped up though, while we restored some technical issues trying to get Pilsky back in. But at the same time, with the spike down, it's just unfortunate for Velocity. Kaede will be able to push on through to get that final kill in. What a start for now for Riddle Order. Just unbelievable so far. I mean, I guess it just comes down to the compositions. We saw them playing it before, trying to bring that performance perhaps from scrims back to fruition. Ultimately, it's these angles help. The early contact where both teams, both sides traded so many bullets, players down to low HP, really made things difficult.
Sorry. DC'd there for a minute. I got a little bit too excited. I kicked out my Ethernet cable. I guess I was just a little bit too keen for this match. What did I miss, Quack? Looks like Riddle's had a pretty good time on the pistol there.
Darn good. With Velocity just trying to go back through some choke points. Similar things this time, but a lot more space being taken up. They just go through the thorns. Pretty darn low, but they will still take players down with them. Minty trying to stay alive, but with the weapons picked up now, Damara, he just doesn't back down. So them Yatska trying to play around these corners, trying to sneak some sneaky shots as much as possible, but Rossi's got the back on lock. No entry for Soldam, just Yatska now on this Spectre. Trying to break through the barrier first, but there are way too many players on the other side, Philly.
Beautiful. Nice little high-low there. And you love the instant reply there from the core of Velocity. As soon as they've been able to lose that pistol and then upset things on the anti-eco, they've said, come on guys, stand up. Big entry on in there from Damara. Perfect utility from Russ as well. He's topping so far in Ascension Pacific the effective APR. Only players that are just spamming the controllers are sitting above him in terms of assists per round.
Oh my god.
And he's also winning every single clutch for Velocity to boot. What was calling a fantastic game. What a huge round to win for Velocity to start off this series very well.
He perhaps must have had some experience as well against maybe some Japanese teams, I don't know. But that was just a full bulldoze through B site. Now, he's trying to scale on up towards middle. Quickly spotting his opponents, and now just pushing all the way through. It's Damara and Rossi, and once again, all called with Russ at the helm of it. They're able to take down 4 in an instant.
Yeah, Soldam with the Bucky in hand, wants to wait for some kind of a mistake for Velocity, none of which will be given. Spike getting planted, nice and open there on the B side by Damara. He's got himself an overdrive off the back of slamming that one down. Rust is peppering a couple of shots. Soldam slides right into his face, but tried it well by Lightning Fast. 2 in a row now for Velocity. Their economy's looking great. They're playing with confidence. I'm hoping that they can put together another upset here.
Certainly, hopefully. Definitely still signs of life for both sides, and very fired up to keep their group stage going.
I think, look, if Riddle Order lose this game to a red-hot Nous and a red-hot Velocity, I mean, there's no shame in that, but going from a top 4 in last year's Ascension and pushing some of the better teams in the tournament, like SPG and Boom, to lose is going to be disappointing.
Definitely something they're trying to keep at the back of their minds for now. Just trying to stall down this B-side push as much as possible. It's a quick triple into the Odin, but Madeline turning around. He's got the annihilation now.
He's going to slow this round down. Opts to go and check the flank, knowing that a potential push down mid from the Omen or pace from the Neon could have meant that one of these players on the defense could have been trying to swindle him from the back lines. After establishing that that's all clear, makes his way back through the attacking side spawn and going to try to get himself into an A site after plant. Riddle Order, they've got a lot in their arsenal here. Dark cover, paranoia. You got a fast lane as well as a relay bolt. So a couple of different pieces of utility that could obscure Madeline's vision here, as well as potentially secure yourself a punishing piece of utility. There's a sonic sensor on the spike though. Plant comes out.
Oh, it's just full contact. Minty able to quickly trade up.
Yeah, 1-for-1. Riddle Order, just no nonsense there. Really good spacing. Trading out that 1v1 in the fashion that you would expect. I was kind of hoping that he would rip the annihilation there, or maybe put down another sonic sensor, or just play off of the spike with the sonic sensor already put down there. Don't think he's given Riddle Order the respect that they deserve, the respect that they've earned, being a team that's consistently been finding success in their regional region of Japan, as well as, like I said, had a very good placement at Ascension last year.
Yeah, man. Split 1, split 2, back to back, all the way down to the finals and qualification for Ascension Pacific. And you just look at how well they're able to hold. At the same time, though, I just checked out Madeline's VLR. This is his second official playing of Deadlock.
Interesting. So being a little bit more flexible there. Playing the recon init some of the time, but those responsibilities will fall to Russ, who's mostly been on the breach thus far. Rossi, hounded by the Prowler. Sold him on the line elsewhere. Off angle from Damara. Isn't peeking out, isn't holding the line for now.
Slowly creeping through, and it's able to punish Madeline. The relay bolt, so, will connect for now as well, but Soldam's still alive. It's such a huge threat.
Good disengage. That is the strength of the Neon. The pace as well as the relay bolt, just to be able to zone your opponents away. No potential to be able to chase them down. They're still interested in the A side of the map. Because if they go towards B, there's a pit and a hungry Yatsuka, a hungry KD with the judge.
Just don't really want to contend with that, but at the same time, Soldam as the Neon on this operator gets to reposition so much back in top middle, but now punished by Lightning Fast. Jojo, what is that? Lightning Fast quickly trades up, but still in a 1v2. It's Lightning Fast now.
Left.
Very winnable. A chance for him to show his experience here. Gonna plant inside of his dark cover. Can Shrouded step to reposition? It does have the paranoia to work with here. He's gonna from the shadows just to be able to cause some misdirection here. Riddle Order unsure of his position. He's gonna cancel it.
Pretty sure you can hear that though. Still into the corner. And they are carefully pushing on through together as a duo. One in front, one to the back. It's a quick sidestep, but the first kill goes off by the wayside. Minty once again reliably trading back up.
Yeah, it's his second 1v1. Like you said, just trading out his teammate. It's nothing special, but it doesn't have to be. It's consistency for Riddle, closing out these clutches and closing out these post plants.
Here.
Just so much of it happening all with Soldam on this op as well. Foiling the game plans from Velocity.
Riddle picking Corrode into this series is a very Japanese team thing to do. We've been watching in Pacific. Teams like DFM, teams like Zeta, maybe at times not as creative with the map pool, wanting to back themselves and be confident about their map pool. And Riddle doing much the same thing here in Ascension Pacific.
Sure enough, but straight on quick, it's Paranoia, as you mentioned. Into the kill from Damara as well. Trying to hold on to this A-Link position, not to mention Soldam also really close and personal with this judge right around the other end of it. Goes and slides on through, finds a quick double, and instantly gone. The push from Velocity beginning to trail off. They walk straight into the Thorns. Madeline going down. Just Russ left. One kill could be ultimate, but so many more targets to go then. Able to take down Soldem, but falling down to Yatska as well.
Yeah, it feels like Riddle Order are starting to get into a bit of a flow of things. That's 3 or 4 rounds in a row for them. Nice little aggression, crunch into middle, working together in tandem. Judge pulled out for Soldem. You've seen him use pretty much every weapon in the arsenal at this point. He's had success with the rifle, success with the AWP. He's charged down middle with a Judge. He could do it all for Riddle Order right now. Oh my god. Never seen that before. That's terrifying. That's gonna haunt my dreams.
I thought you were going to talk about some statistic, but you're talking about the Tech-to-Bear. Oh my god. Annihilation, Nightfall, a quick execute, attempts coming through from Velocity, but stopped and stalled in their tracks. So that might have gone down, but thanks to these smokes, it really keeps Velocity at bay.
It's a great Neon matchup, you know. Soldem's got the op out. Last round he's run at them with the Judge. Damara's taken that as an invitation. A chance to duel. Weapon of choice being the shotguns. Riddle Order feeling very bold. Push down middle, gonna get a pretty big flank on. Jojo under pressure inside of the site, and Velocity storming through elbow now.
Not too bad though, he's got the quick C's, and it once again foils the game plan from Velocity. They're all holed up inside of elbow. Madeline with the yacht picked up though, punches through onto Jojo. Slowly but carefully, Yatska trying to launch the flank. The spike getting planted all the way towards the back. The team clearing out backside as well from Velocity. So even though Riddle Order might be able to push on up, they might be able to deploy Steel Garden, I don't know if it would be enough to amount to a big round. C's and more utility baited out initially. Minty trying to carefully approach onto the back, but it comes down to the trade from Yatska. Good for the first, but SK Rossi on to the next. A thrifty picked up by Velocity.
Another one in as many rounds. You know, they're having a tough time when it comes to the gun rounds, but pull the pistols out. And it feels like Velocity are good for it, and it starts with the pace for Damara. This man has been touted as a bit of a Neon specialist coming into Ascension Pacific here. And you can see exactly why. Very comfortable piloting this agent. Catches Soldem completely off guard there. And gives Velocity a lifeline to win a round that they usually wouldn't be expected to do. But not only that, that's going to break Riddle Order's money.
Certainly could tap the score at this point. SK Rossi as well, pulling out the tour de force.
Yeah, more so to kind of min-max the economy at this point. He could even get a bit of a money man on later on. Riddle Order, again, they just continue aggressing into middle. This is very much their MO so far this game.
Likely as well. All of them at moment's notice could react. Soldem with overdrive too. They back themselves into A-Link, not seeing too much.
Rossi's still on the lurk. It's something that has to be noted for many of these teams in this tournament. He often is just lurking on one side of the map, on the chamber, not an agent that really has much of a chance to get away bar the rendezvous. So that's something that you could definitely start to cotton onto, potentially punish for some of these teams. It's just not something that Riddle Order will be able to work out straight away, because this is not a map Velocity's played very much so far in officials, or at all. Yeah. But they're not looking too out of place on it. It's clear that they've definitely prepped this.
Spike planted.
Pretty impressive debut with how they managed to piece together that thrifty from before, but let's see how they hold it post-plant now, especially tour de force in play. Madeline, unfortunately, will be the first one to get domed. Retrieves all the information for the rest of the team. Perfect C's coming through from Russ. Nightfall as well, just trying to secure the round, but still, unfortunately for Jojo, it doesn't amount to more. Kaede will be the first to fall. Yatska, out from Link, caught by Russ as well. They just can't hear too much, but still quickly reacting. Minty, though, once again, managing to find the multi-kill, but down to it at the end. Running out of time, running out of bullets. Able to shoot down Russ, but the spike will go off.
Clutch. Good damage done to the economy there from Riddle Order. Minty walks away with the rifle, but it's a Zalby clutch for Russ. Going into this game, Russ had won 3 out of 4 clutches that he attempted. So he's usually good for these kind of situations. Safe pair of hands at the end of the round, which, as the IGL, as the player playing a lot of these impact initiators, whether it be the breach or something like a fade. He's setting his teammates up for success, and then in the post plant, he's good for it.
Certainly the IGL needing some more rounds still, though. It's been neck and neck for now. It's a quick, sudden overdrive out from Damara. Quick as ever, but Soldem answers back in kind. SK Rossi now chiming in with its operator out from B main. Soldem takes a different line, but it's Velocity's call, and they are backing off.
They've just dropped off lightning fast in the middle of the map as well. He's going to be quite annoying to get through for Riddle Order. They're going to have to take their time clearing him out. Minty is potentially a liability here.
Oh, you're... Oh, no! Oh. Pilly pulled out! Oh. He doesn't see him! Oh, Pilly.
What? Yep. Okay, we're good.
He just goes back into it. Gunned down by Soldem at the end, but still the fight going through onto Yatsuka. It's a slight trade. SK Rossi managing to come up with the kills at the end. Now getting the spike down onto A site. Surely, as Madeline, you hear Soldem just hopping all the way across the map.
Planted.
Potentially so. Barrier Mesh is going to hold that mid link off. Should be a crossfire here between Rossi and Madeline.
Oh my god. Oh. Rossi went in for the peek, got punished for it. Thankfully, Madeline in with the slight bait and switch, undetected all the way in the corner.
Oh, what a moment there. I thought Yatsuka was going to pick that one apart. Rips the steel garden as well, and Rossi goes, nice one, man. And just pulls the headhunter out. Love the patience being shown by Velocity as well. They know when to cut sound. They had that opening pacey start to the round where the Neon just shoves its way straight up through the map, catches them off guard, forces Katie to push in towards B main. He's punished accordingly, and then they just cut sound and leave lightning fast to catch these picks on the rotate. It just shows more of this controlled attack side that Velocity's been showing so far this tournament.
And it's been lovely to witness as well, but as soon as we say the word controlled, Soldem just goes unleashed into his death, though. So...
Yeah, I mean, he didn't feel like playing the round anymore, is the most politically correct way I can put it.
Yeah, we'll just play the next round instead, guys. Kaede, Minty, Jojo. Slight crossfire setup. Also deep position held down mid.
Group up.
He's going to be able to hear the footsteps.
B. That's true. It will be somewhat of a stacked B site. They're stuck behind a dark cover. Oh, hold on. That's a freebie. That's the spike. Oh, that's very bad.
Quick response with the snake bite as well, and a second hit shot! The rest of the team tapping the pause button real quick, knowing that they need to pull on through. It's Annihilation, which collects Kaede. Jojo out to the front. Unfortunately not able to withstand it. It's Amara once again, just popping off round to round.
What is that movement, man? He's doing parkour on him. He's sliding up on top of the box, doing bloody tricks. This is not Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, bro. Like, what the hell?
Now he's playing KZ.
30 seconds left.
Shit. Like, look at that. How do you... What do you do? What do you do as Jojo? You got a sheriff. Like, come on, man. You got to hit the shot of your career or you're dead every time.
Okay.
Appeased
Yo,
at the
we need more
party
energy,
there.
guys.
Well, it's only early days, Quack. Come on. This is going to be a long series. I was ready for 9 maps today. Unfortunately, Motive got it done 2-0, but, you know, we could still have some close banger games. I think both of the first 2 series today have really delivered, and I expected this one to do the same. I was really looking forward to this one. Most of all, wasn't particularly excited, to be honest, about Velocity going into this tournament. Now they have me absolutely intrigued. Riddle Order as well. I mean, they are chasing better than a top 4. They want to improve upon last year. Most of these players have already had this opportunity before. So no reason they can't do better this time around.
Absolutely. But apart from that, I mean, just being able to see that Velocity does have some of these compositions and other plays prepped. A map like Corrode, Russ comes in with the fade.
Velocity holding the Paranoia. Waiting for some kind of push towards middle, but the B main control is really the main point of focus for Velocity here. Russ will pick up his Nightfall. Thinking about whether to drop off Rossi or whether to potentially do some more pressuring.
Especially after the timeout as well, just being cautious as to Riddle's plays.
Prowler clears out all of B main there. May prompt KD for a push into that part of the map, get some information, and indeed that's exactly what he will do. This will allow Riddle to start to rotate.
Oh. Offshot sent through though. Kind of revealing of some positions. Thorns as well. Damara this time slowed down completely to a halt. Waiting for the rest of the team. The Nightfall then collapsing into sight. I believe there are a few connections there. Onto the elbow position though, it's smoked off and Jojo goes in for a good couple of spams. Minty on with the off angle, chiming in as well. That's another kill through with Russ was taken down. Even as the smoke dissipates, I don't know if that would be enough. A secondary flash as well as Jessica goes back through. The op shot once again. Everyone from Velocity. The speed is completely gone, dissipated, held out inside of elbow. Last player to go down will be lightning fast as well, and another round up now for Riddle.
I mean, that play just died in elbow. They could never get out of that choke point. Multiple spams through the smoke from Minty here. There's the first. Yatsuka, just as the smoke dissipates, catches Damara, and there's a second. And unfortunately, Madeline trying to make something happen. Falls victim to the operator as well. Velocity, you saw them throw that Nightfall straight through elbow. It didn't connect on anyone on the site, unfortunately. I think if that was better utilized, maybe they would have had a better chance of getting in there.
Once again with the next round up though, Damara still just trying to send it all the way through. He manages to get past, but at the cost of Madeline's life. Kaede towards the pack, but spotted out by lightning fast. What is this approach? It's completely staggered thanks to Soldam now with his operator. Into sight, goes overdrive, tries to hang back, but wants to push in with the Prowler! Out from Jojo! He gets a third in the round! Yatsuka all the way out from middle, and that's another player gone. This rumbling completely down to a stop, and it's SK Rossi tucked into the corner, wanting to retrieve the spike, but his ankle has been spotted.
Creeping out on the line. Wants to isolate this duel with Jojo, but that's a hell of an off angle. A lot of damage done to both parties. But it'll be Riddle order to secure themselves a 6 at the end of the half there, Quack.
Switching sides.
First half just went by so quick, but it's round after round. An attempt from Damara again.
Yeah, for sure. Set play being attempted by Velocity, but really good counter utility. Paranoia down mid really slowed that one down, and then Riddle were able to put the pieces together pretty comfortably from there. 6 apiece. I'd say Velocity have done a pretty good job on their attacking side there. Maybe there'll be some more work for them to do on the defense after the break.
Both Neons pushing the pace of this game at breakneck speeds, but now onto the second half where Riddle Order will be attacking.
They will. This is their map pick. They've asked Velocity a question. Show us what your corrode is looking like. Velocity picked attack side first and got 6th, and that's exactly what you want from Rossi on the chamber. That's why you picked this agent.
Gonna need a lot more shots like that. 1 kill and completely pumped the brakes.
Yeah, could be another fight in middle to be taken here, though. Velocity are not done aggressing in this round. We'll see if Riddle's ready for it.
My goodness. Triple stack high-low.
Both teams. They're like, come on, you go first. We got a bit of a game of chicken going on. Velocity will be the first ones to cluck.
True to their name.
Oh, they were just, just playing with them.
Oh, Rossi. Rendezvous set up back again. That goes into check. But now with the positions being pulled away, Riddle thinking they have a slight opening out through, especially with Paranoia set to cross. It's Haunt as well, so Rossi dinked down way to low HP. They've managed to set foot into sight, and Soldam takes down lightning fast. Amara as well, spamming into the smokes. Rossi tries to go in for a full flank, but
Spike planted.
It's gonna be a ways to go.
Yeah, not much util left, just the grab net for Madeline, who's coming back around towards middle. Yatsuka getting tickled by Russ, trying to buy time for Rossi on the flank here.
Unfortunately not enough though. Look at the first shot. 1 left for the Headhunter. Russ will be able to take down Yatsuka, and perfect grab net as well. Still though, both players are low HP. As soon as they walk on through, Soldam just spamming across. With that goes Jojo as well. Riddle managed to take the pistol again.
It's a good start for them on their own attacking side. Got to start on defense. That's the second time I think you've seen Velocity opt to start on attack when given the opportunity. It really tells you about the confidence that they have in their calling structure, even on a map that they haven't played an official on. And their attack hasn't been the problem. So far, some good signs a little bit on the defense. Rossi started it off well, but unfortunately Riddle able to read that mid-stack and pivot into A, convert themselves a post-plant.
Which is pretty impressive. The next round up, though, this is where it all got turned around for that first half.
Toxin screen down.
Dry contact towards A here for Riddle. They are walking into a pretty big stack from Velocity. Relay bolt grab net at the ready could pose some problems.
All of it stacked up. Ooh, sees into grab net. Just kind of slows things down. Then for Damar to suddenly swing on through with the shorty, but down to it at the end. Still, the player is somewhat exposed in terms of angles. Another kill with a right click, but nonetheless, mopped up by Riddle order at the end. It's just Rossi now.
Yeah, fair few connections with the utility. Gives you just a bit of a taste of what Velocity look to achieve on their defensive side with some of this util. See if Rossi can give us another good couple of sharp shots on the chamber, make this one expensive. It's been given nothing though, these dark covers.
Cast a spell. I don't think there's much. Goes for a couple of shots, and there you have it. Just the 1 kill at least. Some more guns robbed away. Could set things up for the rest of this half.
Broke the armor on Riddle on the way out there as well, so he actually got some pretty good value for money. $300 or $400 worth of Headhunter bullets. And took that 1 more rifle away, as well as 2 sets of armor. That's well worth it. Not a bad little eco there for Velocity as they head into their first gun round here. Bonus is looking a little bit worse for wear than it might have done. You can see those 2 rifles on Minty and Jojo. The rest of them down to Sheriffs. Soldam on yet another shotgun this game.
Soldam's the one that you want to keep your eyes on, though. Always got to be cautious, because that's exactly how Damar played in that previous half, too, on the Bucky. Prowler up middle, doesn't see much.
Yeah, big shove into middle here for Riddle Order. The only question is where to next. Does seem like they're prepping an A-split.
Oh, and that brings you to Rossi, who's playing such a dastardly off angle, has to back off. Thanks to the rendezvous. Lightning fast, someone able to slow it down with Paranoia as well. Does connect, but now Soldam is within range. You can't pull out your smokes. You just have to hang tight and try to land your shots, but it doesn't go through. Rossi and Lightning Fast, both global players going down. Damara coming through now, able to take down the first, but it's Soldan trying to jump and spot him out throughout the corners. Snakebite as well, and he's kind of pinned in now. Prowler able to go on through. You're running out of ammo onto this judge as well. And finally, Damar able to slide on through. 3 kills to his name. Rush towards the back. Throws off the crosshair placement and down to the final one. Yatska cannot stand up.
What a retake from Velocity. A 2-on-4. Patience from Damara. Paying off in spades. He's hit every shot. He was just waiting such a long time for Riddle Order to swing in from elbow side. They never did. Where did Russ even throw that seize from? That's my next question. Was it off the wall or he threw it through the window? Look at that. That completely caught Jojo. This guy's utility is insane here at Ascension Pacific Bangkok. Let's go! Every time Russ throws a piece of util, it gets an assist. He's right up the top of the APR for a reason. Absolutely phenomenal.
Big numbers. And now potentially a couple more as well. Overdrive earned by Damara.
Yeah. He's got 18 kills, so he's got a fair few of those to continue earning, because this game is still very tight. Into round 16 now.
Find you.
Ross on this deep line, over towards B. Rossi just with a headhunter trying to be a little bit more economical because the money is still shaky for Velocity here. Prowler deep into B main, dodged well by Riddle. That might be a false sense of security for Russ, but it's a nice jump spot as he gets pushed off the line.
It's a slight swing round as well. Would also break Riddle's economy. Russ spotting them out, but now has to back off, tries to hold the high-low with his teammate.
It's good movement. He's making them work for every little bit of control here. He's gathering every little bit of information. Russ and Damara to try to hold this B execute.
Bring them down.
Jojo applying some pressure to middle. Just trying to keep Velocity honest before they pull the trigger. Feeling like this B execute might be a bit telegraphed.
Yeah, 30 seconds left. Can already see Lightning Fast moving into place. Russ is just hanging out backside as well. In with the C's and through everyone, managing to gun them down. Kaide will answer back though. Tries to push on into sight to get the spike down. Soldam has to hold the angle. It's Lightning Fast playing alongside Rossi. And up close and personal will be able to combat Soldam's position. Kaide pushes on up, but quickly punished with the headhunter. Velocity tie up the score and crumple Riddle's economy.
It's gorgeous stuff. Another great hold from Russ. I mean, Russ is, for me, probably my favorite player to watch at this tournament right now. He's calling fantastic attacking sides, coming up clutch, and delivering more frags than you would necessarily even expect. Him and Damara make this attack a bit of a nightmare for Riddle Order to even get in. You see Mitchie coming in from heaven. Russ was ready for him. He's completely hit by the Fade utility. He can't hear anything, but he's still somehow ready for the Omen to be TP'd up into heaven. Phenomenal.
Round after round, he's just putting up these performances, assisting the team so much. Riddle trying to look for some answers now, but they're in with the eco.
Having a little bit of a look into middle. Lightning Fast pushed off the line under pressure from Soldam. Not a single outlaw shot connected. Rossi barely able to scrape that one across the line as Riddle take control of A.
Quick with the response from Russ as well, though. Nightfall into sight. His opponents, not quite blind, just slightly deaf. They are still able to gain control over the site. Spike down, pit up.
Spike planted.
Everyone from Velocity from back.
It's going to be so troublesome, Quack. I don't know how they're going to get back in here. What's Russ got? He's got a Prowler and a Seize to work with at least. They've got a Relay Bolt. But it's going to be very difficult. They've cleared out Elbow at least.
I'm looking to Damara. He's got the Outlaw, but Overdrive as well and manages to pop it off. Tries to go on through, but unfortunately he will just be the first bullet fired. The rest of the team now have to step up to plate. Slowly but surely, everyone spraying through into the pit, taking out Kaide. Now they swing on together. Yatska, though, quick on the double, but Ras answers back. He stuck the defuse now, just before the ARB came in. All the way through, now Velocity picks up the lead.
How have they made that work? Russ just trading that one out. Last one alive. Able to come up clutch for Velocity. It started terribly. Lightning Fast caught out by the pace of Soldem.
Last player standing.
But just forcing their way into the pit, trading down enough bodies until they finally are able to get away with the spike defuse. Looked like Riddle Order were going to get that thrifty across the line, but Velocity grabbing themselves a ninth now. 2 to force online for Rossi.
Watching out A main, but suddenly hearing a lot of footsteps around B. It's Soldem, of course. Damara just forced to spend everything to slow it down, and all of a sudden, a pop-up from middle. Kaede, Minty as well, from the shadows towards the back, and able to take down Madeline. 2 players remaining for Velocity.
Yeah, I mean, Velocity caught by the pacing of Riddle Order in that last round, and they took that as an invitation to just send it again. Different configuration, but just as effective. Soldem now trying to control these rotations in middle. Just gonna play games with Damara. Buy more time. The spike's already down on A.
Oh my
this
god.
Round will definitely go slowly but surely to Riddle Order.
They're playing
That's all they
neon
can do in
tag.
this round, you know?
Yeah. But well, Damara's it now. And he's gonna get spotted to the back, Jojo. We'll be able to take it.
Raison actif.
9 apiece. Very, very tight game of Corrode here. But it feels like Riddle Order are starting to pull away with it. They've got a strong economy behind them with 4 players surviving there. And I believe that round should break Velocity's money, especially after how close that last round got. Indeed, it does. All that damage inflicted. Coming up the goods for Riddle Order as they look to secure double digits here.
That's just crazy. Round after round, and both teams again just clashing into each other. Suddenly Riddle in for an upward swing as Soldem goes overdrive into sight. Rossi! Oh! What a shot!
He's back! It's the Prince of India! Don't test this guy! He's feeling it! No, come on guys. You've learnt your lesson, surely.
Nah, they're not bound down yet. Riddle Order trying to impose a new order onto this A site as well. Snakebite and smokes plus bullets spam through to the other side. Velocity might try to start this retake, but will it be good enough? Russ managed to pull off one. The paranoia and everything sent through as well, but it wasn't there. Madeline just a hole, but gunned down by the end. Yatska.
Riddle Order starting to feel themselves. Have built themselves a nice platform, a nice safety net to be able to close out this game of Corrode. Dirty shot from Minty there. Now it's essentially up to Velocity to reply. You've seen a similar setup from them quite a number of times in a row now. It's often been Rossi over towards this A side of the map, and that's what they're going to stick with. Reinforced by a little bit more deadlock utility.
Yeah, both Sentinels. We're back into Russ and Damara on this B site, but it's just Soldem dumping utility through. Rossi now with the operator, able to shut down Kaede. Kind of slows things down somewhat, but Jojo plus Soldem still around middle. Not quite fully caught by the grab net. Able to shoot down Madeline.
It's an awkward exchange, but it's not going to stop anytime soon. It feels like Velocity want to biff in towards middle as well. Rossi alone on this A site. A lot to do. Aware of Riddle Order's presence in middle. Trademark does keep Yatsuka in check for now. He can hear it on the other side of the box. In comes the Steel Garden. No more op for Rossi.
Oh, and he's forced to push up. Tries to fire off a shot at least, but of course rendezvousing away. What a play coming out from Riddle Order. It's a 3v4 retake, and now you look towards Russ with the utility. Damara possibly. Soldem making a lot of noise though. It's a seize as well, but Russ decides to push on through. It's the Nightfall sent all into sight. Soldem unaffected. Can Damara withstand it? No! The spams managing to dink him down. Russ and Rossi, unfortunately, despite the ultimate spent, cannot make use of it.
I'm surprised he invested it there. Like, I know that it really does kind of soften some of the opponents off. Rossi not perturbed by the movement. Hold on. Riddle Order are on the hunt. They have found the operator. Russ surely goes down as well. That was the last bullet in the chamber for Yatsuka, so very good that he got it done, or he was a dead man. But Riddle Order there, I mean, baiting out an ultimate, and they're still able to get it done. They caught lightning fast on the rotation there. Madeline feels the need to dive into middle and is punished thusly. And that's an 11th for Riddle Order. I mean, Velocity have played a pretty good game of Corrode here, but it feels like they're starting to fall by the wayside.
Well, we'll see if the coach intervention will help them much, if at all. I'm not even sure what their economy's looking like right now, especially after these rounds. I mean, you mentioned it. It definitely does look pretty neck and neck, but this seems to be the point where Riddle Order will take over.
I think so too. I think they've probably just broken them. Should be easier to secure map point here for Riddle Order. In saying that though, Velocity were able to win multiple thrifties on their attacking side in the opening half. So we'll see if they come up with something cheeky here. Tamara does love a bit of a Bucky, sliding in with the Neon. Danby-esque from last year's Ascension, bit of a callback there. They do have the chamber, that does quite well on these light buys. You know, the cheeky little rendezvous and off angle can give you an opening man advantage. Good bang for your buck. You just use the headhunter.
I think that's what it comes down to. Rossi and Damara
as well. Alrighty. Smoke into middle. Velocity. All heading in that direction. How far do they push this? They're just lying in wait. It's a little bit of a mid-trap for Velocity, waiting for Riddle Order to get interested. If they're going to be here, there's a full setup from Madeline.
Barrier deployed.
Oh, thanks to the haunt. Figures out to send through the barrier as well, but it's just Riddle Order trying to cut bait.
There's no way they pulled the trigger on that. They're going back into Rossi, though. Ooh, good crosshair placement, but the reaction wasn't on point. And Riddle Order... This is so awkward. They've been pushed away from B. They can't get into middle. 55 seconds. They're not rushing anything.
They've got the angles. And it's Kaide up for the first kill. First blood drawn against Amara. Able to play around the map now because of this. Because once again, Velocity's weaponry, it's just not there.
Rossi's going to have another crack.
Oh, no.
Does have a trademark. I don't know how many bullets he's got in this headhunter.
30
Looks
seconds
like 6.
left.
Or 5. I can't count. I think Rossi can count 5. Nope.
No. He's got 0.5. I'll give him that. But, you're gonna need at least one kill, maybe a second one, then you get tour de force for the next round. But either way, this is just so tough to hold. The team now might be up around back angles, but it's not enough. Rossi goes down to Kaide too. Everyone from Riddle Order able to hold and lock down these angles, but Russ comes in with the Hero Vandal. 2 players gone from Riddle Order. Prowler towards the site. Annihilation ripped. And it does connect to one at least. They're trying to get JoJo out, but unfortunately down he goes. They just hope for lightning fast to get a smoke back up. Madeline turns around, spots onto Minty, and it's just Yatsuka left trying to play around it, but despite getting stuck, Russ with a stutter step. Velocity answers back. They are still in this map.
Russ is unbelievable. Another 3k in a round that Velocity had no business winning. How has Riddle Order lost that? I mean, it's brilliant util usage that sees the grab net, the annihilation connects, and Russ just starts going crazy, hand in hand with Madeline. They complete a 3-on-5, running through a dark cover into a fully stacked site from Riddle Order. If you're a Japanese fan, your head is in your hands right now.
It's unbelievable.
Gotta go.
Base from Riddle. pressure on that A side of the map, and Minty's done another one of these very missed TPs. He's done this before. It was effective last time. But Velocity, they smell like something's up. They're like, this guy's sus.
Oh no. Sus, but unfortunately the sensors weren't sharp enough. Even Damar getting caught. He set the relay, but the kill's not there. Oh, a third! What?
Shadows traveling.
Unfortunate. You've never seen it from the shadows have that much value. Madeline, his whole team's been hamstrung. He doesn't even feel bold enough to hold that B site. He knows he's got no backup even if he does.
Spike planted.
Dude, who is this guy?
Minty?
Yeah.
He's been around for a little bit. I think he was on Fab for a bit.
No escape.
Yeah. One way or another, definitely through the Japanese tier 2 scene, but it's just unbelievable to me that this entire round won because of one TP.
Yeah. And it worked before as well. Like, it really was a similar kind of situation. And unfortunately, Velocity are not cottoned on enough. They're a little bit too disjointed to be able to close in and clear him out. But that's the beauty of the From the Shadows TP, isn't it? You're not actually sure if he's that insane enough to do something like that. So you have to go clear it out. But that indecision, you know, that lazy checking of the angles is what gets you into trouble, isn't it?
Without a doubt. And now it's tour de force as well from Rossi, but just a bit of information. The rest of Riddle Order are back towards middle, back to B.
Yeah, I feel like they are confident they've got this game on lock. Let's be honest, Velocity, they've won 3 Thrifties this game. They have had some good rounds, but they've had some pretty BS rounds, if I'm honest, that they've been able to win. Whereas I feel like Riddle Order, they've had a few breaks their way, but for the most part, they've been playing a pretty good attacking side here, and that's just where things continue to get better. Madeline hits the deck. Sonic sensors are now powerless.
And also for Riddle Order to play around time. 50 seconds, they're going all over the place. Lightning Fast though lines them up! Round's not done yet though. Trying to gain entry into B-side, Kaede, Yatsuka, and Minty. It's the off-angle judge! And the first one gets punished. Off to the other as well, and Damara just says that you will have no entry into my sight! Yatsuka runs off! Still managed to turn around and fire back, though.
He could make it to A in time. With 36 HP, I don't think he's winning this one. Velocity, they're going to respect the fact that he can go and get that spike planted. That's fine.
10
It is what
seconds
it is. What's he going to have to do to be able to win this one on 3, though? I mean, that's a high percentage plant. It's a good start. Does have some vines to work with. He's only got 1 clip left in the Vandal, though, so this has got to be clean from him.
Plays all the way towards the back of the site just to check as well, though, but at this point, you're banking on that one angle, one choke point. Has to land the first kill. He just goes through and pre-fires it as well. Haunt, hit by the paranoia, tries to slow them down with thorns. He's looking for those pre-fires, but Russ gets him instead!
Russ has just been such a safe pair of hands this game. Every time he's needed to step up, he's delivered. 11th round for Velocity. It started horribly. Lightning Fast lines up 2. They run into Damara's judge. It's a lifeline for Velocity.
Truly.
It's very hopeful. He's trying to recreate his Omen ult with a Shrouded Step. He's crossed his fingers, he's crossed his toes, but it hasn't worked out for him. Respect the attempt, though.
Well, here we go. Overtime or bust.
Overdrive. Should be a quick one straight down A here, I'm assuming. From Velocity. They're not going to see anything. Quick pacing into middle here for Velocity.
My word. Cover going on. I mean, previously, the slight weaker points was Madeline alone on B site. Now he's there still, but with Rossi. It's Steel Garden instantly ripped, and Riddle Order will be able to kick down the doors into B site. Nightfall sent in as well. Rossi forced a rendezvous into safety, And everyone trying to look for these angles, but spotted up at top of heaven, Rossi goes down! Viper's Pit invested!
I mean, Velocity retook a pit over on the other side of the map very nicely before, but there's no way it's happening again, Rat Quack.
Never quite sure. Russ, Damara still alive. And it's the Nightfall all the way collapsing in, but Soldam, quick on the draw, takes down Damara, Kaide takes down Rush, Yatskan one by one, Velocity fall down, right inside of the pit, Riddle Order take control and seize command over Corrode.
It's anything but clean, so many thrifty rounds lost, a couple of man advantages to boot, but Riddle Order have got enough depth, enough class to be able to win their map pick of Crode. They backed themselves despite a bit of an underwhelming game against Naust in the opener. Gotta give credit to Velocity though, this is not a map that they played an official on. They came prepped, they brought some new stuff here into Ascension Pacific Bangkok, and they really put Riddle Order through their paces on their own map pick to open things up here.
I think you said it best a couple rounds ago though, Pilly. I mean, some of the rounds that Velocity won, I mean, despite the preparation and everything, they definitely look good, but it's down to some of these, like, lucky or, you know, BS moments, I suppose. Meanwhile, for Riddle Order, I mean, especially in the second half, they really seemed as though they've cracked that code as to where Velocity would be positioned, where the weak points are.
Yeah. I mean, but it was far from perfect from them, you know. It takes two to tango. One team can win an upset round and win a round they have no business winning. The other team has to make some pretty big mistakes. But it was anything but perfect from either of these teams, and it was a pretty dead even game. You had some individual brilliance, you had some mistakes being made. But Riddle will win their opening map pick. Nonetheless, I think we're in for a very tight, very entertaining series. Velocity are far from done yet.
For sure, man. I mean, just incredible shots. Hero moments from players like Minty. Soldam's just insane. Damara's got a screw loose in his head as well. But I think Russ
in the best
was
way.
Definitely, yes, in the best way. But Russ was a standout performer on this map for sure.
Oh, I'm loving everything I've seen from Russ at this tournament. You know, I didn't really have a strong opinion about him before what I've seen from him on Velocity. Now I've seen Stellar calling, delivering in the clutches, and some really, really big impact moments. I'm loving what I'm seeing from Russ here.
You know who's got a big opinion, though? A really good opinion of Russ.
I mean, I wouldn't say a good opinion usually, because I know who you're talking about, but go on.
I bet he's just a little bit heartbroken at the result of this map as well. But I mean, it still was just incredibly close.
Sure. Who is it, Pac? Tell us. I'm eager to know. I'm on the edge of my seat. Go on.
I'm waiting for the right moment. I think there's a slight tear rolling down the side of his cheek. It's Big Time, of course. We're going to toss it back over to Bella and Big Time to break down this map.
Definitely a heated map for Riddle as well as Velocity. Okay, Big Time. I will give you, your spotlight first. For this free map.
Look, I'm a professional. I'm not that biased, okay? I do think Velocity made it very close. They had those bright moments, individual prop-offs, and like the casters were saying, especially impressed by Russ, the way he's calling and his util. But Riddle are the ones we really have to give the most credit to here. They did manage to get that across the line. I feel like they've shored up the holes in their macro, especially into that attacker side here. So I am very impressed with them. I feel like they put together a strong game plan and did manage to deal with the aggression of Velocity, the aggression of Damara for the most part. So I think that's what we were talking about needing to see in order for them to get across the line. I think we got to talk a little bit about Minty. Minty was the only player not competing at Ascension last year for this Riddle squad. So for him to come in, this is a fresh experience. And this game, I felt like he really came into his own.
Yep, absolutely. Minty, he was very amazing today in Corrode. Like previously, we saw Minty a little bit struggling in some of the maps, but wow, this guy is destroying Velocity from their own base.
Yeah.
As we can see lurking into mid. But again, on the other hand, I love how Velocity is able, to determine the pace of the game in the attacker's side. But unfortunately, Riddle, they didn't take that long to adapt to the style that Velocity brought, especially after the up impact that Seldom had. Holding the defensive lines. Coming into the second half, they have that momentum going on, and Minty closing it out on the attacking side.
Yeah, I feel like Minty is, of course, our MVP. He did a fantastic job there, that map. I mean, we have to talk about, the TP, the Omen ult, and then he's getting 3. He did such a fantastic job. And in a game that goes 13-11, that is this close, you need those hero rounds. You need people to step up. The best players in the world are the ones that rise to the pressure. And he did a great job of that. And like you say, overall, I feel like they kind of expected Velocity's aggression here. And I think they managed to neutralize it very well. As we move towards sunset, that's going to be a key theme there as well.
Yeah, that was the map pick of Riddle, and they got it. But we still have map number 2, which is sunset after this short break. Back again on this series, we are on map number 2, Sunset. This is the map pick for Velocity. I think Morgan, you are more relaxed seeing coming into the map 2.
Yeah, I mean, so we're moving across to Velocity's pick. This is a map that they've looked strong on domestically, and when we've seen them play this in the past, they've been running the Breach to pair up with that Neon. Now, Russ did a great job on the Fade. His util was getting value, but I think on the Breach is where the synergy is there the most with the Neon. You're able to set up Damara so well there, so I think we can expect even more aggression as we move towards Sunset, and the onus is is on Riddle once again to put a stop to that.
Yeah, I questioned earlier whether bringing breach is a good thing, but seeing how Velocity played just now in Corrode, I think they are a team who does not know what fear means. Like Damara, he is a very very heated player. He's a very good entry this far for Velocity.
Yeah, I mean, he's really not afraid. He's one of the most aggressive duelists we've seen in this tournament so far, but it really is a double-edged sword. When it works, it looks incredibly effective and it's oppressive, but when it gets shut down, then on the flip side, you're just left without a lot of util, you're left without somebody to break those chokes, so it can really go both ways, and it's all going to be about how Riddle put a stop to it, especially when they're on that defense. Riddle are the ones with the momentum heading into this map, even if it's not their map pick. They had the composure to close out and grow from their mistakes when we saw them play against Naus. So nice to see that they've learned, and I still think you have to be leaning Riddle's way right now, because we did see them manage to deal with that aggression ultimately in the end. And I mean, I would love to see a map 3 personally, but I do think we need to see a little bit of a step up from some of the other players on Velocity.
Absolutely. We were discussing a lot about Velocity, but again, Riddle, they are on par in terms of aggressiveness, I guess, in Corrode. We can see, especially Soldam, in some of these situations, he was able to pop off that that ult, taking everything into his own hands, taking the matters into his own hands, and it looks promising for Riddle in the first map. But coming into the second map, I believe with this short break, Velocity, they are going to talk things out behind the stage. Like Russ, again, we said that he is an amazing IGL. He calls are reliable. His reads are solid. Also putting up those necessary crucial clutches. But again, it's not enough going against Riddle, where all 5 are firing on all cylinders just now.
Yeah, I think that's a fantastic point, where you can have these individuals who can have those pop-up moments. We know that Velocity has that across the board, but unless you're finding consistency, you're going to struggle to beat a team like Riddle that are so well drilled. And like you say, when everybody on one side is shooting, those pop-offs on the other aren't quite enough to get it across the line. So I do think they have to find consistency outside of just that Damara and Russ pairing.
Yeah, and mentioning as well that from the side of Riddle, they were coming into map number 2 with absolute confidence. We can see just now the friendly banter between these guys. It was very fun. It was very entertaining to watch. But again, it shows that Riddle is very, very convincing this far. They are very confident, comfortable even in the stage. But Velocity, what do you think needs to be changed from them to be able to win the second map, their own map pick?
Well, I mean, we've not seen their sunset, so it is harder to judge. But assuming that we can see that same kind of style, I want to see them double down on it, and I want to see them have a lot of depth in the synergy and in those set pieces. On the side of Vitality, Russ is going back onto the breach. This is a very standard composition and one we've grown to expect from them. Obviously, that pairing of the Neon and the breach is going to be oppressive, but yeah, for Velocity to get this across the line, I want to see depth of set pieces and consistent aggression getting that first kill.
Yeah, on the other hand, the agent select for Riddle, it feels like a total lockdown for VLT's agent pick. It's very defensive. Well, but let's see whether Velocity will they be able to get that W and bring us to map number 3. We will get the answers to our questions with Pulski and Quack.
Thank you very much, Bella, as well as Big Time. Big Time's a straight-up liar, by the way. I just want to throw that out there. But here we go into map number 2 of Sunset. Velocity versus Riddle Order. This is a new composition coming out from Riddle Order as well.
It is. He smiles through the pain very well. Bit like the Riddle Order logo, actually. And I'm sure many as a South Asian fan, if Velocity do go down here to Riddle Order. But we'll see. It has been about 3 months because South Asia ended so early that Velocity have actually played an official on Sunset, and they're playing the same comp that they did back then. So let's see how things do end up going for them. Riddle Order, on the other hand, you mentioned they just changed their comp. It's been a little while. In the final of the Japanese Domestic League, they did get destroyed on this map by Fennel, so it's clear that they needed some changes.
Hopefully the change is able to work out huge this time, as well as this Sheriff shot. Jojo, start things off.
He wants more. Taking some more of these angles.
Ooh.
Might be biting off more than he could chew. Damaro's a bit of a bulldozer today, and the rest of Velocity hand in hand with him as they shove their way through middle.
Safe though, he's got Yatska right next to him with the GrabNet set up. The whole team has just cleared out B main as well. So a lot of information! No, he actually goes in for a collect! Lightning fast! Wondering where his teammates have gone. Will be able to take down Yatska, but there's still so much more to do. We mentioned Amara. You gotta mention Soldam in that mix as well. And here he comes making a lot of noise down middle. The recon to clear and check, but Medley comes in huge for a couple of kills. Lightning fast, low HP, cannot survive.
Yeah, Jojo goes huge for Riddle Order there. Velocity, they had some ideas, they had some hopes that something would happen positively in middle. This is perfect crosshair placement and a beautiful adjustment from Jojo. Russ, a big heavy hitter today for Velocity, goes down before this round even gets started, which is the worst possible feeling as the breach. You had a whole bag of utility that you were hoping to do something with that round. I want to look, actually look at that. Bottom right hand corner of your screen, he's got every little piece of util there that he wanted to use on the pistol and never got a chance to use any of it.
Instantly down, that is. You're right, worst possible start, but now playing it safe not to expose himself to top mid. The drone will kind of check, but he's setting up for a possible fault line into the push into A site.
Cover going out.
Yeah, they're just trying to force someone off of this short side, off of this elbow side. Instead, they opt to go for a contact approach. Fault line is adjusted from Russ, forces out the paranoia.
Yeah, quick response. The whole team from Riddle Order also rotating into position. Down to the shots, Minty was phenomenal in map number 1 with some crazy TPs. Velocity just waiting for maybe Util to come back through.
Potentially so. Maybe waiting for the fault line to come back up. I'm not really sure which.
Flash at the ready at least. They start to make some moves. You got the flash set all the way towards the back. Relay vault completely connecting, but nonetheless, no real shots going through just yet. Dark cover set up and into the spike plant they go. Velocity also trying to aggress in with the fault line past A link. You've got the snake bite, you've got the GrabNet, you've got Kaede! And he's here again! A double kill quickly connected upon. And 2 players left on this A site. Lightning fast, in with the right clicks, but it's not true. Stinger shots, and now Madeline cannot find much with the Sheriff as well. More going through for Kaede as he just kind of builds up towards his pit.
He does, getting closer indeed. Gonna be given the spike defuse as well. Now 3 off as they head into the bonus round. Love that for Velocity though, getting a lot out of a little. It's patience over on elbow side until Russ's utility comes back up, and you see the layers of it. Full commitment across to the site, flashpoint through the site boxes with the relay bolt into Swarm. Could have caught somebody if Riddle weren't so quick to scramble back out, and to follow that up, I love the short aggression with the fault line that's come back up as a side effect of Velocity just waiting on elbow side for a good 15 to 20 seconds. Doesn't end up converting into very much at all, but I love the attempt. I love the creativity.
Go, go, go.
There are definitely more things that they can do for some of the other rounds, but for now at least it's a different approach. This time into B site, a lot of early noise. Yatska prepping the GrabNet.
It is no hard sentinel on this defensive side for Riddle Order, but it's still quite annoying to attack through the Deadlock and Viper util.
Right, you're either decayed or slowed down one way or another. Always tricky, but spots out Yatska through the smokes. Damara will be able to cap him off. Kaede just continues to spam as well, but here goes Damara! Absolutely nuclear towards backside. Sets up fast lane as well.
He just bulldozes it single-handedly, forcing his will, oppressing it on Riddle Order's bonus round here. Soldam now trying to see what he can get done with the judge. Do a little bit of damage. Minty gonna join him now in towards spawn side, but Velocity not really giving them too much. They want a nice clean anti-bonus here if they can get it.
Oh, not clean anymore. Soldev has just gone in and put dirty dishes in the sink with that judge. Minty, low HP, will still get kept off, and now Tamara hunting down for the ace. A full perfect cleaned up on that round number 3.
What a statement from Tamara. Anti-bonus in Velocity's first gun round. He pulls out the ace, sliding through onto backside. Beautiful relay bolt. As soon as the wall drops, able to find Kaide, able to find the Sova in the backside, and just, he's everywhere. It's exactly what you want from your Neon. And whenever you try to take some space, come in from the retake, from the defensive side, he's just getting in your face.
Back towards A. Oh, we saw this.
Yep. Minty, just be careful not to get caught in transition here. I believe the fault line is being pulled off of contact though. Refresh on the one-way. Paranoia being held. There you go, Minty getting out of dodge. Some nice hops and a shrouded step to safety. As a result, you see the rotation pulled from Soldown all the way back into spawn side. Velocity quite happy that they've kept things a little bit more honest. You saw Riddle Order were heavily stacked towards this B side of the map in the early portion of the round. Since then, they've dropped the barrier mesh and leaned much more heavily towards middle. They're trying to figure out what's going on. So they'll crunch middle together in the mid round. In the meantime, Velocity organizing themselves for a B hit, and it should be a pretty open site. It'll just be Kaide trying to spam the numbers down through market.
And because it took so much time for their hit to go through on A site for one of the previous rounds as well, I mean, this is more conditioning. Riddle Order might think that it was still A, but now that the smoke's come back up, now that there's a bit of noise, everyone over onto B. They're all prepared for it. The flash is going through. GravNet getting sent, but not quite sitting down Velocity just yet. Lightning Fast able to answer back through, but they're trying to get out the Soldev. Lightning Fast in with a spray transfer. Minty answers back with 2 shots back to back. Paranoia into TP. Russ has no idea. Turn around, buddy. Minty's there for the Zoe clutch.
Huge performance on backside from Minty there. You absolutely love to see it. I mean, Velocity, I love the macro from them in this round, but it's just 10 seconds too late for me. The Viper Orb inside of B main and the Deadlock utility slows them down so long that the entire team for Riddle Order is there. I was talking about how Velocity had cleverly pulled the rotate early on in the round, but they still walked into a 5-stacked site over on B for Riddle Order.
A little bit late to the party, but still at the party nonetheless. But now, they're just going to continue going in for it. The crazy Neons overdrive. Soldev getting gunned down. Minty not able to withstand. Lightning Fast trying to pop off some Guardian shots, but they're not quite connecting as well. Jojo to answer back. Damara just down in the dirt.
Half a second more, and that relay bolt connects onto Jojo. He needed to hit that shot in exactly that second, or it was Jova with him and his teammate in spawn there. Russ gonna join up with Rossi. He's called him on over towards this B site. There is still the Viper Wall, as well as the Orb in place over here that could be used later on for Riddle Order. Plant goes down. You have the fault line and the aftershock up for Russ here. Cam is down on the spike.
Philly, that was a nice one.
Thanks, man. You got a dart, you got a GravNet, you got a lot of things here for Riddle Order. You got a lot of things, man.
Yeah, surely. Not a round that they should lose, but some awkward positioning as well with SK Rossi trying to play all the way towards the back of market. Might be able to catch them in a slight one and done, but ultimately down to this utility. Riddle should have it. They get spotted out though, caught by the off angle. And it's now Yatsuka running out of time. Goes over to pick up the rifle and run away.
Nicely done from Velocity. Russ gonna go down with the spike. He's already happy with what they've taken away that round. Didn't even feel the need to hold on to the Vandal anymore. Good stuff for Russ and Rossi. Pivot in the mid round. Able to buy enough time with the cam. Fault line on 8 HP. This is so huge for Rossi. He goes completely unchecked in market there.
Sensor up.
Definitely something that Riddle Order would have had to be cognizant of. And as a result of losing that 3-on-2, they are broke. This will give Velocity a bit of a foothold in this attacking side now.
Just proof that you can't leave any stone unturned. That stone's gonna be Rossi at some point, but now back into it's this A side push. It's Damara once again. He's going off onto the trips and sprints back into safety. Hunter's Fury though, and there's a slight opening. Players from Riddle Order have pushed all the way down middle and into tiles. Damara just continuing to barrel forward. Barrier mesh on this side does make things a little bit more awkward, but still, it's just pistols to the back. Solem onto the hero rifle. Everyone's noted and alerted to this position as well. Fast lane's up. He's managed to get back up into Link. Once again, though.
Velocity. Just trying to slow this one down. Now Riddle start to creep into elbow side here, Quack.
Oh, and that's where they explode! Madeline and Lightning Fast! Caught by surprise! Things might have been slowed down, but it doesn't work out well for Velocity. Just Damara left, and he doesn't have anything except for this one weapon. Takes down Kaide into the smoke, spams and goes in for the reload. It's a slight opening for Riddle Order to make a move, but they hesitate. Back into the spike and up around the smokes. The spike's getting stuck to halfway. He's trying to get spray transfer. The smoke dissipates. Damara just in time to pick up another Zowie clutch.
This is unbelievable. This guy's having a ridiculous game on the Neon. Riddle Order really putting them through their paces. I mean, to be fair, there wasn't really a lot invested by them in that round. Made Velocity really work for it. Thank God for Damara. Seen that a couple of times this tournament already. I guess that the stand-up curse is like not really feared here in Ascension Pacific.
It's a blessing.
Poison orb emitted.
Well, let's see if Velocity can benefit from that. This will be the round to be blessed. Both teams will be broke if they drop this round. Pit invested over on this B side of the map after the initial B main control from Velocity. Riddle saying no thank you. This part of the map reinforced by a barrier mesh as well. Drone goes into middle here for Jojo, looking for any information. Big scan on multiple players.
Wow.
Keeping an eye on Velocity's movements.
Continuing to jump peek down middle as well.
Try contact.
Ooh.
Gotta go.
Instant and quick reactions. The paranoia though? Just trying to slow them down. Even though he got set down by the grab net, still able to fire back. So them trying to pop over, try to get away, but no. Damara will just deny it. Jojo coming through the smokes though. And they head back in for the fight. Aim duels on top of aim duels. Unfortunately now it's just Lightning Fast and Madeline. Spike planted soon enough.
Guard is there. Hunter's Fury is there for the post plant. Lightning Fast going to refresh the dark cover on short.
Oh, spotted inside of the smokes. Lightning Fast. Both of them all playing for contact around the corners. Lightning Fast. He lands the spray transfer.
Velocity really starting to get going on this attacking side of Sunset. I had a feeling with how tight Corrode was that this series had more to give. And it's really delivering. Starting to see some more. I mean, that's crazy. He should be dead, man. Beautiful fault line. Something mentioned by the desk. Russ with the breach. Great at setting up Damara for success. And when he's playing like this, why the hell wouldn't you?
Just ridiculous. 13 kills, 5 deaths now up for Damara.
Money's broken for Riddle. That was the round that both of these teams needed to win. And Velocity will really start to take more of a foothold in this half. Take control of this game. Outlaw picked up from Rossi. Door has been broken. Riddle with a lot of control over towards A. Haven't tested the trip yet.
Just trying to retain control over as much of the map as possible. Now thinking to check down middle. They've spotted out Kaede, and Rossi lands his shot too. Russ on for the third casualty against Riddle Order. And now into the site.
Yeah, full B side control. I mean, Velocity, their attack side is almost like monk-like at times. They are very comfortable with the silence. They will just sit and do nothing and wait for Riddle Order to make a mistake. It's what got them the dub so cleanly against Full Sense as well. Some of these rounds, they'll just take mid control and they'll just sit there. They'll just wait for you to make a mistake. And if you don't, then they'll have a very well drilled plan to execute after that. But half of the time, that round being the perfect example of it, you just walk into their crosshairs and it's just far too easy.
It's the silence. It's also a little bit unsettling at times for Riddle Order, and they begin to make some moves so that positions revealed. The meditation pays off for Velocity.
I mean, they didn't even need to do anything special that round. They walked into mid, they just sat there. As soon as you saw Riddle making moves, it's immediate. The counter utility. Fault line, you have, you know, Damara sliding out onto you. Easy as you like. We need to chill. I mean, I don't speak Japanese, but I know.
Oh yeah.
We can't just keep pushing into them like that. They're just waiting for it.
You sure you don't speak Japanese? One way or another.
No way.
This next round up, fast lane straight into elbow. Damara's already up.
Deep in elbow. Hunter's Fury was pulled nice and early on. Rolling Thunders here for Russ. You got to get off the site, or you're a liability. Gravnet and the Annihilation. No, big rotation once again for Riddle. It's a stacked site.
A pretty good one. Annihilation and everything else too, but Kaede able to slow them down, if any. They're just waiting for the go signal, waiting for utility to get dumped in. Lightning Fast goes in for the check. Oh, and it's Annihilation now. One connection, Rolling Thunder through as well. Damara will be the first point of contact. And now Yatsa going down. Lightning Fast able to trade. Madeline barreling on through. Yatsuka still alive. That's a pesky position to work against. They managed to throw a shotgun in his face, but still, that's when Minty swings. Yatsuka for a couple more. Riddle Order able to put up a stronghold on the site.
I mean, at some point, Velocity stopped defying expectations, right? You can't just keep telegraphed, taking control, and then running into a stack site and win every time. It's really reminding me of the final maps of the Champ Grand Final, though, to be honest. The way Velocity's playing, I feel like I'm watching NRG's attack side, where they would just go up into elbow and they would take, you know, fisticuff fights with Fnatic on A, and they would win them, regardless of the macro. They wouldn't care about the rotations, they wouldn't care about fighting, they would just execute really well. That really feels like the ethos with Velocity right now.
We're trying to do similar things, but this time SK Rossi is going to be the one who gets caught down middle. Damara, though, just all the way through. Catches one out by the door, and maybe up towards Boba as well. And drone goes in first to check. Paranoia also going through from Minty. But once again, Russ comes back in to really push off his opponents. Damara able to spin around 90 degrees to 90 degrees. Soldam trying to look for the opening through with a fast lane, but the footsteps also audible. Jojo instantly out, but trade it in from Russ. Just Soldam left and onto the spike, quickly spotted out by Damara. The utility comes in, and there's the frag, there's the kill, and Velocity up to 6.
Just another perfect flash from Russ. It's the face check to start things off, establishing that he's off the spike, and then immediately, as soon as the second tap comes in, it's a flash through the wall and a slide out. It's perfect play. Damara's everywhere. He's all over the map. He's in A, he's in B, he's up the guts in mid, and one thing's for sure, he's in Riddle Order's head.
Hey! Soldam! Sit down, bro! Sit down!
Oh my god.
Timeout from Riddle Order. You've already heard from them. They feel like they need to chill. They need to... I mean, I don't even know. I just feel like there's no containing Damara. It feels inevitable. No matter what you do, this guy's just running all over you.
When it comes that naturally to him, this movement, this pathing into sights, into deep positions, almost instinctual, and also set up so well in conjuncture with Russ, It just feels like you can't slow it down.
You know what it feels like? It feels like a bit of PTSD for Riddle Order.
Oh,
they had to play SPG last year, and they had Dabby running at them with coordinated util and just absolutely blowing them out of the water. Now it's happening again. Oh! Surely off the rim, surely off the rim. Oh my god, we've hit a 3. That's huge.
Nothing but net.
Yeah. That's what Damara's doing right now. Still bloody 360s in the server. Warmer.
He's dodging util.
It's save for Riddle Order, so essentially, I mean, that timeout is going to, for the most part, be trying to get them the last gun round. But more than that, I think it's a bit of a mental timeout, you know. Need some wise words coming in for the coaching staff.
Yeah. Force as well as Ryota, but hopefully this mental breather will give them a lot more than it is.
It's the same thing again, you know, like Velocity are just sitting in mid. Now gonna go back in towards B main, but this is where the trap's being held. This is much better for Riddle.
Just hold, spring out at the right time, paranoia, everything all collapsed through, but Velocity's just ready to fight. Damara spams over as well. Both players incredibly low, but also managing to get out with their life intact.
Rossi having to think about running back into mid. In fact, his footsteps have pulled Riddle back in that direction. Aftershock will lock them back into market, and Velocity pumped the side again.
Oh, it's a grab net first, lobbed across, and now every player from Velocity, just a firing squad set up high-low, back in towards Boba, and everyone from Riddle Order hitting the deck.
I mean, that was the perfect adjustment from Riddle, post-timeout. They need to hold traps against this contact playstyle. If Velocity do nothing, they need to do nothing. The right answer is exactly this. Have these dirty setups where, off the contact, you're ripping a Paranoia. There's a Hunter's Fury from downtown. That is a recipe for success. Unfortunately, Velocity is just playing so good that you can have the right answer, and you'll still lose the round. I'd love for them to get the op out here as well, but I'm not sure they had the money for it.
Yeah, I can't. It's the grab net first, but Damara doesn't even care, dude.
Nope. 19 and 7. Why would you? He is him. Gravnets can't hold him. Riddle certainly can't.
Much less sonic sensors. Yatsuka gonna try though, at least on the side. Baramash will contain him for the time being. He just shoots it down. Hunter's Fury does connect as well.
Riddle battered and bruised on that A side of the map. Soldem's doing laps in spawn. He doesn't know where Velocity's going to end here because Rossi's being applied a pressure towards that B side of the map.
And all of a sudden, there it goes. The pressure slowly but surely mounting up into kills. Kaide, the first one to go down. Minty arriving in, but the trade's right on top. Jojo goes on through. Yatsuka in with another grab net on towards Madeline this time. Damara slowly making his way all across, but the spike, that's the main objective. And caught by the Annihilation all of a sudden. SK Rossi will find no reprieve.
I'm out of here. Shocking.
Damara looking for the right opportunity. Slides on through, does connect with a relay bolt, but where could Yatsuka be? Kind of knows where the Annihilation came from, but the sudden swing out to the left will catch him off guard.
Good recovery from Riddle. Post timeout did have a nice adaptation. And a good gun round finally converted there. Great moves from Minty inside a market. The pinch straight through middle as well. Yatsuka and Minty combining for a big impact gun round that's much needed, but now they've got a lot of work to do on their attacking side. Let's see if Velocity can push us through to a third after the break.
And it's the second half now between Riddle, Order, and Vitality. Slowly but surely, the answers were getting found, but Riddle are now back onto the attack.
Everyone's done it now today. But look, Riddle Order, let's see what they're going to be able to do with their attacking side. Viper Wall is up, and there's a door right behind that, broken down by Riddle Order, and now it looks like they want to go B.
Just straight through their own wall. Velocity shortly hearing a lot of the footsteps, but the frenzy shots just damaging onto Rossi now. Not quite able to connect onto Soldam. Look at that! Breaking the ankles of some of these Velocity players off to the back end as well. Barrier mesh set up and lightning fast will kind of cut that up, but off to the other end. 5 players? No.
The good news is he's maxed out his materials. Bad news is it's going to be very hard to do anything with them and try to win this round now, Quack.
We'll do a little bit more. That's now what that toxic screen is for. It blocks off the door even further while Velocity just tries to get as many picks as possible. Right click's not connecting, and that frenzy will come in handy for Soldam at the end. Yacht's got to clean up the kills.
Great pistol from Middle Order. Viper Wall obscuring any kind of chance of having a little bit of a look into middle here. Use that as a bit of a stage to set the B execute up correctly. It was a pretty straightforward round. Not too much pushback from Velocity. Their defensive half here off to a pretty slow start.
No escape.
It's definitely going to be slowed down a little bit further as well.
Big B stack. Riddle Order have taken control of B main pretty easily. It's a 3-1-1. Just holding around the map. Waiting to see if Velocity are going to do anything. But, you know, as mentioned before, Velocity are one of the best teams at just doing nothing. They will sit here until the cows come home.
Just kind of telepathically communing with each other. Riddle Order. In all that time that you're doing nothing, Kaide might actually be able to call the A site clear, and that will be more information for the rest of the team. Hey, beginning to move now.
Oh, he spotted out the Sova there. That's a bit of a tell. Not to mention the fact that, yeah, your Viper's all the way up elbow, spotting out everything. So Riddle Order, good movements. Avoid running into the B stack. Cam's been left behind here for Velocity.
30 seconds left.
That will help them kind of scout what the setup is.
Yeah, Jojo as well.
Retake.
The money man for Riddle Order. I mean, he was trying to take that duel against Russ, but opted better to play with the rest of the team towards the back. Now, it's going to be the assault into the site. Snakebite, more utility dumped in just to block off the back of Spawn. And all of a sudden, they just continue to push on through. Yatska with the musket, sold them in with the Phantom, just able to shoot all through the smoke.
Time for Velocity's gun round. 7 apiece here. Pretty clean anti-eco. Pretty clean pistols. Great start on the attacking side for Riddle Order. Going to restore a little bit of confidence to them.
One enemy remaining.
Seems like they're enjoying just no-scoping absolutely everything with the Marshal.
Wow.
Big Marshal fans.
Yeah, they've tied up the score.
Yo, Tactibears. Checking out the tech decks too. Playing a bit of Tony Hawk. He's current with the memes. He's up to date. What is that from Minty? What the hell, man? This guy's lost the plot.
Full set play though, in it with the grab net, but Damar able to hold and take down 2 with him. Not too bad as the answer comes back through from Kaide. Not much else to block off the back lanes though, just this barrier mesh. Drone as well to clear out the back, and Kaide tried to make a go at it. Unfortunately, we'll get replied with. Just gets slapped up. Yatska onto the site. Has Annihilation to take at least 1 away, but surely they will get him off. They almost line up, but not quite. Madeline able to find the trade in response. Just Jojo. Recon and a shock dart. needs to isolate the duels. He tries to line them up with the spams, but it's not quite there just yet. Still buying down and burning down away at this clock, though. Lightning fast, trying to stick it to halfway. He makes a wide swing. Madeline able to hammer him down.
Barely scraping through that one, Velocity, but they get it done. Despite some psychopathic tendencies from Minty, this guy's teleports are out of control. I think the coaching staff have got to put this guy back on a leash. Like, that is just, it's ridiculous. You shouldn't be
It opened up the site. What do you mean? Oh my god.
Tamara's still feeling it. But that was expensive. Anti-bonus there for Velocity. It's now time for Riddle's first gun round. If that's how the bonus is looking, I mean, what the hell are these guys going to be putting together going forward here?
You gotta admit, it's a little bit creative. It's entertaining for sure, and they might just do the same quick paced hits onto this other side of the map. Being able to break down the trips. Rossi alerted, lightning fast to check down middle as well.
Testing. Cam spotted out by Soldem. No pictures. No paparazzi. Here's the Korean jet. I know it's, you know, sometimes you get a bit excited. You want a selfie? Not today, though. He's got a serious game to be attending to. And he's got to focus up. He's had a bit of a slow start to this game. Getting neon diffed a little bit by Damara. Can't blame him, though. Anyone would in this guy's current form.
Smokes off the top and middle as well. Ooh. Just trying to find that entry into B side while blocking off more. Fast lanes up towards Boba as well, but now kind of stuck inside of Market. Aware that there are players from Velocity all the way across. So opening the door back up and trying to look for a mid-round adaptation, but it's not quite there just yet. They peek on through, they get punished by lightning fast. Now into the trips, and Russ will be able to find another. 2 players left, and it's 10 seconds to go. They might be able to get the spike down, but oh, it's Damara. He's been in the spot this entire time.
So guiding. Able to catch Russ, but that's about it. It's just a bit of a non-starter for Riddle Order, to be honest. It's just hilarity ensues. They go into the market, they act like they're interested in purchasing something on the B site. Then they open back up the door. They're trying to bargain. They say, I'll walk. I will walk away from this right now. And Velocity say, I don't care, bro. Go for it.
Left.
And it close up the round either which way. I think it's a pretty safe bet. You plant Damara in elbow. The other 4 players on Velocity can hold B. And that's probably a recipe for success.
Just as Velocity does, but this time around though, all the way out A. A slight trade with SK Rossi taking down 1, but it's lightning fast who also suffers defeat. Oh no, and now Russ getting caught for all the noise that Damara was making all the way towards the back of spawn. Might be able to catch the drop onto Minty though. And what's happening on site? They're trying to get the spike down, Riddle Order. You don't have the economy in this round, but oh my god. Just running all the way back and forth. It's absolute mayhem, and Velocity are stunned. SK Rossi now, the only healthy one, because Damar's way too low. How do they string this together?
I don't know how. They're barely limping through this. If Rossi's healthy, then, you know, I'm Steve Jobs. Jesus, man.
Oh my god. What is this round? Soldem will clean it up at the end.
This round was just crazy. Everything was happening at once. Tamara was in spawn. Russ was dancing with someone inside tiles. It was Minty. And this duel on spawn side. Soldem cleans it up. I don't even understand what happened in the first place in that round. Everything was happening everywhere. Riddle Order will take the round, and I think we'll just move on. Let's go. Round number 18. Riddle prepping themselves for a full commit into A. Russ and Damara lying in wait. These are the players that can shut this down, not only form-wise, but also they have the right utility in order to do so.
No, they will set it up. The Hunter Fury goes through as well. Does connect into at least just one guy, but both Russ and Damara won't be able to come with the kills on their guns.
They only had sheriffs. Not much you can really do there. Rossi is pinning them in on the flank right now.
It's going to take some time, though. Madeline in for the first shot, but the trade quickly in response. Riddle Order are just online. The weapon picked up, and it's quickly called and heard as well. Rossi, unfortunately, will not be able to set up that flank after all.
Pretty clean. 3 guns surviving here for Riddle Order. Big thumbs up. They know they're on the verge of closing this map out. Very creative little set play there from Velocity. Breach Util harassing them, Hunter's Fury, and a sliding Neon. Riddle passed the test, at least against the Sheriffs. They've got some big ults to work with now. Pits online, Annihilation. Hunter's Fury as well, and another fight over 8.
Oh my god, it's just a huge clash as both teams go head to head. Damara able to snap onto the first. Solem going down as well. Kaide trying to trade back, but a little bit too exposed to Russ. 3 kills to his belt so far, and is now Jojo left, feeling pinned down from both ends. Tries to play around the smoke, but Russ, he's trying to tamper down his team.
I mean, he's just over-delivering every single time. He's the last player on that A side of the map. If he doesn't come up clutch with a 3k, then Riddle Order will just roll on through into the A site. As it stands, though, Jojo against the world, 1-on-3, taking a long time to clear out all of these angles, and Russ is long gone. He wants nothing to do with this. He just wants to play the post plant. How far does Jojo push this? He's not interested in the plant. He's just going to walk straight into Velocity.
Oh no, it's Crossfire too. Billy, I can't look.
Russ has got it. Big 4K from him. Unreal. Just continues to deliver. That was the 9 apiece round. Game completely hanging in the balance. And this is just huge. Damara gets his. Annihilation has caught the other player in that crossfire, and every single player that peeks into Russ gets decked.
And thanks to that, now, I mean, he's just sitting on that Rolling Thunder too. A very useful tool for the upcoming rounds. They're
gonna go again. They haven't had enough yet, Quack.
Oh, it's just a slight bait this time.
Yeah, just throw up the fast lane and then contact up. A little bit of a different flavor. Triple B keeping them in check on short. Dart, try to find out what's going on. That'll be shot, so they know that there's at least one player in A main. And Riddle Order feel like the jig is up, you know. They thought they were being sneaky, but the dart will reveal that they're hanging around.
Still though, cutting noise all the way through middle back into B.
Yeah.
This is a retake setup.
I mean, yeah, they could just get the pit down here. I'd like Rossi to just hold on to the camp. Wait for the retake. Problem with putting the pit down here for Riddle Order is almost certainly Russ is going to Rolling Thunder you out of it. So it's really about game planning for all of the ults in the post plant here. This is where you can really show your high level as a team in terms of macro. If you understand these interactions.
Oh, it's a lurk too. Russ does manage to get a good go at it. Maybe at least to bait out the ultimate so that they have a healthier run for the latter rounds, but now Euro Theft will reveal. Instantly ripped, and everyone just knocked up mid-air. Lightning fast will be able to draw first blood. SK Rossi as well, but Jojo has a chance. Gunned down by SK Rossi. Kaide just up close and personal will not be able to withstand Lightning fast, and Velocity will look to extend their gap.
That is just so sick from Velocity. They dive into middle, trade down to Mara. Opens up the chance for Rossi to drop the Neural Theft, which just allows Russ to line up his Rolling Thunder to perfection. Sees every single outline of all of these Riddle Order players. Lightning Fast knows exactly where Soldem standing. TP's on in. And Rossi picks up the pieces. Gorgeous retake from Velocity.
Nice guys, let's go. Let's down.
It's now within range of closing out the map.
Here we go.
Money not too good for Riddle Order in this round, but they're just gonna send it all the way through with Soul. That was the tip of the spear, but now it's completely blunt thanks to Damara. Just able to block that up as a whole. Relay bolt as well. The third kill. Kaide trying to trade it all up, but it's way too much. SK Rossi as well out towards Link, and everyone once again, Damara telling them to stay humble and sit down.
It's got to be so demoralizing, Quack. Wouldn't you say, perhaps? It's not my best work. But Velocity, I mean, this certainly is. These last 2 rounds, they have just flattened Riddle Order. Any attempt at the A execute was swatted away like an annoyance. Map point now to push us through to Haven. Damara on for the 30. What a treat we have here. Riddle Order, they haven't had enough, you know? They're gonna give it another crack.
Nah, this time they are set up for it. Not a full blind rush in. They're able to penalize Damara for his past transgressions. Still though, Russ on the site. Further information gained upon, but ultimately the spike going down. Hunter's Fury ripped as Jojo tries to give his team safe entry. SK Rossi with the spams, able to gun down Kaede.
Not much util left here for Russ to be able to complete this retake. I'm not sure how they get back in here. They don't have to paranoia, they just have to dry contact here.
Oh, and they get hit by the grab net as well, but lightning fast! Fire support from back lines! Now into TP around Generator, and on the site, it's just Jojo who was shot down. Yatsuka hopping around, trying to look for that diffuser. It's Madeline around the corner! He's managed to get it! 8 rounds! Goes for the snap! Riddle Order survives with the Zoe clutch from Yatsuka!
Huge clutch from Yatsuka there. Able to keep his team in the map. They really want this 2-0. His 2nd year in a row here at Ascension. That's some beautiful experience being shown. Nice crouch peek onto Lightning Fast, who was on a bit of a heater. That guy was grab netted up. I don't know how on earth he put 2 kills together from backside there. Velocity had no business being that competitive on that retake. Damara went down for free. Russ used all his utility earlier on in the round. Oh, here we go again.
Oh my god.
Both
neons.
Damara! He was so young. He did nothing wrong. He was just standing idly by.
My boy! Oh! Straight into market though this time. The haggling has not been successful. And Riddle Order find themselves in the most dastardly of situations. 2v5. In what could be the final round of the map. Scratch that! It's just Minty left. For all the quick pushes, all the huge noises that the neons make now, Minty, he's giving them a rabbit to chase, Philly!
He is. He's got one more sick TP left in him. It's not done yet.
Yo, it's Ascension. You can't forget the things that Omens can do. Just 2 years ago, up in the trailers, but not this time! Madeline denies it, and Velocity will push us into one more map!
There's no way you're hitting the 360 as Lightning Fast at the end there. It's just unreasonable. Come on, man, you lost the first map. No, Damara is so good. That's like the depths of the talent of the Indonesian scene is ridiculous. Like, I think it was on Bigatron or something before this. Like, wasn't on the first best team in Indo, I think wasn't on the second.
Yeah.
You know?
Not
and he's
Alter
this
Ego.
good.
Not, yeah, exactly.
Not Alter Ego, not on Boom. And he's this good. It's just, they just keep pumping out cracked duelists like a conveyor belt.
I mean, just this series continuing to deliver as well. Riddle Order. They had a couple of rounds.
Yeah. They were looking good on this map. Like what I saw from them. It was a very close one. He had some sick macro, particularly on the defensive side from Velocity, but at the end of the day, one of these teams had Damara dropping 30 kills. You know? Not that that's all that was there to it for Velocity, but it certainly makes the difference in a game this tight.
definitely puts your players in a different mindset, a mindset to possibly finish it all as well. I mean, look at how he's able to go in for this, and the stars almost just align for him, the smoke's dissipating as well.
Absolutely. Riddle Order, I mean, it's kind of, like I said, flashbacks to playing SPG in last year's Ascension. Not the team that knocked them out, but a team that they had to take on, to be fair, up into the grand final. And it's why, you know, I was such a big fan of Riddle Order coming into this tournament, is that I really felt like Riddle Order was one of the teams that pushed SPG the closest outside of Boom in that grand final. Like, Riddle Order in that upper bracket, before SPG went on to play Full Sense, played them very close, and this is pretty much the same team, bar, I think, Minty in for Ace. So they should be setting themselves up for a top placement in this tournament. However, they've already gone down to a red-hot Naus. Velocity are in fine form, and we're going through to a third map. This series is definitely winnable. I mean, if Riddle Order go down 0-2 in the Swiss here, after playing two of the best informed teams in this tournament, it's just going to be borderline tragic.
For real, I mean, their upcoming opponents are, I'm just checking, Nongshim and Full Sense as well. More bigger names that they have to face off against. It's all just so darn difficult, but either way, that's the game. And now here we go back over to our desk to break down map number 2.
Well, Velocity came into map number 2 with confidence, able to bring us the extra mile. The Mara especially being, you know, the heated missile leading Velocity into the third map. Overall, I think it's a well-drilled sunset by Velocity. The Mara being the alpha, wrecking havoc in those entries, while the remaining players become the Omega, the safety net they needed to win those objectives in the late rounds.
Yeah, I mean, just a fantastic map from Velocity. We see Russ move back across to that breach, and we see how hard that's able to enable Tamara, dropping 30 kills, 5 of those first kills. Just look at the assists there on Russ. 18 assists. I'm pretty sure they're all for Damara. This really is their signature style, and we can see exactly why. Even this kind of double Sentinel-esque approach with this Deadlock Viper was not able to put a stop to the pace that Velocity were able to bring. I mean, the firepower is going ridiculous for this team as they take us towards a map 3.
Really, I gotta say sorry, you know, to Velocity. I wasn't really familiar with their game.
Yeah.
Young talent and top level experience make up a really great combo for them. Damara especially, wow, the statistics. Dude, I remember seeing Damara back then in Indonesia playing Valorant with Boy Scout uniform. And now, the way he plays, wow, he is a monster out there.
Yeah, absolutely. He's really come into his own. He's clearly been enabled so well by the rest of this team. And if you have a Neon who's able to do this, you should do it. That's one thing we learned from Ascension last year when we saw Dambi going crazy. They've watched those VODs and they've gone, hey, our guy's better than Dambi. We could do exactly this. And that's what they're doing. They're bringing that same firepower, the same aggression, very similar compositions through into this tournament just a year later and having so much success.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Seeing the Mara with the Neon and Velocity, you know, with Russ as the in-game leader, being able to take those fights early on in the map. But again, we will be moving into map number 3 after this short break. This is it, the final map of the day. We are going to close it out on Haven. But coming into map number 3, I feel like Velocity, they have more momentum other than Riddle.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. There's no two ways about it. When you win that map 2, heading towards that map 3, you're always feeling good. That post-match talk with the coaches is always a little bit sweeter after coming off of a win. As we move towards Haven, I think there's an extra boost of confidence because they've already seen Riddle play this map and lose this map already this group stage. So they know that they're beatable. They'll know the composition that they're going to come out with most likely. So not only do Riddle have the momentum, but they have a big information advantage.
Yeah, but seeing from the first map, I think Riddle is the kind of the team that will do their homework. So I feel like Riddle, they are going into Haven with some more preparations compared to yesterday. Going against Velocity. Meanwhile, Velocity, the thing is, when we see their previous matches, especially in South Asia, in the grand finals, they won very convincingly in Haven.
Yeah. I mean, we know that this is a good map for them. We've seen them play Breach again in this map over in South Asia. And when you think about Haven as a map, it was dominated by Breach for a very long time. So the agent can fit the map very well. And I think Russ will have so many reps on Breach Haven over the years and years he's been professional in this game. So I would not be shocked at all to see them play the same or very similar comp moving towards map 3. And then that poses exactly the same question back towards Riddle as we saw in map 2. Can you put a stop to Damara when he's coming at you with all of this utility?
Yeah, Damara, man, he was unstoppable, literally unstoppable. When we saw Riddle trying to stop him, he's just killing everybody, you know? It's just like getting all the frags that he needs for his team, and that's incredible for Velocity. But speaking about Haven, we see that previously on South Asia, Velocity, they were bringing this exact same composition as Sunset. Meanwhile, for Riddle, I believe their composition is made up from 2 duelists. It's like a Waylay and Neon, if I'm not mistaken. So it's gonna be more aggressive. So it's gonna be interesting. Before in Sunset, we saw that Riddle is trying to stop Velocity with that, the total lockdown with that utilities. But now I think they are going to be more aggressive in taking those fights with Damara and the guys from Velocity.
I do think it's like the double duelists, I think if you approach it well, you do have some tools to deal with the type of things you've seen Velocity throw at you. So we know they do lots of traps, lots of set pieces with this Breach, but you think about it, you have Waylay and you have Yoru who can bait out all of that util and then TP away. If they're able to do that effectively, then we can start to see them get some real success. But equally, it's going to be hard trying to double dive in when you're going to have all this Breach util being thrown into your face. So I think the onus is really on Riddle. The question is on Riddle of how can you deal and adapt with this. VLT making no changes, running exactly the same composition that we've just seen from them, and we know this is pure comfort.
Yeah, and on the side of Riddle, they're also not going to have any changes on their agent selection. Now, Kaide is going to play the Waylay. I feel like Kaide is one of the most aggressive players from Riddle, and while now he is going to play the Waylay, I think he will be more effective playing with Soldam.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think so. We have to look out for it. The Waylay is the modern take on this map, and normally the way they have to do a lot of heavy lifting. Soldam on the Neon, he's not on that Yoru that we normally see. I need to see him get himself back in the game because he did just get diffed by Damara, so look for a step up from him.
Yes, so this is the last map for the day, Velocity versus Riddle Order. We should remember that Riddle, they need this win to make their mark in the group stage. But we will see whether they will be able to do that or not. Our Velocity will make it 2-0. And this map will be with our casters, Tulski and Quack.
Thank you very much, Bella, and big time, Quack. It's Pilski, the final map of the day. Here we are. And it also comes down to this, where all of a sudden, Kaide swapping over from the the smokes. Viper over onto Waylay now, onto this map of Haven. Pilly, how can Riddle perform here?
I mean, they need a secondary duelist, because honestly, in the Neon matchup, Soldam's getting diffed. He's got 26 kills in this series, the first 2 maps. Damara's got 52. He's literally 2xing him. We see Execute coming out here for Riddle Order. And they're going to pull the trigger on it as well.
All of a sudden just makes so much sense as to why Damara was repeatedly standing up against Soldam in that previous performance. But here we go. Pulling off of C. And maybe into B.
Pivoting into B, exactly right. You can see Velocity is ready for a potential flood. Riddle Order. Ooh, they are actually going to get that spike down and try to take this A-Link.
Spike planted.
Oh, look at where Damara is already. Tries to keep himself tucked inside. Gone with Jojo. Kaede, they managed to find a couple of frags. Lightning Fast goes in as well, and Russ manages straight right back up. Low HP though, and Russ trying to stay tucked in. Waiting for SK Rossi to slowly creep on through. Catches Soldam square towards the back. Just Yatsuka left. He doesn't really have much save for the position around the spike. Surely, but slowly, Velocity start to figure out where he is, and with a couple of ghosts, they manage to hunt him down to the ground where Velocity pick up the pistol.
Now, Riddle Order, a lot of fancy footwork, all for naught in that round. Full commitment into the C site, refract back, double lurk, up Gary to a pivot to B. Did everything pretty much that round except for take that A site. And look, to be fair, at a point in time, they were up in numbers. If not for a nice flashpoint by Russ and the rest of the boys getting involved in the action, Velocity get things messy enough to put it into a winnable 2-on-2. And Rossi's good for the 2K, hand in hand with Lightning Fast, the whole global core getting it done for Velocity. So we head into some kind of pause here. Can take stock of a few more of what's on stake here. It's been an epic series so far. Velocity turning up to Ascension Pacific Bangkok in excellent form. Wanting to really do the South Asia fans proud and be a deserving rep coming through from that region. It's been mentioned on the desk, and I kind of agree as well. I didn't have much of an expectation of Velocity coming into this tournament. That sometimes the South Asian reps are just underestimated a little bit. I think Velocity are definitely a threat in this tournament. They are over-delivering. They have this experience core. They have a fantastic uppercomer in the duelist role.
Legitimately.
They cannot be taken lightly.
I mean, the experience that they're bringing, for sure, that's one. But I think Bella also had a pretty good point on the desk as well. The fact that if Riddle Order loses this series, it's 0-2. Their next opponents are Giants as well. There's just so much at stake. But also to remind everyone that Ascension, for the run that it is, it's not just for players or teams to ascend to Pacific. It's for these players to really make their mark. Players get scouted through this process as well.
Yeah,
and a lot of talent being spotted already. Lightning Fast now on top of the crates. All the information sends Riddle Order packing for the time being.
Yeah, the paranoia makes them second guess themselves. Hearing voices in their heads. Refract definitely won't be taken. And Riddle Order turn tail back towards window. Look, one door, in this case in short A, closes, another window opens. Back into spawn side now. And maybe they'll head towards Gary or B. Try to get that spike down. Velocity remaining active. In the meanwhile, they're going to retake this A lobby control. Hopefully they don't leave Yatsuka unchecked, though.
Yeah, that could be a big threat. Seen it happen a couple of times today. But main point of entry, it's the paranoia. Madeline able to take down Kaede. Yatsuka's gone deep in towards A side. He's trying to call the team over, but there's a huge roadblock named Lightning Fast and Madeline. Spike down now. And JoJo's the only one left. Spotted out by this outlaw in the hands of Damara. Full team ace coming up huge in round 2.
Feels like Riddle Order are a bit all over the place. You've already seen it in 2 rounds in a row. Really shoving quite deep into one part of the map, but then doubling back. Feels like they're trying to draw a reaction out of Velocity and then punish them for the aggression on another part of the map. And so far, it's kind of fallen flat a little bit. It's looked like they're kind of trying a little bit too hard, honestly.
Let's go, guys.
But we haven't seen a gun round from them just yet. So we'll see if they want to commit to this style and if it actually starts to pay off a little bit.
Yeah, we have seen some creative strats from Riddle Order in the previous map, but perhaps now with the gun round. Oh, they'll just swing wide into middle.
Yeah. Lightning fast going down early on there. Guardian recycled by Russ. Deep control of all of C-Long for Rossi, but he's only really got a Sheriff and he's stuck behind a trip. Not much for him to do there, just playing off his own cam. The rest of Velocity in the meanwhile will stack A and they'll cross their fingers and their toes that Riddle Order won't take the B site, but unfortunately today is not their lucky day.
And their toes, huh? Well,
it's important, man. Extra luck. Cross them if you got them. You know?
Every single ounce of luck that you get, I'm sure it all counts. For Rossi, though, just down to the Sheriff, it's going to be all skill if he lands these shots. Information gained. Velocity just trying to get the picks in towards middle. There goes Rossi, but no, Yatska straight up on top of it all. Shock Dart connects onto Soldam, but we'll see if he can get a couple more picks. Madeline down to so low HP. Might just go off the spike too.
Doesn't want to give him an ult point. Why would you? You're 4 HP. May as well just go down with the spike. Clean from Riddle Order. Nice open plant on the B site. Well converted. 4 players surviving in their first gun round.
Oh, look at that.
I mean, it wasn't anything special. Didn't need to be. Catches the Omen completely off guard. Shove up through the middle of the map and just get a nice post plant. Gun round now coming out for Velocity. No operator coming out. Riddle Order. This is going to be a big fight for mid from both teams.
Oh, come on. We're going to get at it again. Blow for blow, pound for pound. Both teams just want to duke it out. Soldam versus Damara, but it's a huge crossfire. The TP's across, but Lightning Fast is already aware. And now comes the kill from Damara. He gets the one onto Soldam. He gets another onto Minty. Just Yatska. He's got the spike. He's trying to keep it within his grasp.
You've seen that same kind of set play from a couple of teams, mostly the teams that are running the Viper comps, but Neon Omen can make that work. The quick B set play. Fast lane goes up, your TP up top side. I mean, let's be honest, Minty needs no excuse to do some kind of crazy TP play, and to be fair, that one is actually part of the meta. Yatska gonna peek out into a high low. There's no way he should be getting a double headshot there. That's gonna be very expensive for Velocity now. Surely he can't put together this 1-on-4, but he's definitely running up the tab.
Yeah, 40 seconds to go. 2 players down like that certainly throws Velocity into a bit of chaos. Or confusion, at least.
30 seconds left.
Has got a cam to work with. He's going to peek out onto spawn side. How's it look?
My camera is destroyed.
Rossi is going to shoot his cam, so he knows there's at least one player inside of the A-Link.
Oh my god, he's tapping them, baiting them into the open.
remains.
Looking for the isolated duels! It's just Rossi across! Yatska pulls off the unimaginable, the unthinkable 1v4 Zoe clutch!
That's illegal! Oh, Velocity have absolutely cooked that one. The B execute fell completely flat. He peeks into a high-low. Madeline caught on the cross. And Rossi's playing silly buggers.
Oh my god.
Knows that his opponent is very low. He just wants to get the right click. But at that range, I'm pretty sure only one of the right click bullets connects. And it hits Yatsuka in the leg. Which I don't think is good for 15 damage. That is just really unfortunate.
And you talked about running up the tab. Velocity straight up broke this round. Yo, somebody lend him some money. Riddle Order, that gave me shapes, flashes of the scary 1v5 from 2023.
Yeah, a little bit. He's rocked up to the bar and just ordered every bottle on the shelf and just left and refused to elaborate. And Velocity left to pick up the tab. Just tragic.
There's only buttons and lint in their pocket right now.
Gonna fall back here.
It could be a lucky button though, you know? Damara's here with a bucky. He's in short. That's the player that I want on the A site right now.
Caution here.
Oh, we'll see though. Currently just holding on to this position.
Go, go.
Oh, that recon. Soldem's on him. Minty as well. Wanting vengeance for those previous maps, previous rounds. He pushes on up though. Madeline, Russ, what is happening? They've managed to find a couple of sheriff kills. And Damara picking up the Vandal Yatska. He saw it from before, but now cannot have a single opportunity into sight.
This is unbelievable. How have we seen those 2 rounds back to back? This is ridiculous. The emotional roller coaster that these players must be experiencing right now is crazy. I'm surprised that Velocity are looking this locked in. And to reply after what they just experienced. Most teams would crumble after losing a 4v1 to Yatska like that. And they immediately hit back with a sheriff retake on A like that. I just can't believe it. I can't remember when I've seen something like that before.
It's so freaking impressive coming through from Velocity, but here comes Minty with the TP's trademark, patented, in towards A long, trying to find some entry for the team.
It's just unbelievable because he finished the TP. Oh, hold on. Rossi wants to get a little bit crazy with it. He's peeked out. Traded by Kaidi. Now they're from the shadows. TP over in towards the C site. Soldem is charging his way up into the open C site. Velocity completely out of position. I mean, it's just hilarious that Minty finishes that TP, and I felt like Riddle Order were just like leaving him there, and he's still got one.
That's exactly what I was thinking. But here we go. It's the smokes onto the site because Minty's still alive. And the drone out from Velocity to try to soften things up. Paranoia sent across though. And with the smokes dissipating, running out of time, Velocity tries to make a move, but once again slowed down, having to run off to the save.
You just can't get in. When you waltz into the site like that, and you don't need your neon to be able to entry in the fashion that you would usually see, that's when it gets a lot harder to retake. The reason being is just that there's so much util left on the side of Riddle Order. You're trying to contest some of these chokes, and Soldem still has a relay bolt. Maybe Minty still has a paranoia. You might have a saturate. These are the kind of waves of utility that you'd really rather Riddle Order use getting into the site, but if they still have them left over in the post plant, then good luck getting back in. Especially when you're that far out of position. It's just not going to happen.
But one way or another, the rounds just keep on coming up. Tomorrow now, possible overdrive.
This game is craziness. We've had so many good games today.
No one better to cast it with, but here we go. Lightning fast TP, tomorrow overdrive. Riddle Order just hang back and turn the entire area into a firing range. 2 players down now, and Russ trying to spot one towards the back. Exactly. He knows they are in attacker spawn.
They were just far too ready for that. That's ridiculous. The cage was there as well. It's making it blatantly obvious that they had no interest in that mid play. Kaide spotted out. Refract forced out. Rossi must go huge here. So far delivering, but it's too much for him. Russ at least able to trade Soul down, pushed away by the convergent paths.
And now in for the 2v3. Russ alongside Madeline. The utility slowly coming back online for them. Fault line as well as Recon, but still. Is it going to be enough to displace some of the members from Riddle Order from their post-plant positions? Kind of reveals just a bit. Tries to go for a lucky spam fault line, but no, Madeline doesn't have the shot. Just Russ outside of garage now. It's a full crossfire onto the other end. No chance at survival. Riddle Order will take the lead.
Very impressive. They must have played against those kind of set plays in the past, in practice. That's just way too clean of a disengage. They look so ready for that exact set play. Maybe it's something that Velocity has run within their own home region in South Asia. I haven't seen them play Haven before, but that was far too clean of a reaction from Riddle Order. They were completely ready for that, and they had the perfect answer. Credit to them. That's some really good preparation.
You're absolutely right, and that calls and invites some quick switch ups in terms of pace. I mean, all throughout Sunset, it was plays just like these that gave Velocity their, well, velocity, but it seems as though Riddle Order's kind of caught on to it.
A little bit. I mean, we've just had a crazy start to this game. It's been an absolute roller coaster. So I think a timeout is definitely in order to settle things down. Velocity gonna have a chat. A few words from the coach. Russ will undoubtedly be offering some words of wisdom to steady the ship before they prep themselves for the next round. How's their money looking? Good enough for a buy. Rolling Thunder's available as well, as is the Hunter's Fury. That could be a deadly combo to break apart some of these tight site holds that you've seen for Riddle Order. More often than not, they are opting to play the post plan on the site, and you can't blame them. As I mentioned before, when you have some of these tools like the Relay Bolt and some reactive utility, not to mention the fact they are playing that waylay, so just naturally going to want to disrupt by taking some aim duels. Oh. He's trying to kill Minty with the Aftershock. He's TP'd into that same position multiple times so far, quite.
Yeah, but take flight. It's a bit of shock dart, and Riddle Order thinks twice.
I'm out of here.
Just trying to set up and go in for a quick C hit, perhaps. The Hunter's Fury throws them into disarray.
Whoa! Did you see that? He predicted the Shrouded Step from Minty.
Oh
that is
my God.
gorgeous from Madeline. Bro is straight out of Rivendell with shooting like that.
I'm out of here.
Under Gary window, he predicted the TP into the door. That is ridiculous.
Gotta go.
Well, his IRL name just does remind me of an elf from
what's his name?
From Middle Earth, but it's Raven Williams, my man. It's so hardcore. I love it.
Raven maybe? I don't know about an elf called Williams, but that's the story. We're getting really sidetracked here. This is a big A fight.
30 seconds.
Yeah, they're just gonna go on through the flashpoint, the recon, out from Madeline as well, keeping Riddle Order at bay. Yatska, though, all the way inside of C site.
Yeah. I mean, they're pretty far down in numbers. It'd be impressive to see them turn this around. The overdrive is there. Hunter's Fury from Jojo. These are the deepest trips
10
possible.
seconds left.
Rossi's just chilling all the way back. He's got to throw out the can. Hello.
Ooh.
He knows the Yatsuka's in Gary window now. All 5 of Velocity. All committing into spawn there. Hunter's Fury.
Not
going to find too much.
Yeah, he's not from Rivendell. He's a Lego archer.
That's just one of those orc archers that's just lame.
Well, marching down Mount Doom now, it's Velocity Gaming, and they're all over this site. Damara, lightning fast, everyone one apiece, and Velocity will tie up the score. We're back 4-4.
There you go, Damara. He's gonna defuse the spike. He is really the chosen one, the protagonist for me, and he has opted to throw the ring into the fire. Good man. That is good.
He saw it mid-animation.
As a Soga player, that's yeah.
The reaction.
That's better than any crazy aimers clip. That's just like,
That's how we do it, boys. That's how we do it.
You know your stuff.
Slow, round by round.
Love it. Love
Cherish.
the mentality.
Chef's kiss.
All
The
right.
next round up at least, though. Russ still has Rolling Thunder.
He does. Hasn't needed to use it. Good movement from Soldan. Gonna dodge the fault line. Madeline tries to serve him up a shot dart, picking up the orb.
Oh my God.
They've drawn a perfect outline around him. He hasn't taken a single lick of damage.
How is that possible? They almost dumped their entire magazine. Still, though, Kaide's managed to sneak into C-side. A full crab walk up, and SK Rossi none the wiser.
He had no idea.
You had one
He's
job.
come home and there's just like a whole family of squatters in his house.
Well, pretty soon the landlords will arrive trying to evict these strange perpetrators. In with both utilities, though. It's Russ Rolling Thunder fully connecting on, but Yatsuka lets a shot midair. Russ has to hang back now. He feels that it's gone way too far. It's lost.
Set it on fire. I gotta move somewhere else. Unlucky. Riddle
Is that
Order
what
going up
happens
to
in
5.
Australia?
Nah.
When you see like spiders in the house?
Oh, maybe, yeah. If it's big enough, you just let him have it. Even with the house prices in Sydney. On the hunt now. Russ, Punisher's soul down. Yatsuka in hot pursuit. But as far as I could see on his little monitor there, I don't think he caught him. Fist bumps all around. That is just the kind of round where you just basically scissors, paper, rock them, you know?
I guess. And even with the ult spent in, though.
Yeah, and yeah, that's not a good feel. Opts out for tomorrow, though. I haven't really seen him wield it yet. Soldum's got the Bucky and an ult, and they're just going to send it down A, I think.
Setting up for it. They were hit by Russ's fault line for now. So, definitely confirms information, but... Oh, it's just a full send. And it's Kaide with light speed all the way completely on top of Madeline's head. Oh, it's the overdrive of Russ! He's managed to take him down at the end at least, but still... Operator now for Damar. He's got to hold on to this.
Yeah. Riddle Order really min-maxing this. Jojo even goes back to... I mean, that's how over this round is. He's taken a little bit of extra time to go back and pick up the orb, get one closer to the Hunter's Fury. Now he's going to go and secure it.
Oh!
Now, he either dies to the op and gets it, or he kills the op and he gets it.
How min-max can you min... How much min-max can you min-max?
How much max can you min?
How much max
That's
can
the
you
real
min?
question here.
Oh.
Is he a min or is he a max? He's a max!
He's a max! Not only does he get Hunter's Fury, he robs the operator away from velocity!
One of the worst casts ever. Without a doubt. But Riddle's playing a great attacking side. That's the main thing. Back and forth, but Riddle, they're really starting to get rolling now. As you mentioned, op taken away. They broke Velocity's money. And they're looking good to even set themselves up for at least 7, maybe an 8-4 half here.
That looks incredible. But I will remind you, there was one of these rounds where Velocity just retook an entire site with 2 sheriffs.
That was crazy.
Straight up into C, Kaide has managed to find it! Damara, our protagonist, unfortunately has to go for another arc of Russ, though! Madeline through the smokes! But still, outside of Garage, Progression smokes an all to boot. Minty will have the angles under lock. Jojo as well on the other side, and this time, you will not find too much, but Madeline, he's got different ideas, trying to dance around the corners for it, but both players from Riddle Order swing wide, and that will secure them the 7th.
There was potential there. Especially when Russ got hit with the saturate. He was 200 pounds soaking wet, and he threw an absolute haymaker with the sheriff here. I wonder if we're going to get to see it. Oh, we didn't. Unfortunate. That's the most cosmetic saturate I've ever seen.
Nice try, man. Nice try. Let's go, boys.
Yeah, it's annoying. There was potential there. He just needed to be a little bit cleaner with it, but that is the pressure of a deciding map here at Ascension Pacific Bangkok. Another A fight on the cards.
Unbelievable so far, but now it's Soldam with the operator. Opening shot onto Damar, who was just running wide out into the open. Lightning fast trying to hold, but a full firing squad. Soldam swapped back over to the rifle. It's just Madeline to hold the ankle. Managed to take down Minty. The smokes are gone.
He's working his way through the arsenal. Undoubtedly. What a shot on the cross, by the way. Damara was full sprint in midair, and Soldam's hit him with the flick. Riddle Order now calling the audible. Looking like a bit of a Gary split. I don't know who Gary is, but we'll end up on the C site regardless. Kaide on the aggressive lurk here. Could pose some problems.
Hilly's losing it. Maybe some slight issues. Mr. Gary has a friend right next to him, but it's Russ as well as SK Rossi inside. No, that's exactly what you were talking about with Kaide off towards the back end. He goes in and finds a double as well, pushing all the way past window. Riddle Order, full control of this attacking side. 8-4 is what they get.
Yeah, totally agree with you. Oh, yes, we get to see the shot of the... Whoa, that is so nice from Soldem. And then stayed through the smoke. This guy's ridiculous. Like I said, he was getting gift a little bit coming into this map, but I'm starting to revise my opinion after a round like that. I totally agree with you. Commanding attacking side here for Riddle Order. Let's see if they can close out this series in what has become the group of death here at Ascension Pacific.
It's straight in with Tacti Bear. It's the bottom of the ninth. It's 4-8 for Velocity. Riddle Order has just run away with Daylight Robbery on their attacking side. Now, you swap sides, and once again, what can this Breach Neon pull off?
It's going to be crazy here in A main. Tacti Bear is mocking all of us at home. Who will be the alpha inside of A lobby between these two teams?
Between these two Neons. For now, it's Kaede just to swing on out, but can't quite refract in time. Oh, the Neon, the relay bolt as well going through. Able to slow and stun them up, and now it's just Jojo with the Sheriff to try to hold down A long. Way too hot to peek back, but he's thinking of going for it. Careful around the ankles, and Russ is just licking it up by his feet. Now on towards Yatska in a 1v4. He pulled it off before, but surely not again.
Nah, he can't do it. It's impossible. He's never won a round like this. Definitely not in this map. Definitely not on completely the wrong side of the map. Doing some sick tricks with the spike though. Love that. 2 on the Rolling Thunder here for Russ. Okay, let's try it again.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we got it. Nice. Yatsuka. Now we're gonna recycle, reuse. We're feeling environmentally friendly here. We've picked up the trip. But nah, there's no way, Quack. There's no way. You can't tell me this is gonna happen.
No, surely not. It's smoked off as well. They've got the full crossfire. As soon as he steps out, oh, he's just firing wildly. A bit of panic for both sides, and it's lightning fast right through the smokes.
Good recovery for Velocity. A much needed attacking side of Pistol, I have to say, especially the way that that half was starting to shape up. Got a lot of good rounds on the trot at the end of things for Riddle Order, so this will really break up that momentum and make this game a little closer, because it's been a close series overall. I want to see it come all the way down to the wire. It's been nothing but banger games today in Ascension Pacific Bangkok, and this series I wanted to deliver. I want to go to OT. Let's just send it home real strong.
For real. If that actually could happen, I mean, just what a story it would be. Velocity trying to make it happen all the way down inside of A-Long. Now Madeline to watch out the back. This dark cover. 4 players on this A site. Just one spotted out by the drone, though. Surely right Russ, there, with the tactical experience, will call it to the team. He's got flashes and everything to set up. They peek in. Riddle Order, they're starting to get nervous. So unnerving as well when Velocity just cuts noise to meditate all around A-Long. You just have no idea.
Yeah, they close their eyes, they open their ears. Rossi's saying, guys, C's open. Come on over. It's chill over here. So chill. That's what Velocity will do. I mean, yeah, they just did the same thing again. Oh, they're scrambling. Hold on. Dark cover to the top side. Rossi could get isolated here.
Nah, he's found tranquility. He is one with the sight.
Okay, if you say so. That's not what
Surely.
I saw on their defensive side. That's all I'm saying.
No. It's the different side now. We're attacking. We smoked out the chokes.
He's
got
undergone some
setup.
trials, and now he's got a higher understanding, is what you're saying.
Exactly. In all that time, he's read the scrolls on C-Site.
Wow, we're hunting them.
Oh my god. No!
It's just a ghost. I mean, he's just going for the overdrive.
Yeah, sure
May as
enough.
well. And Big Lord will go down with the spike. So Velocity will take stock of it. 3 rifles and a Marshal going into their bonus round. It's a pretty dangerous looking bonus round. That's some good value. Could get some damage done.
I'm just trying to play that long game, trying to build up to it. But at least Velocity are inching closer on this gap.
They get another rifle going into it as well. And a Stinger. So Velocity really want to play for this round. They don't just want this to be a throwaway bonus. They're actually going to give it a solid crack. Looks like they're sizing up for a Gary split, but it's a full bait setup from Riddle Order on C. Both duelists are here and the Cypher.
Oh my goodness. With the trips towards the back plant as well. I mean, how do you catch or break that one? Damar, though, the tip of the spear all the way into sight, trying to find entry into garage, but Russ is the one who gets caught. No more util now. Sholdem and Kaide taking down 2 apiece. And it's just the rest of Velocity to try to hang back, find some transition over to the other parts of the map.
I mean, that's just another great read from Riddle. They were ready for Velocity strap before they even called it.
One dead. Cage triggered.
Oh, hang on, though. SK Rossi. Lightning fast, keeping
What?
so far deep. He's crouched down. Minty doesn't have the shot.
Oh!
Another for lightning fast. How fast can this guy go? Until Kaide comes back through, though. But SK Rossi down to the 1v1s. He's got the cage up by C-Link. Picks up the spike as well. 50 full seconds to go.
That's good. It's giving him some space. Cam is there for Rossi. Can throw it on the spike if he gets his plant down on C, and he'll be allowed to. Yatsuka getting a little paranoid that there could be a wrap in from spawn side. He's just heard the plant. Nice open plant for Rossi. Where's the Cam going? Straight on the spike, so he can check the first tap at least.
Well, Yatsuka, he's got a cam as well. There's just so much more to do. Quickly getting rid of the cameras first. SK Rossi just swings out, spots him. Hook right, good night.
Nicely worked for Velocity. Lightning fast and Rossi combining to be able to just come up huge for Velocity there. These guys have just been staples of the South Asian scene. But there is something about them in this is rolling back the years.
One enemy remaining.
It is illegal that they get away with that 2-on-5. Lightning Fast had 16 HP and YOLO TP'd into the B site. The coach can't believe it.
And thus we have the scoreline 7-8. A timeout called shortly from Riddle Order.
I mean, I don't know what you even say. As a coach here, I'd just be lost for words. Like, that should have been the easiest 5-on-2 to convert. You just had to shoot a singular bullet at the Omen. That creates enough aggro for Rossi to just multi-frag. Like, honestly, I think they just need to settle down a little bit. Because that one really just got way too out of hand. Some uncharacteristic whiffs from Riddle Orders that are usually so reliable. Maybe feeling the pressure a little bit here. Regardless, it's Velocity closing that round deficit and setting themselves up for a bit of a monster half on this attacking side. That's the bonus one. And I dare say Riddle will be broke here. Indeed, they will. They'll have to take a backseat in this round. Unless they want to try to, you know, try their luck at some crazy Sheriff wins. We've seen Velocity winning 3 things like it's no one's business this series.
Solan with the Bucky as well. Oh, it's just gonna be full contact. 5v3 again. Damara, slightly slowed down by the relay bolt, then Riddle Order finding crucial intel, now trying to hang back. Got Rossi kind of watching out as rear security as well, while Kaide kind of just sets up. Still though, into sight, fast lane, more utility dump from Riddle Order than anything. It's just a go signal for velocity. They mentioned slip on through, but JoJo finds 2 Sheriff shots. Kaide towards the back as well. What has happened? Rossi goes down. Just mentally lifted as soon as he creeps on out. JoJo out with the triple kill on a thrifty round for Riddle Order.
That's just one of those situations where the patience backfires a little bit. Cage keeping velocity in check. Soldum uses that to slide on through and connect at least one shot with the Bucky, and it's brilliance from JoJo. Playing over on Graffiti's side and making his mark on this map.
Now he's got an op.
That's right. He's out on Soldum.
What?
Phasing from Kaide. Just saying hello to them. Shooting the dart. Refracting back out. Minty to contest from Suicide. That's the attacker side smoke that will keep him in check for now. Drone going looking for more information. Damara spotted out. That's not really a surprise.
Kind of confirms it as well. It's not 4-1 this time though for Velocity.
No, they are very committed to A here. They've got the deep sea info line.
Alright, and that's why it's 4 players from Riddle. Just all hovering around this A site. Velocity. Looking for that slow creep into sight. It's repeatedly getting smoked off, but surely soon enough, you're just able to burst through with the flashes. Slowed up by the saturate, Damara. But Rossi takes advantage. Able to slip through from short. Minty comes into trade. And you've got the paranoia sent across as well. Damara coming through. And he's looking, hunting down for these kills. In with it. The site is now open for business.
I'd love to see that from the opponent's POV. Like, how does it look when he is flying at you like that and Gooba stomping on your head and just the perfect, what would you even, like, shutter step movement in towards short onto the second player? Like, he's just in complete flow state, Damara. That's exactly how we needed to take those tools to dig those players out of short. Like, I was thinking to myself, 3 in short from Riddle Order. Are you ever ready for that as Velocity? I like the approach as well. It opens up a little bit more extra space for Yatsuka to flood in from the spawn, and then you have more players in play to potentially defend the A execute. But it just didn't matter. They still dismantled that hold. Rossi waits a very long time, finds the right timing to backstab short, and Damara gets the rest done.
It's incredible. And one of the other things that I'm just reminded of as well is Bella on the desk saying that this guy used to play like a Boy Scout. And now onto this Neon. He's unleashed. Look at this.
He's not Boy Scout anymore. This guy's a savage. Look at that. It's literally perfect play. It's perfect movement.
Oh my god.
Velocity.
Op again?
Yeah, ops out for Soldum.
Scanning ahead.
It looks like they're kind of saving around it, kind of not. Yatsuka's got a classic. Hunter's Fury gets pulled from JoJo. It's found Diddley Squat. That's great. 8 alt orbs for nothing. I've been there, man. Like, all I play is Sova, and yeah, I've had my whiffs, you know? It happens. Sometimes you just have those days.
Off a read of false intel, mental conditioning from the past rounds, finally coming into effect against Riddle Order.
Yeah. Drone goes out middle, it doesn't see anything. It's more about what it doesn't see. That ops Riddle Order into the Stack A game plan yet again. Up on the deep sea info line. Let's run it back, but with more trips.
Round 2. Well, round 18. Oh, the kill trip's working out pretty well now As Kaide goes on through, lightning fast! Wild TP attempt, but shut down. Kaide once again back into it, finds the 3K, and it's now just SK Rossi with 2 HP left. The spike on the ground. This round is done.
Surely, stick a fork in it.
30 seconds left.
Rossi, 2 HP in a dream. We've seen some of these players really defining the odds on low HP, but I'm not believing this time. Kaide's getting a bit of a hunt on. He's going to catch him in transition. 4K for Kaide. And finally, we found the answer. What does it take to stop Damara? Multiple trips and some counter util. He had to run into 2 trips to get killed there. Love that Lightning Fast is doing that TP against Minty, the Psycho himself. But it's double digits for Riddle, and you've got to respect the fashion in which they secure that round. They just lost the previous round before that with that exact same setup. Deep Sea info line on the op, 4 stack A. Didn't work out for them. But they know, like, the macro is correct. If we just run it back, it'll probably work out for us. And they were right.
True enough. It's fantastic calling from JoJo, but also just the fact that they had the ult spent initially and just staying true to their game plan as well. It's just so much steel nerves for Riddle Order. Up to this point, they did look shaky at some points before, but now it's velocity. The timeout from Coach Godspeed to try to lead them to the promised land. You've got 10-8. You're down 2 rounds.
See what they come up with. Love the movement of the double trips from Riddle Order over onto Long as well. That was the pathing from Velocity in that round where Riddle Order had the big short setup as well. Like, it's starting to read into some of these tendencies now. That's where you have to have multiple variations of how you're going to execute a side.
Oh boy. We're going back to 8, Billy.
Of course. Goes without saying. Jojo, it's not a good round to picking up the orb here, buddy. I know it looks juicy. He's not going to feel greedy enough to do it. Quick TP from Lightning Fast deep onto Long here. There's a cam being placed above Velocity's head. And it's, you know, funnily enough, Riddle Order were the ones who said, let's run it back. And now I feel like Velocity are like, yeah, let's do that.
Meeting their opponent's challenge, but with more utility being dumped across, you know, just almost baiting them out as well. Velocity once again happy to chill out.
Yeah, Convergent paths being held. Kaide's waving that around.
There's no one on site too. Russ might have Rolling Thunder, but okay, the drone does at least call it clear, so not really sending it just yet. It's gonna be Convergent paths first, down to 50 seconds, and then the Rolling Thunder that gets dumped in, but Yatsuka straight on top of it. Lightning Fast able to answer back, but more players all the way across. Now Lightning Fast goes in for the safer TP, but also for Kaide to retrieve more information. Madeline suddenly getting the sixth sense that there might be a slight flank. Doesn't see Soldem anywhere throughout the past 2 rounds. Checks out and finally caps on to the operator player. Kaide going through as well, but he managed to find a couple. Madeline for the trade, and it's just Minty who's managed to slip through. Still though, not much else. Just the one dark cover around A short. Feels the need to push on the pressure onto Madeline. Just spams into the corner, catches the headshot. Where else could SK Rossi be? He hears some sounds. Back into the smoke. Taps onto it. And Rossi thinks twice, plays it safe, goes in and round the back. It's another round for Velocity. Hook, line, and sinker.
And this just really shows a lot about their mentality. Like, they're just trusting in their game plan. They are saying, I don't care about the macro of this game. I don't care if you've got info on C. I don't care what your setup is. We're going A and we're going to win the fight. If you've got 5 players on that A site, we're going to win. Like I said, it really reminds me of that Champs Grand Final, the way that NRG was playing sometimes. Like, they just take the minimum map control, and with the breach comp, they want to fight. They just want to brawl you.
It's surprising that they're actually good for the brawls, but now the adjustments coming through from Riddle Order. It's Soldem with the judge.
He's straight up in their face in lobby. If he needs to close the distance a little bit more. And he does have the overdrive to rip later on. Gonna get droned off the line here. Pushed away, he's going to respect that. Falling back to A long, joined up with by Jojo, while Velocity prep this B hit.
Straight on through. Got some couple of ultimates for the post plants as well. Able to get control of the site just quick. Saw them hoping that someone would walk into his crosshairs, but it's not happening.
Yeah, Aftershock, Hunter's Fury. Gonna be hard to complete this. You got a couple shockies as well as Velocity. Riddle prepping themselves for the retake.
They might be able to get on top of the spike, but this post-plant utility, it's going to be so oppressive. Kaede, though, makes a go at a couple of shots, takes down one player by middle, but Madeline in with a Hunter's Fury, takes down Jojo, covering the entire site in smokes now, but Riddle, they've managed to stick it at least halfway. More spams coming through from Velocity, and the full firing squad just lights up this site.
Great read from Velocity. Multiple rounds in a row going towards that A side of the map. And what's the setup for Riddle Order? It's a big C stack. And it's a big stack towards A. 2 players holding over there. And the rest of the map is held together with just a couple of trips. Quick shot. Quick plant on that B site. And the after plant put together very well. Hunter's Fury to slow things down. Aftershock on the half. And they don't give Riddle Order any chance to ninja that spike. They just get in the smokes and get down and dirty with it. 10 apiece now. Money broken for Riddle. Velocity. Post-tack timeout. Credit to them. Great adjustment from the coach. Great calling. They put themselves in the driver's seat to win this game of Haven.
That was 2 rounds back-to-back. Maybe a third now because of economy from Riddle. They're stacked up onto the C site, though. All the sheriffs possibly lethal. It's overdrive from Soldem as well, but Damar hangs back, pushes on towards the backside now through the cages. Soldem with overdrive, tries to track onto his opponents, but he's got too much to look at. He just does manage to make it happen, though. Kaede coming through with some shots as well, and everyone from Velocity stuck inside of C-Long. They managed to gun down Soldem.
I know exactly.
But they've got a couple more to go. Neural Theft will reveal. They try to set up for the high load. Full trust in their automatic rifles. Going in for the burst. SK Rossi finds the first snap. And down to the back lines, it's just Jojo swinging out wide. Through and through with the recon towards back lines. Madeline has done it for Velocity.
Got scrappy. You could feel all of those South Asian fans' heart just stop in their chest when Soldam was going ballistic on the front side of the C site there. I thought he was going to mop everyone up. But Velocity managed to hold their nerve. 2 more rounds to get it done here. Still only early on in Swiss, but some of these games are some absolute bangers. It feels like we're deep in the playoffs. Every team here at Ascension Pacific has really come to play. And it's beautiful to watch.
They're just really giving it their all today, map after map. Just the sheer determination and all the prep that has gone through with it. This is the result of an entire year's worth of Challengers plays.
Kaede wants to get aggressive.
Gonna fall back here.
Feels like Riddle need an opening pick. The crosshair placement was gorgeous. No more util for Russ.
Rossi, though, sneaking all the way through. Damar getting the trade onto Kaede as well. Suddenly, Soldem spots out onto Rossi. They're trying to retain control over this B side, but Velocity has other ideas. Damar now within fatal range. Fast lane set up, and suddenly Riddle Order think to hang back. It's a recon as well. Quickly shot down. Damar managing to find another shot.
Velocity feeling uncomfortable. They don't like the way it feels in the B site. It's claustrophobic. They're going to pivot to A, but Riddle are 1 step ahead.
Off angles, one and dones already set up. The recon reveals though. Oh, but perfectly tracking Jojo! A double! So that to stop another! And SK Rossi makes a good go, but still in the end, Velocity will bleed it out!
Same position there, over on Graffiti side. Feels like it's good for a multi-frag every time. Kaede understood the assignment as well. It's Jojo again, of course it is. Soldem from backside, swinging off the contact, and Yatsuka was there just in time. Don't mind the attention for Velocity to pivot away. I didn't think that B hit would go favorably for them if they tried to force the issue too much, but unfortunately running into A was a death sentence as well.
But now it's the early spams. Oh, Pilly. Slight half buy from Velocity and just dumping bodies into this B site. Riddle Order had everything locked in. Damara, though, managing to slip one through the net. Minty right under cover, but now the biggest issue is the spike.
It's hand delivered. Most efficient postage I've ever seen. The package usually doesn't make it there. They just leave you a card saying that you weren't home. Velocity, though, locked out by the dark cover. Thinking to turn away. I mean, they've been interested in Garage for a while, but that trip is still there for Yatska.
So the pathing through to C instead. Meanwhile, SK Rossi, with the rifle in hand, planted as the lurk outside of B. Two players now being able to sneak on through, but spotted by Yatska at the end. Russ unfortunately goes down. And it's just all dark. Nothing seen for Rossi. Can't make it out of the smoke as well. Position surely noted because of the camera. Kaide tries to snap on back. 10 seconds left. Rossi wanting to isolate the duels, but crouched down. Minty just throws him off balance. It's now Riddle Order up to series point.
Amazing adjustments from both of these teams. Riddle one step ahead in the rotations the round previous. In this round, they are just ready for a quick B hit. Punish Velocity for doing so. Nice and clean. Series point now for Riddle Order. Or it's OT for Velocity.
Operator's out. Quickly spotting it. He swaps over to the judge. Has it set up for himself, and Mint finding a shot through the cages. Damara, though, finding Soldam now and trying to think as to where Minty could be. Madeline comes through. Damara catching on to Kaide. Every single bit of utility thrown out to sight, and Riddle Order managed to wrangle back some control. It's down to lightning fast and Madeline trying to stick the spike all the way through.
Spike planted.
Got a flash and a couple more bits of utility as well. But Riddle Order just sneaking carefully down to the 1v2. Madeline comes in to find the angles, and he manages to get the first. The next is 12 steps onto a Jojo's head. It's Velocity finding the Zowie clutch, and we're going to an overtime.
Yeah, Madeline has just made up for his transgressions earlier on that C site where he failed to put the clutch together. Came up with the goods to keep Velocity alive in this series. I cannot believe they got into C there, Quack. The up was there for Seldom, then he had a judge in the choke, and I thought it would be all over. It's just ridiculous that they keep breaking these site holds. There was 2 or 3 players for Riddle Order on the site. A Hunter's Fury through from small side, and they still somehow made it work. The tenacity that they continued to show round after round to break through into some of these sites against all odds. No matter how many players are defending it, no matter how many ults, judges, ops, it doesn't matter. They still just find a passage of play to get the dub.
Just absolutely ridiculous. And if I recall correctly as well, Damara was the first one to pick up that multi-frag. Madeline at the end as well. The overtime called out.
Yeah, timeout immediately for Velocity to just settle down a little bit. This really is anyone's game. Both of these teams have made some great adjustments. Both of these teams have had some excellent reads and some good prep, and both of these teams have been making some very entertaining, huge plays. They both want to advance into the playoffs for a chance to join orgs just like this one in VCT Pacific. Do we need a third Japanese team, or do we need a South Asian representative? I mean, I'm sure different people will give you different answers about that.
Either way, though, all of these players just bringing so much talent to the table. And here they go, kicking things off. No T1, just a bit of noise outside of A. Already see presence.
Yeah, Velocity went for a set play there with the one-way. would have been like a fault line or a flashpoint with the Neon sliding in. Didn't find anything, so they're going to try to rotate back towards A. They've got some kill trips. Lightning Fast going to throw down a bunker smoke to try to disrupt this one, and it doesn't feel clean or comfortable enough for Riddle Order to feel like they want to pull the trigger on this. They've got the cam in grass, but will it spot out this push in time?
Oh, right. I mean, classic A setup, but now with the players outside of position on B, they just hold down. Perfect crosshair placement. Both Russ and Damara, and all of a sudden, Riddle Order just have to look for other options. Trying to hightail it over onto C side, but thinking back into it after utility has been spent. It's just so uncertain right now.
The spike.
Soldem and Yatsuka once again must defy the odds. Velocity giving them nothing. 30 seconds on the clock. They know that Riddle Order must make a move
30
here.
seconds left.
Just carefully trying to hold on to the angles, maybe trying to spot out at least one, but not quite the headshot. Spike planted at least, though.
Go!
There we go.
Why are we just running down grass? We need every man we can get on this retake here, Quack.
Not for Riddle Order. They want to take everything away from Velocity in this round as much as possible. Relay bolts, Yaska for the peak, but Russ answers with the fault line. Completely concussed up, but Soldem tries anyway. The spray, not successful. Madeline able to take the round back for Velocity.
And that's exactly what I mean with these breach comps, you know. You think you're on the front foot throwing down a relay bolt into spawn side, but you cop a fault line and then a paranoia to follow up, and all of a sudden you're feeling a little bit silly. I mean, that's just fantastic prep again from Velocity. You talked about the crosshair placement. It's almost like they knew because they did know. I don't know if that's a read on the fly or if that's fantastic prep that they know if Riddle Order are denied into that A site that they're going to triple swing window together. You know, that is probably the kind of protocol that many teams will go for to try and retake grass like that. What an excellent read for Velocity to put themselves on series point, and Riddle Order will take a timeout.
Yeah, man. To be honest, I don't know if this could go to another cycle. I mean, this exact side, this defensive side, is precisely the position where Riddle Order didn't perform that well. This is exactly where Velocity managed to push them into overtime.
We'll see. Had a bit of time to consider everything that happened in regulation and come up with some answers. Jojo mowed him out in it. He's got a few ideas.
We've seen Soldem pull off so many different weapons, but into OT, you just gotta choose one.
Yeah, you're not allowed to juggle as much. Unfortunate, because it's so entertaining.
Oh.
He'll choose the glass cannon op over on the C side of the map. And Velocity, this just screams confidence to me, Quack. You know?
Oh, they're back.
They're just gonna do it again.
Let's go.
It's like, they don't care.
Full faith.
We're gonna go A, and you're not gonna be able to hold us. You cannot contain us.
You talked about the breach, and it's happened, so why not? It's just Jojo here. Kaide trying to provide some assistance, but it's taking some time. Jojo goes in for the jump peek to check, but
Deploying drone.
information's still available.
Drone goes looking. This time, Velocity drop off Rossi. This is a different look.
Cage triggered.
Back towards grass. Cage to cross out. Rossi not interested in holding around. Kaide in quick pursuit though. Wants to punish him on the cross back. Won't quite find the timing. Look at Yatsuka's position though. He's deep down C. He's got a can to play with. If he goes unchecked, this could be another OT.
So all comes down to that. Kaide, as you mentioned, the chase, managing to catch on to Madeline. And Yatsuka just left completely undetected. They managed to paranoia it though. They finally go in to find him out.
That's going to clear out backside. Has got the fault line and the aftershock to try to deny a retake attempt here. No relay bolt, all paranoia left over. Rossi on the active lurk. Checked by Minty, but not punished.
Otherwise still okay. Soldem swap back over to a main rifle now. Velocity though, then to go back through from garage, trying to pull off a big hold. Huge stun, area of denial, but still gunned down by the end. Russ has managed to hold the angles. Too quickly found. Rolling Thunder trying to seal the deal. Minty will not survive the final nail in the coffin. Velocity, through 3 grueling maps, have finally closed out this series with a reverse sweep 14-12 on Haven.
And they earned it every step of the way. Once again, phenomenal calling from Russ, who caps it off with the 3K. Everyone from Velocity performed today. Damara might have carried them kicking and screaming through the first 2 maps, but that 3rd map is an effort by committee. Riddle Order understandably disappointed, but it took some brilliance, both individually and as a team, to overcome them today. They played a bloody great game, but unfortunately, they've drawn a group with a Velocity hitting their peak form, playing lights out, now catching fire, and to come up after that, what do you have? You got to play Nongshim, and then what would it be? Full sense. It's just ridiculous. It never gets easier for you as Riddle Order. There's no easy games.
I mean, that explains their facial expressions, but you cannot deny the performance that they put up today, Pilly. 13-11, 13-10, and 14-12 were the scorelines for all 3 maps that they played in this series. But the ones that you got to hold up high for sure have to be Velocity, coming through from a slightly underrated region, shall we say, coming in with some interesting compositions, interesting game plans, and monstrous players all throughout.
Absolutely, they've caught lightning a bottle here. You know, South Asia mixed with some of these Indonesian talents. They've had some excellent reads. They've got their own unique flavor, their own unique style. And it's just brilliant to watch. It's extremely entertaining. I want to see what else they can put together in this tournament. And now, 2-0 up in this Swiss stage. They have a really good chance of going through into playoffs. And that means that with Naus up 2-0, Velocity up 2-0, who's making it through the group between Full Sense, Riddle Order, and Nongshim? Who gets a 3rd spot, so to speak, if it keeps going this way? It's just ridiculous how competitive this group has ended up being because of these teams stepping up to such a high level coming here into Ascension.
It's just so surprising, right? But that's exactly why Ascension Pacific is the event to watch down into this portion of the year. I mean, it's just so crazy. I can only hope that it was as entertaining, as exhilarating for these players to play and have fun as much as it was fun for us to watch.
For sure. So for Riddle Order, got to lick their wounds now. They've got no room for error. Played a great game here, but if you don't get the dubs on the board, then you're going out in Swiss after a top 4 where you showed some promise against some of the best teams in the tournament last year. They've spent a whole year preparing for this tournament, re-upped with pretty much the same roster, and said if we have another crack at it, we'll have a better time. Unfortunately, they didn't know what was brewing in South Asia. They didn't know that Naus would hit their peak form. And so, unfortunately, if it keeps going this way, it just might not be the right time for them. That'll be a 2nd year in a row that they're, unfortunately, go home empty-handed.
Legitimately. I mean, none of us knew, and it's just so brutal as well. But nonetheless, an explosive match between both teams. And to close it all off, I'm going to toss it back over to our beautiful desk. Bella and Big Time, take it away.
Wow, Velocity again never ceases to impress us, to surprise us. Resilience clearly shown from them. Most of the time we see that the scoreline was in the favor of Riddle, but Velocity, they just brought everything in their way.
So much composure to be able to bring that game into OT and then close it out. You can see a 9 out of 9 in post-plants, even with the disadvantage in the first kills. I mean, you gotta start getting excited about this Velocity team. They moved to 2-0 in the groups, flawless so far alongside Naus. Now, I tell you for free, I would not want to be in Group Omega with such insane teams going on right now. Shout out to Mara once again. You can also see, look at the assists on that breach, just fantastic. That combination is so core, so important to this Velocity playstyle, but they keep defining it and it keeps on growing.
Right, and they managed to pull through, with that combo of young and experienced players, delivering great mentality needed to turn things around in those sticky situations. But again, we have also Riddle with that double duelist. They actually were doing so fine, but then again, the resilience coming up from the squad of Velocity, Damara especially again delivering God's work.
Yeah, I mean, I have to feel for Riddle. I feel like for at least the first half of the game, if not most of the game, they really did put a stop to Damara and that aggression. And then as the game progressed, he came alive, really started fragging heavy towards the end of that game. So this guy's been an absolute treat to watch, an absolute pleasure, this whole Velocity team. And I mean, we all can't wait to see more of them.
Yep, absolutely. And it's amazing that Velocity is not just doing it once, but twice already. In fact, in Group Omega, come back in Ascend a few days ago against a Full Sense, and now in Haven, they were down 8-4. And somehow they just turned things around. And this is clearly not a small feat for the squad. As we see now, the group stage standings, who would have thought Velocity is going 2-0?
Yeah, I mean, they're doing amazing, defying everybody's expectations. Just take a look at Group Omega. Only 3 teams can make it out. Nous and Velocity obviously have the best shot at this point. That means we could be saying goodbye to 2 of Nongshim, Full Sense, or Riddle. Who has that in their predictions? Absolutely nobody, I'm sure. As Quack said, this is why Ascension is the best event of the whole year. Who knows what's gonna happen? And I just can't wait to see how the rest of this tournament, the rest of this group stage unfolds.
Yep, couldn't agree more. Like as we can see in Valorant these days, from champions, we saw that upsets also now in Ascension. But again, we have next banger matches for tomorrow. Full Sense going against Aneos, and for the second match we have Boom Esports versus SLT, and for the third one NKT versus E-King. Well, this third match is going to be interesting as well, because E-King, they desperately need this one.
Yeah, E-King gonna look to keep their hopes alive. My eyes are immediately drawn to match 2 there, Boom versus SLT. Both of these teams topping the charts in Group Alpha, so I think there's a lot to look forward to. So tomorrow's a day you don't want to miss.
Yep, of course. Today, oh my God, the matches, they were all so tight from match number 1, match number 2, until just now Velocity managed to pull through into a 2-0. But of course, we want to thank all of our sponsors. We have Acer Predator, Intel, Zoe, Imperial World, TT Racing, as well as Syndome. Thank you so much for making Ascension possible, for making this event so amazing this far up until day 4. And of course, it means the end of the day for today. Thank you everyone for joining us. Of course, more actions to come tomorrow, so make sure to stay tuned. Always same time, same place. Bye bye.
how is using the new monitor? I heard the XL2566X Plus is pretty good now.
I think it's nice. They came up with the new DirectX 2, I believe, and I always set it on premium. So I think there's a slight difference from the old one, and also compared to the previous version, I think the the image, the look inside of the game, I would say is sharper when it comes to the target.
GJ, I heard you're using the new XL2566X Plus from Zoe.
I'm using this monitor and there's a new feature called DirectX 2 which I think you should use. I'm using premium right now. It makes the game feel way smoother. When entering A side on Lotus, I need to quickly scan for enemies after using my satchel. That's when DirectX 2 helps me see more clearly and avoid motion blur. Like when you move the mouse around, the enemies just look way clearer, so yeah, you should definitely buy this monitor.
นี่ไม่ใช่เรื่องของเกียรติยศแต่มันคือการก้าวต่อไปแม้ทุกสิ่งรอบตัวบอกว่าเป็นไปไม่ได้ไม่มีเสียงปรบมือไม่มีการเฉลิมฉลองมีเพียงหัวใจที่ยังเชื่อมั่นความแข็งแกร่งไม่ได้มาจากชัยชนะแต่มันมาจากการไม่ยอมแพ้แม้เส้นทางจะเต็มไปด้วยอุปสรรคบาดแผลไม่ใช่ร่องรอยของความพ่ายแพ้แต่เป็นเครื่องยืนยันว่าเราก้าวข้ามมันมาได้เราไม่ได้แค่ยืนยันแต่เราจะประกาศให้โลกเห็นว่าที่นี่คือที่ของเรา
What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we lay here and make the time stand still? I wanna love you like nobody. I wanna show you that I care. I wanna love you like nobody else. stay